Our story kicks off in a mysterious ancient era with no clear date on the calendar, featuring a young boy named Son Goku. This kid was living a totally isolated life deep within the mountains, far away from any city lights. Honestly, the poor guy didn't have the slightest clue about how the real world worked or what life was like outside his little bubble. He was also completely oblivious to the existence of other human beings living around him. Isolated in those mountains, he spent every single day training hard, which made him incredibly strong. Interestingly, he was born with a tail on his body, which he used as a clever tool for gathering food. For instance, he'd dip it into the water like a fishing line to attract a meal. He was quite the expert at catching fish for his dinner, but one day everything changed when a car suddenly slammed into him while he was heading home with his latest catch. Inside the vehicle was a girl named Bulma. Since Goku had zero experience with other humans, he genuinely thought Bulma was some kind of weird metallic monster, and he prepared to defend himself. In a panic, he actually grabbed her car and tossed it aside, completely wrecking the machine. Bulma was so terrified that she pulled out a pistol and shot him, but he didn't even flinch. She eventually managed to calm him down, explaining that she wasn't a monster but a human girl. Goku was stunned, saying he'd never seen a person other than his late grandfather. Bulma was staring at Goku's tail in pure disbelief, wondering what kind of creature he was. Goku pointed at the wreckage, asking what that monster was, and she laughed, explaining it was just a car. Goku then remembered his grandpa telling him stories about those machines before he passed away. Realizing she wasn't a threat, he invited Bulma to join him for a meal, assuming she must be a traveler from the big city. Bulma agreed to follow him back, but she was secretly carrying a high-tech device called the Dragon Radar. She had a strong hunch that the artifact she was hunting for was in this boy's possession. Sure enough, as soon as they entered his humble home, she spotted a glowing sphere and confirmed it was one of the legendary Dragon Balls she had been searching for. Goku got a bit defensive, telling her she couldn't just take it because it was a precious gift his grandfather left him. It was the only thing he had to remember him by. Bulma then showed him that she already had 2 Dragon Balls, and suggested they see what happens when they bring them all together. When Goku placed his ball near hers, something incredible happened. The 3 spheres began to glow with a mysterious internal light, and Bulma explained how incredibly important these artifacts were. However, they weren't the only ones looking for them. At that exact moment, a lazy and greedy emperor named Pilaf was also on the hunt for the Dragon Balls, and he had already managed to track down one of them for his collection. His assistant, Mei, reminded him that a single ball was useless. She explained that there are 7 Dragon Balls scattered around the entire world, and you have to gather every single one to make a magical dragon appear and grant you any wish you desire. Hearing this, Pilaf became obsessed with finding the rest so he could dominate the globe. Pilaf dreamed of the dragon appearing and giving him total control over the world. Meanwhile, Bulma was busy giving Goku a crash course on the legend of the 7 Dragon Balls. She explained that each sphere is unique because it features a specific number of stars on its surface, and this number actually serves a very important purpose. The stars indicate the ball's rank or order within the set. For example, Goku's ball had 4 stars, making it the 4th one in the sequence. Bulma, being pretty clever, decided to trick Goku into coming along as her personal bodyguard because of his raw strength. She gave him a big smile and asked him if he'd like to help her out. She suggested they team up and find the remaining 4 balls together, since they already had 3. She showed him her Dragon Radar, a genius invention she built specifically to pinpoint the location of the spheres. With that settled, she pulled out a special case as they prepared to start their grand adventure. She explained that the case contained Hoi Poi capsules, which could transform into basically anything they might need. Bulma tossed one on the ground and it instantly turned into a sleek motorcycle. They hopped on and sped off, but their journey was quickly interrupted by a massive, dinosaur-like monster that suddenly blocked their path. The beast snatched Bulma up and flew away into the sky. Goku was so incredibly naive that he didn't even realize he was supposed to rescue her until she started screaming for her life. He quickly gunned the motorcycle, launched it into the air, and used his extending power pole to bash the monster and save her from its clutches. After that narrow escape, they continued their trek until the sun began to set. Bulma pulled out another Hoi Poi capsule, and this time it transformed into a fully furnished house. Goku's jaw hit the floor as he stepped inside. He was absolutely floored by things as simple as electric lights and modern comfort. He was even more stunned when he saw a television for the first time, as he'd never seen such high-tech gadgets before. Bulma, on the other hand, was still trying to wrap her head around the fact that this kid had a tail. Later that night, Goku went out to hunt for some food, while Emperor Pilaf continued his desperate search for the remaining balls. Pilaf was frustrated at having only 1 ball, but his assistants Mai and Shu approached him with a lead. They suggested that more Dragon Balls might be hidden in a terrifying place called the Valley of Rat Wujigadani. Pilaf didn't hesitate. He ordered them to take the aircraft and investigate the area immediately to see if the rumors were true. While they were flying, Goku spotted the aircraft from the ground and honestly thought it was some kind of giant bird that he could catch and eat. When the plane eventually landed, he rushed over to hunt, but a pack of hungry wolves suddenly appeared and surrounded the entire group looking for a meal. Mei and Shu were terrified and scrambled back into their plane to escape, leaving Goku to fight the wolves alone. He beat them back and even used his power pole to knock the plane out of the sky. But when he finally touched the metal wreckage, he realized it wasn't edible. Disappointed, he just grabbed a wolf he'd killed and headed back. He roasted the wolf over a fire and shared his story with Bulma while they ate. He told her he didn't know his parents and was raised by his grandfather's son Gohan, who had found him abandoned in the mountains as a tiny baby. After their talk, Goku and Bulma finally settled in for the night and went to sleep. The next morning, they were greeted by a stray turtle near their house. The poor thing was lost and desperate to return to the ocean, so Goku offered to carry it all the way back. Bulma tagged along, but their trip was suddenly interrupted when a giant bear-like creature jumped out and ambushed them on the road. Goku effortlessly dodged the bear's sword strikes and knocked him out cold with a single hit. They eventually reached the shore and delivered the turtle to the sea. The turtle thanked them and told them to wait there because it wanted to go fetch a special thank you gift for their kindness. Meanwhile, Mai and Shu returned to Pilaf with bad news. They didn't find anything in the valley. However, Pilaf had just received a new tip that a Dragon Ball was in the possession of someone known as the Hermit of the Sea. Mai couldn't believe Pilaf was coming along since he's usually so lazy, but they all boarded the aircraft to find the hermit. Back at the beach, the turtle returned to Goku and Bulma, bringing along an old man. The old man introduced himself as Master Roshi, the Hermit of the Sea. To thank Goku for saving his friend, he decided to give him a unique gift. He summoned a magical golden cloud called the Flying Nimbus or Kinto-Un, and told Goku he could use it to fly anywhere he wanted at high speeds. Roshi explained that the cloud had a special rule. Only those with a pure heart could ride it. Roshi tried to get on himself, but he fell right through because he wasn't pure enough. Goku, however, hopped right on and was able to fly perfectly. Bulma then noticed that Roshi was wearing a Dragon Ball around his neck. Bulma asked if she could have the ball as a reward for helping the turtle too, and Roshi surprisingly agreed. Now the duo had 4 balls in total. They packed up their capsule house and got ready to continue their search for the remaining 3 spheres scattered across the land. Before they left, Bulma tried to get on the Nimbus with Goku, but the cloud wouldn't hold her since she wasn't pure of heart. She had to ride her motorcycle alongside him instead. Meanwhile, Roshi returned home only to find Pilaf and his crew snooping around, looking for the Dragon Ball he had just given away. Roshi told them he'd already given the ball to a young boy and a girl who had headed off recently. Pilaf and his assistants hopped in their plane to chase them down, but the aircraft was faulty and ended up crashing right into the ocean, leaving them stranded and unable to catch up with our heroes. Stuck in the water, Pilaf's team failed to reach them. Meanwhile, Goku and Bulma kept following the Dragon Radar until it led them toward a 5th Dragon Ball hidden in a nearby village. When they arrived, however, they were surprised to find the place looking like a ghost town, completely deserted and eerily quiet. Goku, curious as ever, broke down a door to investigate a house, and the man immediately attacked him with an axe. However, the blade shattered against Goku's incredibly tough skull. The man realized his mistake and apologized, explaining that he thought Goku was a terrifying monster named Oolong. The villager told them that Oolong was a terrifying shapeshifter who was tormenting the village and kidnapping their daughters. Bulma saw an opportunity and offered to handle Oolong, but only if the villagers agreed to give them the Dragon Ball they were hiding. In exchange for their help, a woman named Paozu showed them the ball and promised it to them if they could stop Oolong's reign of terror. Bulma decided to dress Goku up in a girl's outfit to act as bait. She told Goku to let Oolong kidnap him so he could find the monster's hidden base and take him out from the inside. She reminded Goku that he was strong enough to handle it. Oolong eventually showed up to claim his prize. But when he realized that the girl was actually a very strong little boy, he became furious. He transformed into a giant bull to intimidate him, but then he suddenly turned tail and vanished, hiding in his true form. Oolong's true form was a small pig-like creature. He grumbled about how his transformations only last for 5 minutes and require a 1-minute cooldown before he can use them again. Goku went searching for him, but because Oolong had changed back into a small pig, Goku didn't even realize it was him at first. Once his minute was up, Oolong transformed again and tried to test Goku's strength, asking if he could break some bricks. Goku casually smashed the bricks with a single finger, which absolutely terrified Oolong. He turned into a bat and tried to fly away, but Goku hopped on his Nimbus and gave chase immediately. When Oolong's 5 minutes were up, he reverted to his normal form and fell. Goku caught him and forced him to apologize to the village. They went to his mansion to rescue the kidnapped girls. But it turned out they were actually having a great time living in luxury and didn't really want to go back to their old lives. Despite the girls being happy, Palsu kept her promise and handed over the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Now they had 5 balls in total. Bulma decided to force Oolong to join their team, thinking his ability to change shape would be incredibly useful for the rest of their journey across the world. They used another Hoi Poi capsule to create a boat and followed the radar toward a place called Mount Frypan. Oolong was shaking in his boots, warning them that the mountain was home to a brutal tyrant known as the Ox King, a legendary and incredibly powerful emperor of monsters that they should avoid. Oolong warned them that the Ox King was dangerously strong, but Bulma tried to calm him down with some candy. However, as soon as they reached land, Bulma realized her entire bag of capsules had gone missing. She was completely panicked, wondering how they would ever finish the journey without their supplies. Without the capsules, Oolong tried to use the confusion to run away from Mount Frypan, but Bulma revealed her secret. The candy she gave him was actually PP candy. She explained that every time she said a certain word, it would give him an immediate and very painful case of diarrhea. She warned him not to even think about escaping. Realizing he was trapped, Oolong reluctantly transformed into a motorcycle to help them travel, but he wasn't strong enough to carry them for long. They ended up walking until they were exhausted, and Bulma eventually fell into a deep sleep. That's when a desert bandit named Yamcha and his shape-shifting cat companion Puar showed up to rob them. Yamcha demanded they hand over all their money and capsules immediately. Interestingly, Puar actually knew Oolong from their days at shape-shifting school. Apparently, they had quite a history. Puar told Yamcha that Oolong used to bully him back in school because he could transform just as well. Oolong hid behind Goku and begged him to fight the bandit, but Goku hesitated. He told Oolong that he didn't feel like Yamcha was actually a truly evil person worth fighting. Yamcha attacked anyway, forcing Goku to dodge his sword strikes. Goku counterattacked with his power pole, knocking Yamcha back. When Yamcha got up, he was shocked by the weapon and asked who gave it to him. Goku proudly told him it was a gift from his late grandfather, Son Gohan. Yamcha was stunned, recognizing Gohan as one of the greatest legends in martial arts history. However, he told Goku he wouldn't be going easy on him. He then unleashed his signature, Wolf Fang Fist technique, raining down a flurry of powerful blows on Goku to try and overwhelm him. Goku bounced back and announced his own special style, the Rock Paper Scissors technique. He landed a heavy rock punch, followed it with a scissors strike, and finished with a paper push. Yamcha tried to charge back in, but right then Bulma suddenly woke up from her nap. As soon as Yamcha saw Bulma, he panicked and retreated immediately. As he has a massive weakness, he's absolutely terrified of girls. After he left, Oolong revealed he'd been hiding a portable house capsule from them. He finally set it up, and the three of them moved in to rest for the night. While they were relaxing inside, Yamcha and Puar were lurking outside in the dark. They overheard Goku and Oolong discussing the Dragon Balls and their mission. Yamcha decided then and there that he was going to steal the entire set of balls for himself. Meanwhile, Oolong was planning his own betrayal. Oolong tried to sneak some sleeping medicine into Goku and Bulma's juice so he could steal the balls and make a run for it. They eventually passed out, but before he could act, Yamcha and Puar broke in to do the same thing. Puar even transformed himself into a perfect copy of Goku to help with the heist. Puar's plan was to lure Bulma outside so Yamcha wouldn't have to face his fear, but she was out cold. Oolong, seeing Goku and wanting to hide his own theft, transformed into a copy of Bulma. It was a complete mess of secret identities, with everyone pretending to be someone else. Oolong left the house with Puar, thinking he was the real Goku. Meanwhile, Yamcha tried to grab the balls but realized Bulma was still inside and fled in terror. In the end, nobody managed to steal anything. The next morning, Mai and Shu showed up and planted a bomb on the house to take the balls by force. Goku and the others started moving toward Mount Frypan, oblivious to the bomb. Yamcha was following them and decided to fire a missile, which ended up wrecking their portable house. Goku jumped out, frustrated, and told Yamcha that he was too hungry to fight properly the night before. Goku lunged at Yamcha and landed a solid punch right to his face, forcing the bandit to retreat for the third time. Yamcha realized he couldn't beat them yet, so he decided to let them find all 7 Dragon Balls first before stealing the whole set. Goku and his friends then had to continue on foot. While they were walking, Mai and Shu arrived at the wreckage of the house, thinking their bomb was what destroyed it. They rushed inside to find the balls, but their own bomb exploded right in their faces. Meanwhile, Goku and the group were still trekking along, slowly making their way toward the flaming mountain. Yamcha eventually caught up to them and pretended to be sorry for everything he'd done. He offered them a car capsule as a peace offering to help them reach their destination faster. However, it was all a ruse. He only gave them the vehicle so he could easily track their location with a hidden transmitter. Yamcha followed them from a distance using the buggy planet. After 2 days of traveling, Goku and the others finally arrived at Mount Frypan, only to find it engulfed in an eternal inferno. Oolong reminded them of his warning about the terrifying Ox King who lived right in the middle of that mess. Oolong was sure they'd never get the 6th Dragon Ball from the Ox King's castle behind all those flames. Nearby, Yamcha was still watching them when he spotted a young girl being chased by a dinosaur. She actually killed the beast herself and then attacked Yamcha, but he managed to knock her out during the scuffle. Yamcha decided to stay hidden and keep observing. Meanwhile, Goku tried to fly through the fire on his flying Nimbus, but the heat was so intense it singed his tail and he crashed. Suddenly, the massive Ox King loomed over Bulma and Oolong, terrifying them just as Goku came rushing back to help. Goku attacked the giant with everything he had, but his strikes didn't even leave a scratch. The Ox King stopped the fight when he noticed Goku's Nimbus and Power Pole, asking where he got such rare treasures. Goku told him they were gifts from his late grandfather Gohan and an old man named Roshi. The Ox King was shocked, explaining that he and Gohan were both star pupils of Master Roshi. He asked Goku for a big favor, go to Roshi and borrow the Bancho fan, a magical tool that could put out the mountain's fire. He needed the fire gone to save his castle and his treasure. He also asked Goku to find his daughter, Chi-Chi, who had headed toward Roshi's place the day before. Yamcha, watching from the shadows, suddenly realized that Chi-Chi was the same girl he had knocked out earlier. Goku listened to the request and agreed to help the giant martial artist. Goku told the Ox King he'd help as long as he received the Dragon Ball in return. The giant agreed, saying he had no idea what the ball was for and didn't care to keep it. Goku took off on his Nimbus and soon found Chi-Chi on the road, offering her a ride to their destination. While they were flying, Chi-Chi accidentally grabbed Goku's tail, causing him to lose all his strength. He warned her never to do that again since his tail is his absolute weakest point. Luckily, the Nimbus carried Chi-Chi without any issues because she had a pure heart, just like Goku, and they eventually reached Master Roshi's home. Chi-Chi immediately attacked Roshi with a blade from her helmet to test if he was the legendary master. Roshi didn't dodge and actually got hurt, making Chi-Chi doubt he was the real deal. To prove his identity, the old man pulled out his martial arts license and confirmed he was indeed the one and only mutant Roshi. Master Roshi told Goku he actually wanted the Dragon Ball back from Bulma and would give her anything else in exchange. Goku told him straight up that Bulma probably wouldn't agree to that deal. He reminded the old master that they were primarily there to borrow the Bancho fan for the Ox King. Roshi admitted that he'd long since turned the magical fan into a flower vase and then misplaced it. However, he offered to go back with them and personally put out the fire himself. He then called for a flying turtle named Gamera to act as his transport for the trip to the mountain. Roshi soared through the air on Gamera and followed them back to Mount Frypan. The Ox King gave them a warm welcome, and Roshi prepared to demonstrate his power. He took off his shirt, looking frail at first, but then he suddenly gathered his energy and transformed into a powerhouse of pure muscle. Everyone was absolutely stunned by Roshi's physical transformation. He then unleashed his legendary signature move, the Kamehameha. Yamcha, watching in awe, explained that this technique focuses all of one's internal energy into a single, devastating blast of power released all at once. The blast was so incredibly powerful that it completely extinguished the flames, but it also obliterated the castle and the entire mountain. With the fire gone, Bulma and Oolong used the Dragon Radar to sift through the massive piles of debris, searching for the Dragon Ball that had been hidden in the castle. Goku was so inspired that he tried to mimic the move himself. He managed to fire a small Kamehameha that wrecked the car they came in, though it wasn't nearly as strong as Roshi's. Master Roshi was shocked that a kid could copy it so quickly, and the Ox King proudly reminded him that Goku was Gohan's grandson. Roshi remembered Gohan telling him about a baby boy he found and raised in the mountains. He was so impressed that he invited Goku to come live with him and trying to become even stronger. Goku told him he'd love to, but only after they finished their mission to find all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma eventually found the ball in the wreckage, bringing their total to 6. With only 1 ball left to find, the Ox King gave them a new vehicle to continue their journey. They said their goodbyes and headed off. Yamcha and Puar used another capsule to keep tracking them as they entered a nearby city. Bulma went to buy more supplies, but she was baffled because everyone in the city seemed completely terrified of her for some reason, and she couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. A local eventually explained that her bunny ears were the problem a dangerous gang called the Rabbit Mob wore the exact same ears and terrorized the city. People thought she was one of them. Bulma quickly took the ears off and tried to walk through the city normally, but the real trouble was just beginning. 2 actual members of the Rabbit Mob showed up and started harassing the locals. They cornered Bulma and ordered her to come with them, pointing their weapons at her. Goku didn't hesitate for a second. He lunged at the first thug and knocked him out, then used his pole to take down the second one. The defeated thugs called for their boss to come quickly, and the entire city went into hiding out of pure fear. Soon the leader arrived, a literal giant rabbit. He walked straight up to Bulma and touched her, causing a shocking transformation that took everyone by surprise. With just a touch, the boss turned Bulma into a literal carrot. He ordered his men to attack Goku while they held her hostage. Yamcha and Por, watching from nearby, realized they had to intervene. They explained that this Usaiji Ninjinka technique was a terrifying power that turned anyone he touched into food. Yamcha knew if the boss ate the carrot, Bulma would be gone forever. Por transformed into a bird and swooped in to snatch the Bulma carrot away, while Yamcha jumped out and beat back the boss's assistants. The rabbit boss was furious and tried to chase after Por to get his prize back. Por accidentally dropped the carrot during the chase and everyone scrambled for it. Goku was faster than the boss and managed to grab the carrot first. He then pulled out his power pole and started hammering the rabbit boss, demanding that he turn Bulma back into a human immediately or else. The boss was so scared that he reversed the transformation and brought Bulma back. Goku then rounded up the whole gang, used his pole to launch them all the way to the moon, and left them there to rot. The city threw a massive celebration for their hero, and then our team set off to find the very last ball. They were heading straight for Emperor Pilaf, who had the final ball. But Pilaf was ready. May had built her own radar and knew exactly when they were approaching. She put Shu inside a high-tech robotic battlesuit and sent him to intercept them. Shu didn't waste any time and launched a missile right at their vehicle. The explosion wrecked their car, and Shu quickly stole their entire bag of capsules and DragonBallZ before making a break for it. He ditched the robot and hopped into a plane with Mai to escape. Goku jumped on his Nimbus and gave chase, but he only managed to find the empty robot suit they had left behind. Goku was so naive that he actually tried to have a conversation with the empty robot suit, thinking it was the thief. Eventually, he just knocked it over and returned to Bulma, telling her he beat the monster, but couldn't find the balls. Bulma was heartbroken, realizing the thieves now had almost every ball. Bulma thought they'd lost everything, but Goku suddenly pulled his 4-star ball out of his pocket. Bulma was overjoyed, realizing the enemy only had 6 balls. Yamcha then showed up in his own craft and offered them a ride, so they could chase Pilaf and get their treasures back before it was too late. Yamcha was secretly planning to steal the balls for himself once they got them back from Pilaf, though he was still super nervous around Bulma. They finally reached Pilaf's massive castle, and Goku used his incredible strength to force open the front gates so they could sneak inside and confront the Emperor. Pilaf had the whole castle rigged with deadly traps. As soon as they stepped inside, they were swarmed by hungry bats. Once they fought them off, giant boulders started rolling toward them from every direction. Goku and Yamcha had to work together, smashing the rocks to keep their friends from getting crushed. They found some arrows on the walls and followed them, but it was just another of Pilaf's tricks that led them into a sealed room. Pilaf appeared on a monitor and demanded they hand over the last Dragon Ball. When they refused to cooperate, he filled the room with a potent sleeping gas that knocked them all out. While they were unconscious, Mai entered the room wearing a gas mask, found the 4-star ball on Goku, and rushed it back to Pilaf. He finally had all 7. However, Mai had accidentally left one of the secret passages open, so when the group eventually woke up, they realized they had a chance to escape. They escaped the room and started hunting for Pilaf, who was heading to the roof to summon the dragon. Pilaf hadn't made his wish yet, so they were hot on his heels. He ducked into his control room and used the castle's mechanical walls to attack them, trying to slow them down as he prepared for the final ritual. That villain Pilaf wasn't done yet. He conjured a massive, menacing orb to chase our heroes throughout the entire castle. They were running for their lives in every direction until he managed to trap them between 2 solid walls once again. With a smirk, he told them he was heading off right now to summon the dragon and finally make his wish. He declared his grand ambition to rule the entire world and walked off to the summoning site. Sensing the urgency, Yamcha shouted at Goku to blast the wall with a Kamehameha to break them out. Goku gave it his best shot and fired the beam, but he only managed to blow a tiny little hole through the thick barrier. Through that small opening, Por and Oolong quickly transformed into bats and fluttered out, hoping to reach Pilaf in time to snatch the Dragon Balls away. Unfortunately, they were just a second too late. Pilaf had already lined up the 7 orbs and chanted the ancient words for the dragon to appear and grant his deepest desire. Suddenly, the legendary Shenron burst forth in a terrifying display of power, asking Pilaf what his wish would be. Just as the tyrant was about to open his mouth to claim world domination, Oolong swooped in at lightning speed to intercept. He shouted his own request to the dragon before Pilaf could get a single word out. In a panic, Oolong yelled out that he wanted a pair of comfortable underwear. The dragon actually granted it, dropping the garment right there and declaring the wish fulfilled. With that, Shenron vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the globe once more while a stunned Goku watched it all happen. Goku didn't waste time and blasted the wall again with another Kamehameha, allowing him, Bulma, and Yamcha to finally escape their prison. Meanwhile, Pilaf was absolutely livid that his wish was stolen from under his nose. He screamed at his henchmen to find and eliminate Oolong and the rest of the gang immediately. The minions unleashed a pack of vicious dogs to hunt them down, and Yamcha fought back bravely, fending off the animals until Pilaf's crew finally cornered and captured them again. They were locked in a special room where Yamcha insisted they had to find a way out so they could start the hunt for the Dragon Balls all over again. Bulma had some bad news though. She explained that once a wish is granted, the balls don't just move, they turn into plain old stones. They remain useless rocks for at least an entire year before they regain their magical glow and power, meaning their quest was effectively on hold for a very long time. So, a year of waiting was the minimum requirement. Just then, Pilaf taunted them, screaming about how they ruined his destiny. He revealed that their new cell had a glass ceiling designed to magnify the scorching morning sun, which would essentially cook them alive the moment daybreak arrived. Goku and Yamcha desperately tried to smash their way out of the glass room, but nothing worked. Resigned to his fate, Puar looked up at the night sky and said if they were going to die, he at least wanted to admire the beautiful full moon one last time. Hearing this, Goku had a sudden, worried thought. Goku dropped a bombshell on the group. He recalled that his late grandfather warned him never to look at a full moon, though he never understood why at the time. One night, he accidentally broke that rule and stared right at the glowing moon, and suddenly, a terrifying monster appeared and ended his grandfather's life. The group stood there paralyzed with fear, asking Goku if he remembered what that monster looked like. Goku said he couldn't recall, but as he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the moon himself. In an instant, his body began to swell and transform into a massive, primal beast that looked just like a giant gorilla. This enormous great ape smashed through the glass room and started laying waste to the entire fortress. Yamcha acted fast, grabbing his friends to run for cover. Despite his crippling phobia of women, he forced himself to pick up Bulma and carry her to safety, proving that survival was more important than his nerves. As Yamcha's fear finally began to fade, Pilaf and his lackeys scrambled into a plane to escape the crumbling castle. From the air, Mai opened fire on the giant Goku, even launching a missile that managed to knock him down. However, the beast was incredibly resilient and climbed right back onto his feet. Goku hurled a massive chunk of debris at the plane, bringing it crashing down. Then the wild beast lunged forward and grabbed Bulma, looking like he might actually eat her. Proud screamed to Yamcha that Goku's tail was his only weakness, so Yamcha charged in with his Wolfang fist technique to pin the tail down. With Yamcha holding the tail, Puar transformed into a pair of giant scissors and snipped it right off. Immediately, the massive ape began to shrink back into a little boy until he collapsed into a deep sleep. Pilaf and his crew fled into the night, and by the next morning, Goku woke up with absolutely no memory of the chaos. After putting on some spare clothes from Oolong, Goku found it nearly impossible to keep his balance without his tail. Bulma pulled everyone aside and strictly warned them never to tell Goku that he was the monster responsible for his grandfather's death. Meanwhile, after Yamcha's heroic rescue the night before, things changed. Bulma had completely fallen for Yamcha. She confessed to Goku that her original plan was to wish for a husband, but now she had Yamcha, so they were heading to the city to live together. She invited Goku to join them, but he politely declined, explaining that he had other plans for his future. Goku decided he was going to seek out Master Roshi for some serious training. He promised that in a year's time, he would set out to find the Dragon Balls again, specifically to recover the 4-star ball his grandfather gave him. With a cheerful wave, he said his goodbyes and went on his way. While his friends were flying toward the city, their plane suddenly malfunctioned and crashed, forcing them to finish the journey on foot. At the same time, Goku hopped on his Nimbus Cloud and flew back to his humble mountain home. He gathered his meager belongings and prepared for the next chapter of his life. Goku arrived at Master Roshi's island and immediately raided the fridge, eating every scrap of food in sight. When he asked for training, Roshi agreed, but only on one condition. Goku had to find and bring back a beautiful, strong woman to live at the house. Roshi described her as older, shy, yet possessing a fiery temper. Goku set off on his search, but he kept bringing back women who weren't at all what Roshi wanted, leading to constant rejections. Eventually, a small boat pulled up to the shore, and a young boy named Krillin stepped out. He introduced himself as a dedicated student who had traveled a long way to seek the master's wisdom. Krillin handed Roshi a gift book to win his favor and pleaded to be trained. Goku couldn't help but stare at the newcomer, bluntly asking him why he was bald and commenting that his head looked exactly like a shiny bowling ball. Krillin wasn't exactly thrilled by the observation. Slightly annoyed, Krillin explained that, as a practitioner of the Budo martial arts, shaving one's head was a standard requirement for all serious fighters. Roshi then told Krillin that if he wanted to train, he'd have to team up with Goku to find that perfect girl. Krillin tried to hop onto the flying Nimbus to leave. The moment Krillin touched the Nimbus, he fell right through it. Roshi laughed, pointing out that only those with pure hearts can ride the cloud, suggesting Krillin had some shady motives. Krillin quickly defended himself, claiming his only goal was to become the most powerful brutal warrior in existence. Roshi told Krillin that if he clung tightly to Goku, the cloud would still carry him. He promised once more to train them both if they returned with the girl. They zipped off, and as they searched, we see a dangerous wanted criminal named Launch, who is currently being pursued by the police. Launch was a unique case. Every time she sneezed, her entire personality and appearance flipped. With blue hair, she was a sweet, innocent girl. While in a bar, Launch sneezed and turned into her criminal blonde self, immediately trashing the place and attacking everyone inside. She didn't stop there, though. She went on to hijack a moving train. The police were hot on her heels as she sped away from her latest crime scene. As she was fleeing, she had a bit of a tumble and sneezed again, reverting back to her kind, blue-haired form with no memory of what she'd just done. Goku and Krillin happened to spot her while they were flying by, and having no idea she was a notorious criminal, they decided to check on her. When the police caught up, the boys actually stood their ground to defend the girl. Krillin ducked for cover while Goku made quick work of the officers. Convinced she was the one Roshi was looking for, they took her back to the island. When they arrived, Roshi claimed she was his long-lost daughter. Roshi spun a ridiculous web of lies, telling Launch that her mother had taken her away when she was just a baby, which is why she didn't recognize him. Of course he was totally lying just to keep her around. Launch wasn't his daughter at all. He was just being his usual perverted self. He had tricked the boys into finding him a girl under false pretenses simply because he liked having pretty women around. Suddenly, Launch sneezed, turned blonde, and started blasting the house with a machine gun. Everyone scrambled for cover until she sneezed again, returning to her sweet self and apologizing for the mess. She explained her strange condition, which kept everyone on edge. Roshi then packed up his entire house into a capsule and moved the whole operation to a larger island to begin the training. After setting the house back up, they all lived in constant fear that a stray dust particle might set off another blonde Launch rampage. While Launch went inside to prepare a meal, Roshi called the boys out for their first official test. He pointed to a tree exactly 100 meters away from a specific rock, and told them he wanted to see which of them could sprint the distance the fastest, pitting the two young rivals against each other. Krillin was quite confident and clocked in at a respectable 10.5 seconds. However, Goku blew him away by finishing in just 8.5 seconds. Krillin was stunned by Goku's speed, but their jaws both dropped when Master Roshi himself took a turn and sprinted the distance in a mere 5 seconds. The boys were speechless at the old man's prowess. Roshi then sent Goku to get him some soda, but Goku was so sheltered he didn't even know what soda was. Roshi sighed, telling him that true martial arts required both physical strength and mental sharpness, and that he intended to push them both past human limits. As the sun began to set, Roshi pulled out a small stone, marked it with a symbol, and threw it deep into the dense forest. He gave the boys exactly 30 minutes to find it, declaring that whoever brought the stone back would get dinner, while the loser would have to go to bed hungry. He even added that if neither of them found it, they'd both be starving tonight. They bolted into the woods and reached a steep cliff. Goku dove right in, using his incredible sense of smell to track the scent of Master Roshi on the stone, while Krillin decided to take a much more devious approach. Krillin figured he could just find a random rock and fake the symbol, so he presented a forged stone to Roshi. The master immediately saw through the trick, smacked him on the head, and told him to go find the real one. Krillin went back into the woods just as Goku actually managed to locate the genuine stone. Seeing Goku with the prize, Krillin snatched it and ran, leading to a frantic chase and a brief scuffle. Krillin then feigned surrender and tricked Goku by throwing a fake stone into the distance. While Goku went to retrieve it, Krillin sprinted back to Roshi with the real rock, winning the contest through sheer cunning. Krillin enjoyed a feast while poor Goku went hungry. The following day, the real girling work began. Roshi took them to a milk delivery station and announced that they would be delivering milk across the entire region on foot. This wasn't just walking, though it was a high-intensity workout designed to build their stamina. They had to cover several kilometers, with the first leg of the journey consisting of nothing but hopping. They spent the first half of the route jumping from place to place with heavy milk crates. Once that was done, they moved on to the second stage, which involved even more complicated movements to keep them moving. They had to run in zigzag patterns, which left Krillin completely exhausted, but he pushed through it. Finally, Roshi led them up a massive, never-ending staircase to complete the deliveries. At the top, Roshi told them that if they kept this up, he would allow them to enter the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku had no idea what the Tenkaichi Budokai was, so Krillin explained it's a legendary competition held every 5 years in the South City where the world's strongest fighters gathered to test their skills. Motivated by the prospect of the tournament, the boys finished their rounds and continued their daily training regimen. The training didn't stop at milk. Roshi made them run through soft sand, stand under freezing waterfalls, and dash through the woods. They collapsed at home, totally spent, only for Roshi to reveal that delivering milk would be their daily morning warm-up for the next 8 months. It was going to be a long road. While the boys were suffering on the island, Yamcha had joined a formal martial arts dojo to sharpen his skills for the upcoming tournament. Bulma, Oolong, and Puar were right there by his side, cheering him on as he pushed his limits to ensure he was ready to compete against the best in the world. Back on the island, Roshi kept adding more layers to the boys' routine. He even made them plow an entire field using nothing but their bare hands. After a quick breakfast, they were right back at it, moving on to their next lesson, which surprisingly involved something other than physical labor. They spent time studying and learning to read and write, followed by a lunch break and a short nap. Once they woke up, Roshi took them to a construction site to work alongside the laborers. This was yet another way to build their muscles and endurance while being productive members of society. The boys were surprisingly efficient at the construction work. When they finished, Goku asked when they would finally start learning actual fighting moves. Roshi explained that they needed to build a rock-solid foundation of strength first, and that these chores were actually the secret to becoming powerful enough to master the arts. To demonstrate, Roshi pushed a massive boulder. Goku immediately tried to do the same, and to Roshi's absolute shock, the boy actually managed to move it. Thinking quickly to save face, Roshi pointed to an even more gargantuan rock nearby and claimed that that was the one he really meant for them to move. Goku tried to move the giant boulder but couldn't quite do it yet. Next, Roshi took them for some swimming practice, but there was a catch. The lake was infested with hungry sharks. He told them to swim all the way to the opposite shore and back, making sure to stay ahead of the predators. They dove in and had to swim for their lives, narrowly dodging shark bites until they made it back. Then, Roshi tied them to a tree and stirred up a nest of angry bees. He commanded them to dodge every single sting, which was meant to improve their reflexes and spatial awareness under pressure. The boys got stung plenty of times and collapsed from exhaustion by sunset. Roshi then dropped another bombshell. Starting the next day, they would have to wear heavy turtle shells on their backs during all of these activities to further increase the intensity of their training. Months passed with this brutal routine until 7 months had gone by. With only 1 month left before the tournament, the boys had grown incredibly powerful. They were finally able to move that massive boulder that had once seemed impossible, proving just how much their hard work had paid off. Roshi explained that he didn't need to teach them specific techniques yet because all the chores they had been doing were actually disguised martial arts training. Meanwhile, Yamcha was out in the wilderness, pushing himself to the limit in isolation to ensure he'd be a worthy competitor. Yamcha returned to the city much stronger than before. To get him ready for the big day, Bulma gave him a fresh haircut. Back at the island, the day before the tournament, Goku and Krillin were finally allowed to take off those heavy turtle shells, and the results were shocking. They felt light as a feather and moved with incredible speed. Launch gifted them with new martial arts uniforms, and they set off with Master Roshi to the city. Goku was absolutely amazed by the sights of the big city. Seeing it for the very first time as they approached the tournament grounds, they signed up for the competition, and while waiting, Yamcha spotted Goku and came over to say hello. Goku didn't even recognize him at first because of the new haircut. Soon, they were reunited with Bulma, Puar, and Oolong, who had all come to support their friends in the big fight. Oolong greeted Goku, and the next day the tournament was set to begin. Master Roshi officially registered Goku and Krillin as fighters and told them they would be up first in the preliminary round. And if they won, they would advance to the next stage. Roshi expressed his full confidence that both of them would make it into the final 8. They entered the massive arena where the tournament chairman announced that there were 137 contestants in total, all vying for a spot in the legendary final rounds. The fighters were divided into 4 separate blocks, with only the top 2 from each group advancing to the finals. This meant only the Elite 8 would move on to the televised stage. The competition was going to be fierce as everyone fought for those few precious spots. The main event would be held in a large ring in front of a live audience. Each match would be a one-on-one duel where losing meant being knocked out of the ring or surrendering. The pressure was on, as even a small mistake could result in instant disqualification from the tournament, and weapons or lethal moves were strictly forbidden. The contestants drew lots to determine their brackets, and as luck would have it, Goku and Krillin were placed at the same block but far enough apart that they wouldn't have to face each other yet. Yamcha was placed in the second block. The preliminaries finally kicked off, and Goku's first match was against a massive, intimidating opponent. However, Goku moved so fast he was practically a blur, appearing behind the giant and giving him a simple nudge that sent him right out of the ring. The crowd and the other fighters were stunned that such a small boy could defeat a giant with a single touch. Goku nonchalantly returned to Krillin and advised him not to go all out if his opponent seemed weak, as there was no need to reveal their full strength too early. Suddenly, two bullies from Krillin's old temple showed up to taunt him, with one boasting that he would easily crush Krillin in the ring. Krillin was visibly shaken, telling Goku that these guys used to torment him every single day during his previous training, and he was terrified of losing to them again. Goku told him to stay calm, reminding him how much they had grown under Master Roshi's guidance. Krillin stepped into the ring, his knees still shaking as his former classmate lunged at him with a cocky grin, fully expecting another easy victory over the boy he used to bully. As the punch came, Krillin instinctively leaped high into the air and came crashing down with a counterstrike so powerful it literally broke the floor and sent the bully flying out of the arena. Yamcha also won his matches with ease, and soon all three friends had secured their spots in the final 8. The finalists were decided: Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, a beast man named Giran, and a mysterious old fighter called Jackie Chun. The competition was shaping up to be legendary, with each of these fighters showing incredible prowess during the preliminary rounds. Joining them in the top 8 were Nemu, a woman named Lan Fang, and a truly disgusting fighter named Bacterian, who is infamous for his lack of hygiene. The first match of the final stage was set: Krillin versus the foul-smelling Bacterian. As the crowd gathered, Master Roshi was nowhere to be found. The spectators were all clutching their noses because Bacterian's stench was so potent it was nauseating. As the match began, Bacterian used his horrible body odor as a tactical weapon, overwhelming his opponent with the smell alone. Krillin was nearly knocked unconscious by the fumes, but he managed to struggle back to his feet. Bacterian grabbed him in a suffocating hold, yet Krillin fought back and landed some solid hits. However, the odor was just too much, and Bacterian began to gain the upper hand, pummeling the poor boy. Goku suddenly shouted from the sidelines, pointing out a hilarious fact: Krillin doesn't even have a nose. He told Krillin that the smell was all in his head, and that he should just ignore it. Bacterian paused, shocked to realize that his opponent actually lacked the anatomy to smell him. Realizing Goku was right, Krillin stood up with renewed confidence and delivered a powerful kick that finally put Bacterian down for the count. He celebrated his victory with Goku as the announcer reminded everyone that the grand prize for winning the entire tournament was a staggering 500,000 zeni. Goku and Krillin didn't really care about the money. They were just busy looking for Master Roshi. Goku used his sharp sense of smell to track him, but the old man was still missing. Meanwhile, Jackie Chun, Lan Fang, and Namu were getting ready for their own upcoming matches in the finals. Namu was deeply focused, thinking about his impoverished village that desperately needed water. He was determined to win the prize money to save his people. At the same time, Goku was casually having a meal with the Beastman Giran, much to Krillin's disbelief that he could be so relaxed. While Goku happily ate, the announcer called for the second match: Yamcha versus Jackie Chun. Yamcha launched a flurry of attacks, but Jackie Chun evaded every single one with graceful, effortless movements, standing his ground as if he were just out for a morning stroll. Yamcha pulled out his signature Wolf Fang fist, but even that couldn't touch the mysterious old man. With a single swift counter move, Jackie Chun knocked Yamcha clean out of the ring. It was a shocking display of skill that left everyone wondering who this old guy really was. Yamcha began to suspect that Jackie Chun was actually Master Roshi in disguise. The third match featured Namu and Lan Fang. Jackie Chun watched Namu closely, sensing that the young man was carrying a heavy emotional burden beneath his stoic warrior exterior. Using a psychic connection, Jackie learned about the drought in Namu's village. The fight began, and Lan Fang used a series of quick strikes to put Namu on the defensive. It looked like Namu might actually lose the match and his chance to help his people. Namu drew strength from the thought of his village and managed to block her attacks. He countered with a powerful move that knocked her down, winning the match. The final opening round match was now set to take place between our hero Goku and the Beast Giran. Suddenly, a rainstorm forced the match to be postponed until the following day. Everyone headed to a nearby cafe, where Krillin's former temple mates started a fight with Giran. The Beastman easily overpowered them and was about to finish them off when Yamcha and Goku intervened. They told Giran to stop, but he was incredibly strong and difficult to handle. Jackie Chun stepped in to de-escalate the situation, reminding both Goku and Giran that they would have plenty of time to settle their differences in the ring the next day. Yamcha was still convinced that Jackie Chun was their master. When the next day arrived, the highly anticipated match between Goku and Giran finally began. Giran used a clever trick, telling Goku to look at his hands, and when Goku did, the beast struck with a devastating blow. Giran thought he had won after smashing Goku into a wall, but Goku stood right back up. He landed a solid punch to Giran's stomach, and then grabbed the beast by the tail, swinging him toward the edge of the ring. However, Jiren had a secret advantage. Jiren used his wings to fly back into the ring. He then trapped Goku with a sticky substance called merry-go-round gum, leaving the boy completely immobilized. He tossed Goku toward the boundary and it looked like our hero was about to be disqualified. At the last second, Goku called the Flying Nimbus and rode it back into the ring. The announcer quickly clarified that while he wouldn't be disqualified this time, using the Nimbus again was against the rules and would result in an immediate loss. The judges were lenient because Goku was unaware of the rule. Jiren tried to capitalize on the moment by attacking the still trapped Goku to finish the match. Goku was struggling desperately to break free from the sticky gum, but just couldn't quite get loose. Just then, Goku's tail suddenly grew back. He used it to anchor himself to Jiren and dodge the incoming attack. With his newfound leverage and strength, he finally managed to burst out of the gum and even smashed a hole in the arena wall to show off his power. Terrified by Goku's incredible recovery and strength, Jiren promptly surrendered. Goku was declared the winner, and the announcer interviewed both him and Krillin. When asked their ages, Krillin said he was 13. Goku asked a funny question that showed just how little he knew about the world, and the entire audience burst into laughter. The announcer has to step in and explain that it's actually a microphone designed to amplify his voice so everyone can hear him. Goku just casually mentions he's only 12 years old. While outside the ring, Yamcha confronts Jackie Chun, telling him flat out that he knows he's actually Master Roshi. Jackie Chun just ignores the accusation and walks away, and then it's finally time for the second round of the finals. This stage of the tournament features the winners from the previous round going head-to-head. The very first matchup of this bracket is a high-stakes battle between Krillin and the mysterious Jackie Chun. The fight kicks off with Krillin launching a relentless series of attacks, and Jackie is mostly just reacting until he's forced to actually block one of Krillin's strikes. After that, Jackie lands a deceptively simple punch that sends Krillin flying straight into the wall. When Krillin finally manages to get back up, he's totally stunned by what just happened. Krillin admits he couldn't even see the punch because it was moving so fast. But Goku gives him some encouragement, telling him to focus his eyes so he can track the movement. Krillin takes the advice, goes back on the offensive, and actually manages to match Jackie's speed this time. He sees the incoming punch and dodges it, but Jackie isn't finished and immediately launches a follow-up attack. Jackie connects with a powerful kick that sends Krillin crashing to the ground, and surprisingly, Jackie actually encourages him to stand back up. Once Krillin is on his feet, he pulls a clever trick by throwing a towel right in Jackie's face to blindside him, followed by a lightning-fast strike that sends Jackie flying out of the ring. Just as Jackie is about to hit the ground and lose the match, he fires off a Kamehameha wave to propel himself back into the ring. Seeing this, Yamcha's mind starts racing because he knows that Master Roshi is the only one who is supposed to be able to use that specific technique, confirming his suspicions. But meanwhile, Krillin starts his next assault. This time, Jackie pulls out the double after image technique, which allows him to move with such extreme velocity that he creates a convincing hallucination, or a fake copy of himself to distract his opponent. While the fake version stays right in front of Krillin, the real Jackie moves behind him in a flash and delivers a knockout blow that leaves Krillin unconscious. Jackie wins the match and secures his spot in the final round, where he'll eventually face off against whoever wins the battle between Goku and Namu. After the fight, Yamcha approaches Jackie again and tells him his hair has to be a wig. But when he tries to grab it, he finds it's firmly attached and not a wig at all. Confused, he steps back to watch as the time finally comes for the second match of the round, featuring the showdown between Goku and the warrior Namu. The fight between Goku and Namu begins, and Goku immediately copies the afterimage technique he just saw Jackie Chun use against Krillin. Goku vanishes from right in front of Namu and reappears behind him. But Namu is incredibly fast and manages to dodge the surprise, leading to both of them charging at each other simultaneously. Goku lands a hit that pushes Namu back, but Namu counters by dropping down and striking Goku's neck, knocking him to the floor. Namu tries to shove him out of the ring, but Goku uses his tail to grip the edge and save himself. Goku gets back up and starts spinning rapidly to attack, and it looks like he's about to win until things take a turn. Goku gets dizzy from his own spinning and falls down, giving Namu the perfect opening to leap high into the air and come down with his signature Tenku Peikeji strike. Namu lands a direct hit and declares himself the winner, noting that anyone hit by this devastating technique usually stays down for at least 10 days. To everyone's absolute shock, Goku suddenly springs back up, leaving Namu and the crowd completely speechless. Namu tries to jump back into the air to execute the Tenku Peikeji again, but this time Goku jumps up right after him, blocking the move mid-air and preventing the attack from landing. When they both land back on the stage, Goku hits Namu with a swift kick that sends him flying out of bounds, winning the match and securing his spot in the finals against Jackie Chun. Namu takes the loss like a true sportsman and shakes Goku's hand. But before he can leave, Jackie Chun pulls him aside for a private conversation. Jackie hands Namu a capsule and reveals his true identity as Master Roshi, swearing him to secrecy about it. He explains that this capsule, when filled with water, will provide enough to save Namu's village from drought. Namu is surprised and asks him if he really entered the tournament himself, to which Roshi explains his reasoning. Roshi admits that since Goku and Krillin are his students, he knew they would make it to the finals, so he joined the competition specifically to defeat them. He's worried that if they win so easily, they'll get overconfident and stop training. So he wants to show them there is always someone better. He explains that he used a wig to hide his identity, and now he needs Namu to do him a favor by disguising himself as the regular Master Roshi to trick the others and prove that Jackie and Roshi are two different people. Namu agrees to the plan and puts on the disguise, while Roshi tells Yamcha to look over there at Master Roshi standing in the distance. The plan works perfectly, and Yamcha, Goku, and Krillin are all fooled into believing that Jackie Chun and Master Roshi are separate individuals. Shortly after that, it's finally time for the grand finale of the tournament between Goku and Jackie, who is actually Roshi, and the ultimate battle begins with high intensity. Roshi launches an attack, but Goku manages to jump behind him only to get hit by a powerful kick that almost sends him out of the ring. Everyone thinks Goku is finished, but he cleverly spins his tail like a helicopter propeller to fly back into the arena and safely land on the platform. Roshi fires a Kamehameha at Goku, but Goku shocks everyone by immediately mimicking the move and firing back his own Kamehameha with equal power. The two blasts collide, knocking both of them down. Roshi gets back up, completely stunned that Goku was able to master and counter his signature technique so perfectly. Roshi moves quickly and utilizes his double after image technique again to strike Goku from behind, sending him crashing into the wall. But Goku isn't down for long. He gets up and copies the after image technique himself, though he decides to take it a step further than just making one simple fake copy. Goku actually creates two fake images instead of one, and Goku suddenly drops down from above and hits him, explaining that he was actually using a triple afterimage rather than a double. After this, Roshi starts swaying back and forth in a strange way, prompting Yamcha to shout a warning to Goku about what's coming. Yamcha warns him not to be fooled because Roshi is using the drunken fist style, swaying to throw him off and land hits. Roshi continues this erratic attack pattern until Goku creates some distance and starts jumping around Roshi like an actual monkey, claiming he has a monkey-style technique of his own to counter it. Goku lands a massive blow that knocks Roshi back, but Roshi gets back up and uses a hypnotic technique called Sleepy Boy that actually puts Goku into a deep slumber. Goku falls to the floor, and all his friends start screaming his name in a desperate attempt to wake him up before he gets counted out. Goku is completely out, but Bulma remembers how much he loves food and shouts that dinner is ready. Goku wakes up instantly at the mention of food, and as soon as he's alert, he leaps into the air and uses his Jankanbian technique, which is a martial arts style based on rock, paper, scissors. Goku hits Roshi with a powerful rock strike that actually makes him bleed. As the sun begins to set and the moon starts to appear in the sky, Roshi tells Goku that he's about to use a terrifying technique he's only ever had to use once before in his entire life, and that was against Goku's own grandfather, Gohan. Roshi unleashes the Bankaku Bikarisho, a move that converts his internal energy into a powerful electric charge. He blasts Goku with this electricity, leaving the boy in immense pain and struggling to move. Roshi demands that Goku surrender immediately, warning him that if he doesn't, the attack might actually kill him. Goku's friends are all begging him to give up for his own safety. But then the full moon finally emerges from the clouds. The moment Goku looks up and sees it, he begins a terrifying transformation into a giant ape monster, exactly like the one he became back at Emperor Pilaf's castle. The giant ape starts smashing everything in sight, causing the terrified spectators to flee for their lives. Yamcha realizes they need to cut off his tail again to stop the transformation, but Jackie Chun decides to take matters into his own hands by gathering every ounce of his energy to fire a maximum power Kamehameha. Roshi fires the massive blast, and when the smoke clears, Goku is nowhere to be seen, making everyone think he was killed. Just as they start to mourn, Roshi points out that Goku is actually safe and has returned to his normal human form. It explains that they misunderstood his intention. He wasn't trying to hit the boy at all. Roshi reveals that his target was actually the moon itself. He destroyed it so that it would never appear again and trigger Goku's transformation. Goku finally wakes up with absolutely no memory of what happened while he was an ape, and Krillin quickly gives him some new clothes to wear since his old ones were shredded. Goku puts on the clothes and the match officially resumes, with the crowd returning to their seats. Roshi is completely drained of energy and finds he can't even perform a Kamehameha anymore, but Goku manages to fire one off and attack. Roshi leaps into the air to avoid it, and Goku jumps up right after him to maintain the pressure. Goku strikes Roshi and sends him falling, leading the announcer to declare Goku the winner for knocking him out of the ring. The celebration begins, but Roshi stops everyone, pointing out that he hasn't actually touched the ground yet because he dug his feet into the side of the ring. He climbs back up, and the fight continues. The battle rages on even though both fighters are completely exhausted and have used up all their special techniques. They've been going at it for 4 straight hours now, relying purely on their basic martial arts skills. They trade heavy blows and injure each other repeatedly as the fight reaches its absolute limit. Both fighters jump and deliver a simultaneous kick to each other's faces, causing them both to collapse to the ground. The announcer starts the 10 count, but neither of them can get up. He then declares that the first one to stand up and say, "I am the winner," will be crowned the champion of the tournament. Goku manages to struggle to his feet first, but he's so weak he collapses before he can finish the required sentence. Roshi, however, manages to stand up and clearly declare, "I am the winner," officially winning the tournament and the 500,000 prize. Afterwards, he slips away to remove his wig and return to his true identity as Master Roshi. Roshi returns to the group and pretends he was just watching from the crowd the whole time. He praises them for being strong but gives them a vital lesson. In this world, there will always be someone stronger than you, which is why you must never stop your training. Goku, predictably, just responds by saying he's incredibly hungry. Master Roshi takes them all to a restaurant for a massive celebratory dinner to satisfy Goku's appetite. The next morning, Goku says his goodbyes, noting that it's been a full year since the dragon appeared at Pilaf's castle. So he's heading out to find the DragonBallZ again, specifically the 4-star ball that belonged to his grandfather. Goku is determined to find that 4-star ball, so Bulma reminds him that he still has the dragon radar she gave him and tells him to use it for his search. Goku heads off on his flying Nimbus, and while he sets out on his solo journey, the rest of the gang has their own plans for where they're going next. Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar head back to West City together, while Krillin decides to stay and continue his training with Master Roshi. Around that same time, Namu finally makes it back to his home village with the water capsule Roshi gave him, and he successfully brings much-needed water back to his people. Namu saves his village from the drought, but his grandfather tells him something strange is going on with their usual water supply. He explains that the riverbed has been dry for a long time, and it looks like someone or something has intentionally blocked the flow of water from reaching their village farther upstream. The grandfather hopes that the legendary moving oasis will drift closer to their village to help them. When Namu asks what that is, his grandfather describes it as a mystical oasis full of fresh water that moves through the desert, and he's praying it comes near them so they can survive the current crisis. Namu decides he's not going to just wait around, he's going to find out who is blocking the river. As he sets off, he gets ambushed and snatched up by a flying monster, but luckily Goku happens to be nearby. Goku sees what's happening and uses his power pole to strike the monster and rescue Namu from its clutches. Goku saves Namu, and because Namu is pure of heart, he's actually able to ride on the flying Nimbus. They travel together to a village populated by monsters, and discover that these creatures have built a massive dam that is diverting all the water away from Namu's village. Namu begs them to take the dam down, but they won't budge. The monsters refuse to destroy the dam and even start attacking, but then their leader appears, and it turns out to be Girin from the World Martial Arts Tournament. Girin tells Goku and Namu that they actually want the dam gone now, but don't know how to break it themselves, and he challenges them to try if they think they can. Goku doesn't hesitate and blasts the dam wide open with a Kamehameha, letting the water flow back toward Namu's village. However, by the time Goku and Namu get back, a massive sandstorm has swept through and buried the newly arrived water under tons of sand, leaving Namu feeling like all their hard work was for nothing. Just when things seem hopeless, the moving oasis suddenly appears right at Namu's village. The villagers are overjoyed, and the grandfather tells Namu that this is exactly the miracle he was talking about. They can finally get all the water they need, and the crisis facing Namu's village is officially solved. The next morning, Goku continues his quest for the DragonBallZ and realizes there's one located in a nearby village. As he's swimming in a lake near the outskirts, a sneaky little thief comes along and steals his dragon radar before making a run for it, leaving Goku in a tough spot. The thief takes the radar and sells it to a shopkeeper in the village. Goku manages to track the kid down and demands to know where his radar is. The thief confesses that he already sold it to a local shop owner, so Goku immediately heads off to find the shop and get his property back. While this is happening, Emperor Pilaf and his lackeys, Shu and Mai, are also hunting for the DragonBallZ using their own radar. They plan to raid the same village where the ball is hidden. However, they aren't the only ones searching. A mysterious group known as the Red Ribbon Army is also closing in. The Red Ribbon Army arrives in the village with the same goal, seizing the Dragon Ball. One of their high-ranking officers, Colonel Silver, starts searching through the houses. But it turns out the shopkeeper actually has the ball. Meanwhile, Pilaf and Mai make their move to intercept it as well. The shopkeeper tells Pilaf's team he has the ball and hands it over, and it happens to be the 4-star ball that Goku's grandfather gave him. After paying the shopkeeper and leaving, they run right into Goku, who demands the ball. Instead of handing it over, they open fire on him and make a quick getaway. Goku retrieves his dragon radar from the shopkeeper and starts chasing them down. Shu eventually picks him up in Pilaf's massive flying fortress, and Goku follows close behind on his flying Nimbus. But, as they're flying through the air, things start going wrong for Pilaf's crew. The Dragon Ball they have ends up breaking, and May realizes they were tricked. The shopkeeper gave them a fake and kept the real one for himself. Shortly after, Colonel Silver and the Red Ribbon Army storm the shop and kill the owner to take the ball. But it turns out he didn't even have the real one on him anymore. The real ball was actually hidden in a nest on top of the shop, and a bird flies off with it just as the army arrives. Colonel Silver receives new coordinates from headquarters regarding the actual location of the ball and immediately starts pursuing the bird to get his hands on it. Meanwhile, the Ox King and his daughter Chi-Chi are living in a village, and Chi-Chi still has Goku on her mind, telling her father that she truly wants to marry him. The Ox King is totally supportive and tells her that he'll make sure that wedding actually happens. He takes Chi-Chi to a fortune teller who predicts that Goku will be arriving in their village very soon. The Ox King is thrilled by the news and immediately starts making all the preparations for a grand wedding ceremony for Goku and Chi-Chi. While Goku is still busy, Goku is still in hot pursuit of Pilaf, who accidentally falls out of his own flying fortress after opening a window. Goku dives down after him and offers to save him, but only on the condition that Pilaf hands over the Dragon Ball he's carrying. Pilaf agrees to the deal, but once Goku saves him, he hands over a fake broken ball that his assistants had hastily glued back together. Goku takes it and heads off, but as he's walking away, the fake ball literally crumbles in his hands, making him realize he's been played by Pilaf. Goku checks his dragon radar and starts tracking the real ball, which is still with that bird. He's moving as fast as he can, but Colonel Silver manages to reach the bird first. However, just as Silver spots the ball, a monster suddenly appears out of nowhere and eats the bird whole. This whole thing happens right in the Ox King's territory. When the Ox King sees the monster, he kills it so he can cook it for the wedding feast, unwittingly ending up with the Dragon Ball inside the beast's stomach. Meanwhile, Pilaf is approaching the area in his flying fortress. Pilaf sees the Ox King's signs announcing the upcoming wedding of Goku and Chi-Chi, so he comes up with a plan. He has Shu put on a mask that looks exactly like Goku's face and tells him to go down there, pretend to be Goku, and steal the Dragon Ball from the Ox King. Shu goes down with Pilaf and Mai, and the Ox King is completely fooled, thinking Shu is the real Goku. He welcomes them into the wedding preparations. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi isn't even at the village yet. She's out in the fields picking flowers. The real Goku happens to run into Chi-Chi while he's on his way to the village, and they stop to talk. Back at the village, the Ox King is waiting for his daughter to return so they can start the ceremony. But the peaceful atmosphere is shattered when Colonel Silver and the Red Ribbon Army launch a surprise attack. The army attacks the wedding site to find the Dragon Ball, and the Ox King fights back valiantly, smashing their tanks until they finally manage to trap him in a net. While the chaos is unfolding, Pilaf sneaks in, retrieves the Dragon Ball from the cooked monster's mouth, and makes a run for it with his team. Pilaf escapes before the Red Ribbon Army can catch him. Colonel Silver takes to the sky in a plane to chase Pilaf's fortress, but Shu uses the fortress's capabilities to vanish and then ambush Silver from behind, eventually shooting his plane down and sending him crashing to the ground. Goku and Chi-Chi arrive at the village and take down the remaining Red Ribbon soldiers who are still bothering the Ox King. The defeated soldiers convert their tanks into aircraft and fly off to regroup with Silver. After the battle, Goku takes a break to eat a massive meal while the Ox King explains everything that happened. Once he's full, Goku grabs his dragon radar and sets off to track down the ball that Pilaf stole. The Red Ribbon Army is also on the move, but Pilaf has headed into the desert where he has a hidden advantage. The radars show the ball is right in the middle of the wasteland. The army reaches the desert location but finds nothing on the surface, so they start digging. It turns out Pilaf has a secret underground base beneath the sands, and he's moved his entire flying fortress down there to hide and regroup away from prying eyes. Pilaf starts picking off the Red Ribbon soldiers one by one and imprisoning them. When Goku arrives, Pilaf attacks him with defensive cannons, but Goku easily destroys them all. Seeing how bad the situation is, Colonel Silver calls for immediate reinforcements to help him take over Pilaf's underground lair. Silver needs backup to storm the underground fortress, but in the meantime, Pilaf manages to trap Goku inside as well. He sends out a giant combat robot to finish Goku off, but Goku counters with the powerful Kamehameha that completely wrecks the machine. Silver's reinforcements finally arrive and the Red Ribbon pilots start relentless missile strikes against Pilaf's base. Realizing he's outgunned, Pilaf takes off in his flying fortress to escape, and Goku manages to hitch a ride by clinging to the outside of the ship. As they emerge from underground, they are met by a massive fleet of Red Ribbon fighter planes. The fortress is quickly blown out of the sky by the intense firepower. Goku escapes the explosion by calling his Nimbus, while Pilaf and his crew are forced to bail out with parachutes. Pilaf lands only to find Colonel Silver waiting for him. Silver takes the Dragon Ball and heads back to the Red Ribbon headquarters, where he shows off his incredible strength by easily defeating his fellow soldiers in a boxing training session, proving he's a top-tier fighter. After the training, Silver meets with the Supreme Commander of the Red Ribbon Army. The commander has a strange little pet monster that actually manages to scratch Silver. The commander then reveals they already have 3 Dragon Balls in their possession, including the one Silver just brought back. The commander explains his goal: with 4 more balls, he'll have all 7 to summon the dragon and achieve his dream of total world domination. He orders Silver to go back out and find the remaining 4 balls at any cost, so Silver gathers a team of soldiers to resume the hunt. Goku is also still searching and finds a ball signal nearby. He comes across a group of monkeys being threatened by a dangerous monster and steps in to save them. After Goku defeats the beast, the grateful monkeys share some of their food with him. Goku falls asleep after his meal, and while he's out, the monkeys find the Dragon Ball and start playing with it. Suddenly, Silver and his men show up, setting fire to the forest and hurting the monkeys to take the ball. Goku wakes up and starts taking out the Red Ribbon soldiers one by one. Silver tries to shoot the monkey holding the Dragon Ball with a sniper rifle. Goku leaps to save the monkey, but in the struggle, the Dragon Ball falls deep into a valley. Meanwhile, far away, Krillin is busy training with Master Roshi. Krillin and Roshi take a lunch break with Launch, and Krillin wonders how Goku is doing on his journey. He asks Roshi about the true history of the Dragon Balls, and Roshi explains that it's an ancient legend. The balls were actually once a single sphere. Long ago, when humanity was pure, they used the single ball to summon the dragon and make selfless noble wishes. But as greed and evil began to spread among people, the nature of the wishes changed for the worse, causing a major shift in the ball's power. Because of the evil wishes, the ball split into 7 separate pieces and scattered across the globe to ensure that only someone with great determination could find them. That night, the Red Ribbon Army continues their search in the valley where the ball fell, but they aren't having much luck. The search is called off due to heavy rain, but they resume the next morning and still find nothing. Goku, however, uses his superior dragon radar to pinpoint the exact location, and he successfully retrieves the ball, though it turns out to be the 5-star one. Goku asks 2 Red Ribbon soldiers if they know where his grandfather's 4-star ball is, explaining it's a precious memento. The soldiers just respond by drawing their guns on him, so Goku swiftly takes them down and keeps moving forward with the balls he has. When Colonel Silver hears about this, he uses a massive cannon to shoot down the flying Nimbus. Goku falls to the ground and Silver confronts him, admitting that their radar is inferior and demanding to see Goku's. Naturally, Goku refuses to help his enemy. Silver takes off his jacket and tries to attack Goku with his bare hands, but Goku is too fast and lands a solid kick to Silver's stomach. He follows up with a tail strike that knocks the Colonel down. With his Nimbus gone, Goku decides to raid Silver's supplies for capsules. Goku finds a capsule and throws it, which releases a robot. The robot tells him to use capsule number 3 if he wants to get out of there. So Goku throws it and it turns into a plane. The robot takes the controls and flies Goku away from the area. When the Red Ribbon Commander finds out about Silver's failure, he's furious. He orders General White to eliminate Goku and retrieve the Dragon Ball at any cost. And he demands that Silver be brought to him immediately to answer for his incompetence. The commander gives Silver a harsh reprimand. Meanwhile, Goku and the robot fly toward the North Pole to find the next Dragon Ball, which happens to be the territory controlled by General White. However, the extreme cold of the Arctic starts causing serious problems. The robot pilot actually freezes solid while flying, causing the plane to crash in the snowy wasteland. General White sends his men to capture Goku, but by the time they get to the crash site, Goku is already gone. A young girl had found him and was dragging him through the snow. The girl's name is Suno, and she rescues the unconscious Goku from the freezing cold. She manages to pull him all the way to her home and tells her mother the whole story. When Goku finally wakes up, he explains to them that he's on a mission to find the Dragon Balls. The moment Goku mentioned the Dragon Balls, the villagers were gripped by fear, mistakenly thinking he was an agent of the notorious Red Ribbon Army. They explained that this ruthless military force was already scouring their village for the spheres, forcing everyone to comply with their demands under duress. To make matters worse, they had kidnapped the village mayor and issued a grim warning. If the balls weren't produced, his life would be forfeit. Realizing the misunderstanding, Goku clarified that he had absolutely nothing to do with the Red Ribbon Army. He told them he was searching for a specific ball one with 4 stars, because it was a precious keepsake from his late grandfather. After explaining the magical nature of the Dragon Balls to the astonished locals, he made a brave promise. He would personally rescue their mayor from the clutches of the Red Ribbon forces. Before they could even plan their next move, 2 red ribbon soldiers stormed the house, hell-bent on capturing Goku. Thinking fast, Goku ducked into the bathroom to stay out of sight. The soldiers didn't hesitate and opened fire directly through the bathroom door, but they vastly underestimated him. Goku emerged from the room completely unscathed, much to their shock, proving his durability once again. After easily dispatching the 2 intruders, Goku turned to Suno and reaffirmed his mission to save the mayor. However, Suno looked worried and urged him to be extremely cautious. She warned him that the Red Ribbon's regional headquarters was located inside a terrifying fortress known as Muscle Tower. It was a place of nightmares, a stronghold where the army ruthlessly eliminated anyone who dared to set foot inside. Suno's mother kindly provided Goku with a worn jacket to protect him from the freezing mountain chill before he set off. As he sprinted toward the tower, he crossed paths with 3 more soldiers who immediately began shooting. Goku skillfully used the deep snow for cover, vanishing from their sight only to reappear suddenly and knock all 3 of them out before they knew what hit them. Upon reaching the formidable Muscle Tower, Goku encountered a large group of guards under General White's command. With incredible precision, Goku extended his power pole, sweeping through all the soldiers with a single powerful strike. He then used the pole to vault himself up the tower's exterior, eager to find the mayor. General White, watching from above, smirked and remarked that it was good Goku had arrived, as he intended to kill the boy personally. General White taunted Goku over the intercom, informing him that he had only reached the 2nd floor while the mayor was being held on the very top level. He explained the tower's cruel design. Every single floor was guarded by a red ribbon warrior more powerful and dangerous than the last, specifically meant to prevent anyone from climbing. Undeterred by the challenge, Goku pushed through the doors to face his first major obstacle. On the 2nd floor, Goku was met by 4 armed guards. He began a fierce skirmish, quickly taking down 3 of them with his superior agility. Tried to shoot Goku, but Goku used his afterimage technique to confuse the guard and land a surprise hit from behind. Finishing the fight and ascended to the 3rd floor, where a much bigger threat awaited, Major Metallotron. Major Metallotron was standing ready for a showdown. Goku wasted no time and lunged forward, leaping high into the air to land a crushing blow on the giant's shoulder, momentarily knocking him down. But the massive warrior was far more resilient than he looked. He stood right back up and caught Goku in a powerful bear hug. Goku had to use every ounce of his strength to break free and get back on his feet. Goku followed up with a kick so forceful it sent Metallotron crashing through a wall. Yet the mechanical giant stood up once more and retaliated with a punch that rocked Goku. As Major Metallotron moved in for the finish, Goku delivered a fierce headbutt. Despite the damage, the Major kept coming, even opening his mouth to reveal a hidden launcher that fired a deadly missile directly at the young hero. Goku managed to dodge the incoming missile just in time, and countered with a powerful Kamehameha wave that blasted Metallotron's head clean off. It was then that the truth was revealed. The Major was a robot, not a human being. Even without a head, the machine continued its relentless assault, launching its fist like a guided rocket to strike Goku multiple times, leaving him bruised and bleeding. Faced with this robotic menace, Goku used his power pole to shatter Metallotron's remaining rocket hand. He then charged forward, jumping with incredible force to pierce through the robot's chest. He was ready to keep fighting, but suddenly Metallotron just stopped mid-motion. It turned out the battle had lasted so long that the robot's batteries had finally died, leaving him a motionless hunk of metal. Goku left the deactivated robot behind and began his climb to the 4th floor. Up in his command center, General White was watching the monitors, stunned that a child could possess such overwhelming power. He knew the next guard would be a challenge, though a strange and eccentric ninja named Murasaki. When Goku arrived on the 4th level, he found himself in a very unusual environment. The 4th floor had been transformed to resemble a dense forest, the perfect hunting ground for a ninja. Murasaki was famous for his blinding speed, making him nearly invisible to the naked eye during combat. He zoomed around the room, launching attacks that Goku couldn't even track, until the ninja suddenly appeared right behind him for a surprise strike. Goku's instincts kicked in just in time to dodge the blow. As Murasaki continued to circle him at high speeds, Goku focused his senses, pinpointed the ninja's location, and hurled a rock that knocked the warrior to the ground. In the tumble, Murasaki dropped a piece of paper. Goku got a glimpse of it, causing the panicked ninja to snatch it back instantly, shouting that Goku was never supposed to see those secrets. Agitated that his secrets might have been exposed, Murasaki began acting even more erratically, trying to hide behind various objects, though Goku easily spotted him every time. Eventually, the ninja lost his patience and charged in with a sword drawn. Goku expertly blocked the lethal strike with his power pole, and with a swift counter, he actually shattered Murasaki's blade into pieces. After his sword was broken, Murasaki challenged Goku to a fair fight without any weapons. Trusting the ninja's word, Goku put away his power pole. But it was all a trick. Murasaki immediately threw a sharp metal boomerang at him. Even though Goku dodged the initial throw, the weapon curved back through the air like a returning blade, catching him off guard. The boomerang struck Goku, knocking him down and making Murasaki think he had secured the win. But Goku wasn't finished. He hopped back up and chased the ninja toward an indoor river. Murasaki crossed quickly and taunted Goku, claiming he was trapped because the water was filled with man-eating piranhas that would devour anyone who tried to swim across. To the ninja's utter shock, Goku simply leaped over the entire river with ease. Desperate Murasaki performed a multi-form technique, seemingly splitting himself into 5 separate versions. All 5 ninjas began a coordinated assault on Goku using different attack patterns. Goku found himself overwhelmed, struggling to distinguish which one was the flesh and blood original. Goku tried to regroup by hiding, but the ninjas laughed, claiming they weren't mere illusions. They were 5 actual brothers, all named Murasaki, and they vowed to take him down together. Goku didn't back down. He used his own after-image technique twice in rapid succession, outmaneuvering the brothers and striking them from their blind spots one by one. After Goku neutralized 4 of the brothers, the final one fled in a panic and activated a massive robot known as Android 8. He barked an order for the android to eliminate the young boy immediately. When the hulking figure stepped out, Goku was momentarily intimidated, but the android surprised everyone by telling Murasaki that killing was inherently wrong and that he refused to do it. Murasaki was furious at the android's disobedience, reminding Android 8 that the Red Ribbon Army had built him and planted a bomb inside his chest. He threatened to detonate the explosive with his remote control if the android didn't obey the order to kill Goku. Despite the terrifying threat to his own existence, the gentle giant still refused to harm a soul. General White, watching the failure unfold, commanded Murasaki to trigger the bomb. As the ninja was about to press the button, Goku lunged forward, snatched the remote away, and smashed it to pieces before knocking Murasaki out. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Android 8 thanked Goku for saving his life. With the threat gone, Goku prepared to move toward the 5th floor of the tower. The transition between the 4th and 5th floors turned out to be a confusing, sprawling labyrinth. Goku spent a significant amount of time trying to find his way out, eventually becoming so exhausted that he collapsed. Just then, Android 8 appeared and offered to help, saying he wanted to return the favor for Goku's kindness. He knew the layout and promised to guide Goku safely through the maze. Goku stood up, decided to give his new friend a nickname, calling him Aider or Hachan. As they moved through the maze together, General White kept tracking them and remotely locking the doors just as they reached the exits. Aider realized what was happening and suggested a clever plan. They would split up into different corridors so White wouldn't be able to block both paths at the same time. This strategy worked perfectly, and General White was unable to keep them contained. They successfully reached the 6th and final floor to confront White directly. However, the general was waiting with a sinister trap prepared. As soon as they entered his chamber, he pressed a button that opened a trapdoor, sending them plummeting down to a hidden sublevel. They fell into a terrifying arena inhabited by a giant gelatinous monster named Bouillon. The sight of the creature terrified Aider, but Goku immediately leaped into action to attack. Unfortunately, Bouillon's body was incredibly soft and rubbery. Every punch and kick Goku landed simply bounced off harmlessly, making the monster seemingly immune to physical damage. Bouillon countered by emitting a powerful electrical discharge that shocked Goku, leaving him momentarily paralyzed on the floor. The monster then lashed out with its long, sticky tongue, wrapping it around Goku to drag him into its gaping mouth. Bouillon was clearly intent on making a meal out of the young warrior before turning its attention to Aider. Goku managed to force the monster's mouth open to escape just in time, but Bouillon immediately attacked again with more electricity. Goku dodged the bolts and launched a desperate Kamehameha, but the monster's elastic body simply absorbed the energy blast and reflected it back. Bouillon then shifted its focus, trying to pull Aider into its mouth to finish him off. Goku dashed forward in a flash to save his friend, his mind racing for a solution. He realized that the beast Bukun had a body like rubber, so he needed to find a way to make him turn solid and brittle to land a real blow. Suddenly, a memory of Suno flashed in his head, reminding him that when things get plunged into the freezing cold of the snow, even the most flexible bodies turn to blocks of ice. To execute his plan, Goku smashed a hole in the tower's outer wall, allowing the freezing Arctic wind and snow to howl inside. Within moments, the room's temperature plummeted, causing Bouillon's body to stiffen and freeze solid. With the monster now unable to absorb the impact, Goku delivered a final, shattering blow that defeated the creature for good. He then leaped back up to the top floor. Goku crashed through the ceiling to face General White, who immediately started firing his gun in a panic. The bullets did nothing to Goku, who was soon joined by Aider using the power pole. General White removed his coat, preparing for a hand-to-hand fight, but Goku was far too fast. He easily dodged White's lunges and landed a sharp kick to the general's leg. Goku followed up with a punch that sent White flying into the ceiling. However, the general managed to recover and grabbed Goku by his tail. Since the tail is Goku's ultimate weakness, he was instantly drained of all his strength and could only watch as White threw him across the room. Goku eventually scrambled back up, determined to end this fight once and for all. Goku unleashed a flurry of strikes on the general, and was about to deliver a finishing blow when Ader stepped in and asked him to show mercy. Goku agreed on one condition: White had to release the village mayor. White appeared to comply, bringing the mayor out of a cell. But it was another deceptive move. He held a gun to the mayor's head as a human shield. White threatened to kill the mayor unless Goku turned his back. Thinking he was being compliant, Goku turned around, only for White to shoot him in the back, knocking him down. As White prepared to fire again, Ader stood in the way to protect Goku. Consumed by rage at White's dishonorable behavior, Ader delivered a punch so massive it sent General White flying right out of the tower and into the horizon. As the sun began to rise, Goku finally regained consciousness, though he was completely drained from the battle. Ader gently carried him, and together with the rescued mayor, they exited the collapsing, burning tower. To ensure the Red Ribbon Army could never use it again, Ader used his incredible strength to demolish the base of the tower, bringing the entire structure down before they started their journey home. Suno and her parents were waiting anxiously, her father hearing the stories of the brave young boy from Suno and her mother. When Ader, Goku, and the mayor finally arrived, Goku's hunger took over the moment he saw Suno holding some food. He dashed toward her and happily started eating, his appetite as legendary as his fighting skills. Suno was overcome with joy to see that Goku had survived his ordeal at Muscle Tower. They all gathered inside Suno's house for a warm meal, where her father explained how the Red Ribbon Army had systematically forced every single person in the village to hunt for a Dragon Ball, though the search had ultimately turned up nothing for the soldiers. At that point, Ader spoke up and revealed that he had actually found the ball and hidden it himself. He knew General White planned to slaughter the villagers once the search was over, so he kept it secret to protect them. The sphere he produced was the 2-star Dragon Ball. Goku was thrilled to receive it, bringing his current collection to 2. Goku was grateful but reminded everyone he was still on the hunt for his grandfather's 4-star ball. The mayor, touched by Ader's kindness and bravery, invited the android to come and live with him in his home starting the very next day. Ader hesitated, however, saddened by a dark secret he was still carrying inside his mechanical body. Ader explained that because he was a weapon of war, he had a bomb inside him that could detonate at any time, making him a danger to everyone. The group brainstormed a solution and remembered Dr. Flap, a brilliant scientist living in the village who might have the technical skill to remove the explosive safely from Ader's chest. Suno volunteered to accompany Ader to Dr. Flap's house, and Goku decided to join them as well, since his dragon radar had been damaged during the fighting and needed professional repair. Unbeknownst to the trio, Ninja Murasaki had actually survived the earlier battle and was now lurking in the shadows, tailing them as they made their way to the doctor's lab. The ninja waited until they reached the lab and Goku and Ader had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Murasaki then ambushed Dr. Flap, reminding him that he had originally built Ader under Red Ribbon orders. He blamed the doctor for the android's betrayal and the destruction of Muscle Tower, threatening his life if he didn't cooperate. Murasaki demanded that the doctor steal Goku's bag, which was supposed to contain the Dragon Balls, in exchange for his life. Flap complied and handed over the bag, and the ninja immediately fled into the snowy landscape. Goku woke up shortly after and realized what had happened, dashing out into the cold to chase down the thief. During the chase, Goku used a Kamehameha to trigger an avalanche on an icy mountain, burying Murasaki under a mountain of snow. Goku reclaimed the bag, only to find it was filled with food. He had fortunately left his Dragon Balls back at Suno's house for safekeeping. He then returned to the lab so the doctor could finally help Ader. Dr. Flap successfully removed the bomb from Ader and handed the device to Goku, though he admitted he wasn't able to fix the complex dragon radar. As they said their goodbyes, Goku tossed the bomb away to get rid of it. In a stroke of accidental justice, the bomb landed right where Murasaki was digging himself out, exploding on him once again. Following the explosion, Goku and Ader returned to Suno's house for one last night of rest. The next morning, Goku bid a fond farewell to the kind villagers, explaining that he needed to travel to West City. He was headed there to find his old friend Bulma, hoping her technical genius could finally get his dragon radar back in working order. The villagers were curious by how he would make such a long journey, and Goku sadly replied that he would have to walk because his plane had been destroyed. However, one villager pointed out that the flying nimbus the Kinto Un is a magical cloud that can't be destroyed so easily, suggesting that he try calling for it one more time. Goku gave it a shot and shouted for the cloud, and to his absolute delight, the nimbus came zooming back to him. He hopped on and flew all the way to the bustling metropolis of West City. Once he landed, he began wandering the busy streets, asking random strangers if they knew a girl named Bulma, but none of them seemed to have a clue. As he explored the city, Goku quickly realized that he needed money to use the local transportation, a concept that was quite foreign to him. While wondering how to acquire some cash, he stumbled upon a street fighter hosting a challenge. Anyone who could defeat him in a match would win a grand prize of 100,000 zeni. Goku accepted the challenge and made short work of the fighter, easily collecting the prize money. His sudden wealth attracted the attention of some local thugs who tried to follow him. Goku quickly took one down, and the other terrified thief told him that if he wanted to find someone, he should ask a police officer for help. Goku ended up giving all his newly won money to a woman just to find out where the nearest policeman was. She pointed out an officer standing nearby, and Goku went over to explain his situation. The helpful officer looked up Bulma's information and, upon finding her address, personally escorted Goku to her family's massive estate. The officer explained that Bulma was actually the daughter of the founder of Capsule Corp, the world-famous company that created dino capsules. Shortly after, Bulma arrived home from school and was thrilled to see Goku. She introduced him to her father before taking him up to her room, where she quickly used her tools to repair his dragon radar. Bulma suggested joining Goku on his quest for the 4-star ball and showed off her latest invention, a shrinking watch that allowed her to reduce her size. This way, she could easily ride on the flying Nimbus right alongside him. To demonstrate, she activated the device and shrunk down to a tiny size in an instant. The demonstration went a bit wrong when Bulma's mother walked in and accidentally stepped on her tiny daughter, forcing Bulma to return to her normal size. Goku then asked about their old friends Yamcha and Oolong. Bulma's mother mentioned they had been visiting, but after a massive argument between Bulma and Yamcha, they had stormed out. Meanwhile, the leader of the Red Ribbon Army was keeping tabs on Goku and dispatched a professional thief named Husky to steal his Dragon Balls. Upon arriving in West City, Husky tracked down the 2 petty thieves who had followed Goku earlier, deciding to use them to help her locate the boy and complete her mission. Husky told the thieves to alert her immediately if they spotted Goku. Later that day, Bulma shrunk herself down again so Goku could carry her as they took a scenic tour of the city on the flying Nimbus. While they were soaring through the air and enjoying the sights, they were being watched closely from the ground by Husky's team. The thieves spotted Goku and quickly notified Husky. During their ride, Goku happened to see Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar down on the street. He landed to greet them, and Bulma returned to her normal size to join the conversation. Still eager for fun, Bulma suggested they all head over to the local amusement park for the afternoon. The whole group walked together, unaware that Husky and her henchmen were stalking them. Once they reached the amusement park, Husky put a deceptive plan into motion. She had the 2 thieves pretend to rob her in front of Goku and his friends, hoping to gain their trust so she could get close enough to swipe the Dragon Balls. The scheme worked, and after Goku rescued her, Husky introduced herself as a fortune teller. She used her charms to manipulate the group and specifically targeted Goku, telling him she sensed he was carrying 2 magical spheres and asking him to show them to her so she could read his future. Goku pulled up the Dragon Balls, and Husky was moments away from grabbing them when her clumsy accomplices fell nearby, making a loud noise. Distracted, Goku handed the spheres to Yamcha for safekeeping while he, Oolong, and Puar chased after the source of the noise. Bulma then arrived on the scene and found Yamcha standing with the beautiful Husky. Bulma immediately assumed Yamcha was flirting with Husky and, in a fit of jealous rage, started hitting him. Seeing her opening, Husky snatched the Dragon Balls from the distracted Yamcha and made a run for it. Before leaving, she revealed that she had planted a bomb in the park that was set to detonate in just 6 minutes. When Goku returned, a panicked Yamcha explained the situation and told him to hunt down Husky and get the detonator. Goku took to the skies on his flying Nimbus, determined to stop the catastrophe. He managed to track down Husky's getaway plane just as the countdown was nearing its final terrifying seconds. Husky's plane crashed during the pursuit, but Goku used his power pole to save her from the wreckage. He quickly grabbed the remote detonator and crushed it, preventing the explosion just in time. After reclaiming the 2 Dragon Balls, he left Husky behind and returned to Bulma's house to regroup with the rest of the gang. As they stood outside, Bulma was still fuming, giving Yamcha another earful and declaring she was done with him. She announced her decision to leave with Goku to continue the hunt for the Dragon Balls. All the while, the Red Ribbon leader was watching the whole drama unfold through his surveillance network, frustrated by Husky's failure. The Red Ribbon Army was obsessed with getting their hands on Goku's spheres. When their data showed the next Dragon Ball was located deep at the bottom of the ocean, the leader assigned the formidable General Blue to intercept him. Blue immediately launched a reconnaissance mission, sending 2 fighter planes to scout out Goku's position. Goku and Bulma eventually arrived at the coordinates for the underwater ball. They landed on a small nearby island where Bulma returned to her full size. However, she was horrified to discover she had grabbed the wrong capsule case. Instead of her exploration gear, she had mistakenly taken her father's case, which only contained 1 mystery capsule. Since they didn't know what was inside the single capsule, Bulma insisted they needed to find a place to buy more supplies. Goku, always the man of action, suggested that while she figured that out, he would dive into the ocean on his own to try and locate the Dragon Ball at the bottom of the sea. Goku dove into the deep blue water, but he quickly realized the ocean floor was much further down than he had anticipated, forcing him to resurface for air. Just as he climbed back onto the island, the 2 Red Ribbon scout planes sent by General Blue arrived and immediately launched an aggressive aerial attack. The pilots mistook Bulma for their target and began strafing her position. She was running for her life, confused about who was attacking her, until Goku intervened. He managed to take down the first plane, then extended his power pole with incredible timing to swat the second fighter right out of the sky. Goku remembered that Master Roshi lived on an island nearby and suggested they visit him to borrow a submarine or some capsules for their underwater search. They hopped onto the flying Nimbus and made their way to Kamehameha House, where they greeted the old master and explained their predicament. Master Roshi was quite surprised to see a tiny, shrunken Bulma. When they asked about a submarine, he confirmed he had a high-tech flying sub, but mentioned that Krillin and Launch were currently using it to run errands at the local market. He told them they would just have to wait a little while for their return. The eccentric Roshi agreed to lend them the sub, but only if Bulma gave him her shrinking device as payment. Seeing no other choice, she handed it over. Meanwhile, at the market, Krillin and Launch were finishing up their shopping when things took a turn for the chaotic. Launch suddenly sneezed, triggering her transformation into her aggressive, blonde persona. She started a brawl and cleared out the market before sneezing again and returning to her sweet self. She and Krillin then flew the sub back to Master Roshi's place, where they were happy to reunite with Goku and the others. When Krillin learned that the Dragon Ball was located nearby on the seabed, he mentioned that those coordinates were famous for being the site of an ancient pirate treasure. Bulma's eyes lit up at the mention of treasure, and Master Roshi began to tell the legendary tale of the pirates who once ruled these waters. Roshi explained how old-time pirates used to raid ships and stash their massive loot in a hidden underwater cavern before they passed away. Krillin, excited by the prospect of finding gold, asked for permission to join Goku and Bulma. Roshi agreed, and the trio set off in the sub, leaving Goku's 2 Dragon Balls at Kamehameha House for safety. While they were en route, a Red Ribbon scout spotted the submarine and immediately reported their location and the location of Master Roshi's island to General Blue. Blue theorized that the old man living on the island must be the technical genius responsible for creating the incredibly accurate dragon radar the boy was using. General Blue soon received intel confirming that Goku's 2 Dragon Balls were actually being kept at Master Roshi's house. He decided to split his forces into 2 specialized teams. The first group was ordered to raid Kamehameha House and seize the spheres, while he would lead the second group personally. Blue took his own command submarine and began tailing Goku, Krillin, and Bulma as they descended toward the ocean floor. The trio eventually located a massive fissure in the seabed that seemed to lead into a hidden cavern system, which the dragon radar indicated was the hiding place of the next ball. Just as they were about to enter the underwater cave, General Blue's sub closed the distance and began launching torpedoes at them. Goku shouted to his friends that the Red Ribbon Army had found them. Bulma was furious, yelling at Goku for not mentioning earlier that such a dangerous group was hunting him. Krillin was visibly shaken, noting that the Red Ribbon Army was notorious for being the most powerful and cold-blooded military organization on the planet. To escape the incoming missiles, Krillin skillfully steered their submarine into the narrow opening of the cave, hoping the tight space would prevent the larger enemy vessel from following. The cave proved to be far too cramped for General Blue's massive command sub to navigate. Not to be outdone, Blue deployed 2 smaller, more agile mini-subs from the main bay to continue the high-speed pursuit through the winding tunnels. Meanwhile, the Red Ribbon's first strike team had reached Master Roshi's island. The soldiers swarmed Kamehameha House, training their weapons on Master Roshi and Launch. Their leader demanded that Roshi build a second dragon radar for them, convinced that he was the one who had created Goku's device. They threatened to kill him on the spot if he didn't immediately agree to work for the Red Ribbon Army. Roshi simply told them he hadn't built anything of the sort. Before they could pull their triggers, the old master sprang into action, moving with a speed that defied his age. He began taking down the soldiers one by one, using his incredible martial arts skills to disarm and incapacitate the intruders with ease. One soldier tried to shoot Roshi, but the master actually caught the bullets out of the air and hurled them back like pebbles. However, another soldier managed to grab Lodge and used her as a hostage to stop Roshi's attack. Fortunately, Turtle noticed what was happening and tickled Launch's nose, forcing her to let out a massive sneeze. The sneeze triggered Launch's blonde persona, and she immediately began pummeling the soldier who was holding her. Together, she and Roshi completely wiped out the Red Ribbon squad. Meanwhile, deep underwater, General Blue was still relentlessly chasing Goku's group through the dangerous twists and turns of the pirate cave. Krillin spotted a dry ledge further inside the cavern and steered the sub toward it. The 3 of them jumped out and began running on foot just as General Blue and his men arrived to give chase. As Blue stepped onto the dry land, he received a radio report that his team at Kame House had been utterly defeated. Annoyed by the news, Blue proceeded to track Goku's group with more caution. The cave was pitch black until Goku accidentally stepped on a hidden floor switch which caused ancient torches and lanterns to flare up, illuminating the entire chamber. Bulma realized that they weren't the first people to find this hidden place. Krillin correctly guessed that they had stumbled into the legendary pirate hideout. Unbeknownst to them, a Red Ribbon soldier was eavesdropping nearby and radioed General Blue to tell him about the potential treasure. This only increased Blue's determination to follow them and claim everything for the army. General Blue continued his stealthy pursuit as Goku, Krillin, and Bulma reached a brightly lit corridor featuring a strange circular pattern on the floor. When Krillin stepped on one of the tiles, he triggered an ancient mechanism that fired a volley of sharp arrows from the walls. Luckily, his reflexes were quick enough to avoid getting hit. The short-statured Krillin was understandably nervous about the trap ahead, but Goku took the lead, explaining that they absolutely had to navigate this hallway without stepping on the circular patterns on the floor. He realized that the only way to get across safely was to leap over them entirely. Without hesitation, Goku took a quick sprint and launched himself into the air, successfully clearing the entire distance without touching a single circle. Following Goku's lead, Krillin mimicked the jump and safely made it across as well. But Bulma found herself stuck, as she wasn't capable of jumping that far. Thinking quickly, Goku extended his magical power pull toward her, allowing Bulma to grab hold firmly while he retracted it, pulling her safely to their side. Having bypassed the deadly arrow trap, the trio continued their journey, completely unaware that General Blue and his troops were still quite far behind them. When General Blue and his squad finally reached the location of the trap, his soldiers carelessly stepped right onto the circular triggers, causing a rain of arrows to strike them down. Seeing his men incapacitated, Blue immediately realized they had walked into a trap and began searching for a hidden bypass. It didn't take him long to discover a concealed button that opened up a secret passageway, allowing him to avoid the danger entirely. After entering the secret tunnel and walking for a while, General Blue came across a subterranean lake, but as he tried to cross, another trap was triggered. A massive electric eel-like snake emerged and delivered a powerful shock to Blue, but he managed to endure the pain and eventually overpowered the creature, killing it before pressing forward. Meanwhile, Goku, Krillin, and Bulma were still navigating their own long and winding corridor deeper into the caves. As the group moved through the increasingly dark passage, the floor suddenly gave way beneath their feet, revealing a lethal pit filled with molten lava. They were on the verge of falling into the fiery abyss, but they managed to grab onto each other for support while Goku extended his power pole deep into the cavern to find leverage. Using the pole as a bridge, he managed to pull everyone up to safety, allowing them to continue their dangerous trek. Eventually, they reached a massive, open cavern containing an old pirate ship floating in seawater. But they didn't realize that General Blue had already reached the area and was hiding in the shadows. Carefully observing their every move, Krillin looked around in awe, correctly deducing that this massive chamber served as the pirates' secret harbor. He remarked that all the deadly traps they had faced were clearly designed to protect the legendary treasure hidden here. While the pirates had set those traps to keep intruders away from their gold, a new threat appeared as the group was talking. A massive guardian robot emerged to defend the harbor. The mechanical sentinel immediately launched an attack, forcing Goku to jump into action to protect his friends. The robot was relentless, chasing them across the docks and unleashing a barrage of attacks as they tried to find a way to fight back. The robot began firing a hail of bullets at them, but they managed to dodge the initial volley through quick reflexes. Goku and Krillin decided to coordinate their efforts, launching a pincer attack by striking the machine from both the front and the back simultaneously. Unfortunately, their physical blows seemed to have no effect on the robot's thick armor, and the machine redirected its firepower toward Goku, leaving Bulma and Krillin feeling completely helpless. Bulma and Krillin were at a loss for what to do until they spotted an old pirate cannon nearby. They rushed over to it, struggling to aim the heavy weapon toward the mechanical guardian before firing a shot, but sadly, they missed their target. The robot quickly realized they were trying to use the cannon and turned its attention back to them, forcing the pair to flee for their lives as the metal giant closed in. In a moment of desperation, Bulma spotted a small transport vehicle and hopped in, steering it directly toward the robot before jumping out at the last possible second. The vehicle collided with the robot, knocking it off the ledge and into the deep water below, leading the group to believe they were finally safe. However, the machine wasn't finished. It grabbed Goku, pulling him down into the depths and unleashing a powerful electrical discharge to incapacitate him. Goku managed to break free and surface quickly, but a sudden collapse of the ceiling buried him under a pile of heavy rocks. The robot emerged from the water shortly after and resumed its pursuit of Bulma and Krillin, chasing them up a series of stairs. They eventually burst into a room filled with monitors and screens, which they quickly realized was the master security control room for the entire pirate facility. The monitors in the room displayed every corner of the harbor, confirming that they had stumbled into the heart of the security system. Just as they were catching their breath, the robot burst through the door, causing Bulma to scream in absolute terror. Down below, Goku heard her cries and used his incredible strength to burst out from under the rubble, immediately extending his power pole to reach the control room and save his friends. Goku used his pole to scoop up Bulma and Krillin, bringing them to a safer vantage point while he positioned himself above the robot. As the machine stepped out, Goku dropped down with incredible force, using his Jan-Ken technique to strike a finishing blow that caused the robot to explode into pieces. Unfortunately, the sheer force of the explosion caused the cave walls to begin cracking and crumbling, signaling that the entire structure was about to collapse. With the cave falling apart around them, Bulma urgently told Krillin that they had to find the Dragon Ball and the pirate treasure immediately. They raced toward a fork in the path and decided to take the right-hand passage. General Blue, who was still tailing them, decided to play a trick. He drew an arrow pointing toward the left path to mislead Goku, who was slightly behind the other two. When Goku arrived at the fork, he saw the misleading arrow and followed the left passage all by himself, running for quite some time while shouting out for Bulma and Krillin. His path eventually led to a dead end, and before he could turn back, the floor suddenly opened up beneath him. Goku tumbled down into a pit, landing right on top of a massive, menacing octopus that declared it was going to eat him on the spot. The giant octopus began attacking Goku with its numerous tentacles, striking him in the head and wrapping him up in a tight grip to devour him. Goku didn't panic and instead unleashed a powerful Kamehameha blast from point-blank range, completely vaporizing the creature. Meanwhile, at the end of the right-hand path, Bulma and Krillin discovered a deep well that seemed to be the only way forward. The two of them dove into the water and began swimming through the underwater tunnel, with General Blue following stealthily behind them without being noticed. After a long and tiring swim, they emerged into a new chamber where they found 3 ornate chests, leading Krillin to believe they had finally found the legendary treasure. However, their excitement was cut short by the presence of a massive statue holding several sharp swords. The large statue suddenly sprang to life and began hurling its swords at Krillin with deadly precision. Krillin managed to catch one of the blades and used it to parry the rest of the incoming weapons. Once the immediate danger passed, he cautiously opened the first chest, but it was just another trap. A mechanical doll popped out and began firing bullets at him, forcing him to dodge once again. After avoiding the gunfire, he and Bulma opened the second chest and found a mysterious key. They inserted the key into a slot on the giant statue, causing its mouth to open and pour out a massive pile of gold and jewels. As Bulma and Krillin celebrated their find, General Blue suddenly stepped out from his hiding spot, announcing that he would be the one taking all the treasure for himself. General Blue immediately engaged Krillin in a fierce fight, landing several heavy blows that caused Bulma to scream in terror. Way back in the octopus chamber, Goku heard her voice echoing through the caves and immediately dove into the water to swim toward them. Back at the treasure site, Krillin was struggling to find an opening against Blue's superior strength and didn't know how to stop him. In a desperate move, Krillin utilized his afterimage technique to confuse Blue, allowing him to land a solid hit that knocked the general down. This only served to infuriate Blue, who launched a brutal counterattack, beating Krillin so severely that he was nearly killed. Just as things looked their grimmest, Goku burst out of the water and stood between them, stopping Blue just before he could deliver the final blow to Krillin. An intense battle erupted between Goku and General Blue, with Blue attempting a powerful kick that Goku narrowly avoided with his quick reflexes. Goku quickly counterattacked, landing a sharp kick to Blue's face and then jumping up to strike him again on the top of his head. Blue pulled himself up, absolutely fuming with rage, and a strange, shimmering aura began to radiate from his body as he prepared his secret weapon. The moment Goku looked directly into Blue's eyes, he found himself completely paralyzed and unable to move even a single finger. Blue mocked him, explaining that this was the result of his incredible psychic powers before he started pummeling the defenseless Goku. However, time was running out for everyone as the cave continued to collapse violently around him, with rocks falling everywhere. General Blue pulled out a capsule that transformed into a shotgun, declaring that he would kill Goku, take the Dragon Ball, and make his escape. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, a small mouse scurried across the floor. Blue, who had a pathological fear of mice, panicked and jumped back. This sudden shock broke his concentration, causing his psychic paralysis over Goku to instantly vanish. Now that he could move again, Goku immediately struck Blue with his Jan-Ken technique, knocking the villain unconscious. He turned to Bulma and Krillin, telling them that they didn't have enough time to haul away all the treasure and that they needed to find the Dragon Ball immediately. Bulma pointed toward the deep pool, saying the ball had fallen to the very bottom, and Goku told them to get ready to move. Goku urged his friends to run toward the exit as fast as they could, promising that he would retrieve the Dragon Ball and catch up with them in no time. Bulma and Krillin fled through the falling debris and made it back to the harbor area, only to find that the main exit had been completely blocked by fallen rocks. Luckily, they spotted a small submarine docked near the pirate ship and realized it was their only chance. While the others boarded the mini-sub, Goku dove deep into the pool, and eventually found the Dragon Ball lodged inside the mouth of a human skull. He grabbed it and quickly resurfaced, taking a moment to pick up the little mouse that had inadvertently saved him from Blue. He then began a desperate sprint through the collapsing tunnels to reach Bulma and Krillin before the entire cavern came down. The situation was becoming critical as the harbor began to fill with massive falling boulders. Bulma told Krillin that they couldn't afford to wait any longer, or they would all be crushed, so she started the submarine's engines and began to pull away. Just as they were leaving, Goku arrived in the nick of time, leaping through the air and landing on the submarine's exterior just before they dove into the sea. They navigated through the dark ocean waters to find an exit, but large chunks of the collapsing cave were falling all around the vessel. Suddenly, the submarine sputtered and died as it ran completely out of fuel, leaving them stranded underwater. Seeing their predicament, Goku told his friends not to worry because he had a plan, and he prepared to use his energy to get them out. Goku focused his energy and unleashed a massive Kamehameha blast into the water, using the recoil to propel the submarine forward with incredible speed until they finally broke the surface of the ocean. Goku then whistled for his flying Nimbus, which picked them all up and carried them away from the danger zone. Unknown to them, General Blue had also survived the collapse and managed to swim to the surface. While Blue was struggling to swim through the waves, Goku, Bulma, and Krillin finally made it to dry land to catch their breath. By a bizarre stroke of bad luck, the beach they landed on was actually the site of one of General Blue's hidden military bases, though they didn't realize it yet. Bulma proudly revealed that she had managed to snag a large diamond from the pirate treasure before they fled. Goku pulled out the Dragon Ball he had retrieved, but he was slightly disappointed to find it was the 3-star ball instead of the 4-star ball that belonged to his late grandpa Gohan. The three of them wandered into the base buildings and stumbled upon a communications room where a screen was active. They saw a high-ranking officer of the Red Ribbon Army on the display, who was trying to contact his subordinates. The man on the screen, Commander Red, didn't recognize who he was talking to and demanded to know Goku's identity. Introducing himself as the leader of the Red Ribbon Army, Goku simply ignored him and refused to answer any questions. Instead, the group decided to steal one of the army's planes. Bulma and Krillin climbed inside while Goku decided to fly alongside them on his flying Nimbus. A lone Red Ribbon soldier had been hiding nearby and witnessed the entire theft of the aircraft. When General Blue finally made it back to the base, the soldier reported everything that had happened. Furious at the incompetence, Blue executed the soldier for allowing the intruders to escape with their technology. Then he grabbed another plane and immediately took off to pursue Goku and his friends. Goku, Bulma, and Krillin finally arrived back at Master Roshi's island, where Bulma handed the pirate diamond over to Roshi as payment for the submarine they had lost. However, their peaceful reunion was interrupted when Launch suddenly sneezed, switching to her aggressive blonde personality. She snatched the diamond away from them and hopped into their stolen plane, taking off before anyone could stop her. Just as they were dealing with Launch's departure, General Blue arrived on the island and began observing them from the brush. He used his sinister psychic powers to animate a pile of ropes, causing them to move like snakes and bind Roshi and the others tightly so they couldn't resist. He then boldly stepped forward and seized the 3 Dragon Balls that Goku had worked so hard to collect. After stealing the Dragon Balls, Blue left behind a deadly time bomb, coldly informing the group that it would detonate in exactly 5 minutes. He then took off in his plane, leaving everyone in a state of absolute panic as they struggled against their bonds. Fortunately, Launch happened to return to the island right at that moment, having sneezed again and reverted back to her kind, blue-haired persona. With only 10 seconds remaining on the timer, Launch quickly untied Goku's ropes. He grabbed the ticking bomb and hurled it high into the atmosphere just as it exploded harmlessly in the sky. Determined to get his property back, Goku immediately summoned his flying Nimbus and set off at full speed to hunt down General Blue and recover the stolen Dragon Balls. A high-speed chase ensued as Blue pushed his aircraft to its absolute limits, but Goku kept pace by pushing the flying Nimbus even faster. Their pursuit led them over a rural area known as Penguin Village. In a desperate attempt to lose his pursuer, Blue performed a dangerous aerial maneuver, cutting his engine and then restarting it suddenly to catch Goku off guard. The trick worked, and Goku was knocked off his Nimbus and fell toward the ground. However, Blue lost control of his own plane in the process, and crashed into a nearby mountain, causing the aircraft to explode into flames. Blue managed to survive the wreck and crawled out with the Dragon Balls, quickly realizing he needed a new way to get around. General Blue spotted a local resident with a car and forcibly hijacked the vehicle to continue his mission. He learned that a local inventor named Senbei possessed a plane, so he headed toward Senbei's house to steal it. Meanwhile, Goku recovered from his fall, and found himself standing in front of a young girl with purple hair and glasses who seemed very curious about him. The girl introduced herself as Arale, and pointed out her 2 flying twin companions named Gachan. Goku didn't have much time to chat, so he hopped back on his Nimbus to scan the area for any sign of Blue or the crashed plane. When he reached the wreckage, Blue was already gone, but Arale and the Gachin twins managed to catch up with him to see if he needed any help. Arale asked Goku what he was doing, and he explained that he was hunting for a very dangerous villain who had stolen his Dragon Balls. Arale enthusiastically offered to help him search, so she and the Gachin twins hopped onto the flying Nimbus with him. To Goku's surprise, the Nimbus allowed them to ride because they were all pure of heart. As they flew over the village, Arale spotted her friends Akane and a police officer named Taro and asked Goku to land. Goku introduced himself, and the two villagers tried to climb onto the Nimbus to see what it was like, but they both fell right through the cloud because they weren't pure-hearted. Goku explained that he was looking for a member of the Red Ribbon Army, which immediately terrified Taro. Upon hearing about the Red Ribbon Army, Taro panicked and quickly rounded up 2 other officers in a patrol car to go on a manhunt for the intruder. While they were driving around, they actually happened to cross paths with General Blue, whose stolen car had recently broken down by the side of the road. Taro and his partner approached Blue, thinking they could make an arrest, but the general easily disarmed them and gave them a swift beating. He then stole their police cruiser and sped off, leaving the officers dazed. A short while later, Goku and Arale arrived on the scene and found the bruised policeman, who explained that the man they were looking for had headed toward the center of the village. Goku took off on his Nimbus alone to track down the stolen police car, to hide and avoid detection, by running on foot with her incredible speed, and she accidentally crashed right into the side of the police car Blue was driving. The impact was so massive that it completely totaled the vehicle and sent Blue flying out into the dirt. As Blue picked himself up from the wreckage, the Gachin twins arrived and began to literally eat the metal parts of the destroyed police car. Blue watched in horror, unable to believe that children could possess such bizarre powers, and concluded that they couldn't possibly be human. He decided to abandon the vehicle and continue his search for a plane on foot, hoping to avoid any more weird encounters. Arale didn't realize that the man she had just crashed into was the very villain Goku was hunting, so she simply let him walk away. She eventually reunited with Goku, who was frustrated because he had lost the trail. Goku realized that if he used his Dragon Radar, he could pinpoint Blue's exact location, but he was annoyed that he hadn't thought of using it sooner. When Goku tried to activate the radar, he discovered that it had been damaged during his fall and was no longer functioning properly. Arale sighed distress and told him that the doctor in their village could fix absolutely anything, so she took him to meet Senbei Norimaki. Little did they know, this was the same person whose plane General Blue was currently trying to steal. Goku arrived at the Norimaki household and was introduced to Senbei, his wife Midori, and their young son, Turbo. Goku politely greeted them and showed Senbei the broken Dragon Radar, asking for his help. Senbei took a look at the device and was immediately intimidated by its complex circuitry, realizing it was far beyond his own engineering capabilities. While Senbei was struggling to understand the device, little Turbo crawled over and repaired the high-tech radar with effortless ease, making it function perfectly again. Just as the radar started bleeping, General Blue arrived at the house, demanding the use of Senbei's plane. Goku looked at his newly fixed radar and realized that Blue was standing right there in the same house. Goku followed the radar's signal through the house and eventually found General Blue hiding inside the refrigerator. Sensing he was cornered, Blue grabbed a kitchen knife and held Arale hostage to keep Goku at bay. He then used his psychic eyes to paralyze Goku once more, rendering him unable to stop Blue from making his next move. Blue snatched the Dragon Radar from Goku's hand, loaded the Dragon Balls into Senbei's plane, and prepared to take off. Before leaving, he decided to finish off Goku, chopping down a large tree and preparing to drop it on the paralyzed boy. Seeing the danger, Senbei told Arale to play a game of wrestling with the mean man to distract him. Arale charged at Blue with incredible speed, delivering a blow that sent him flying into the distance. She chased after him, jumping high into the air and landing a powerful headbutt that knocked him even further away. While this was happening, Little Turbo used his own latent powers to dispel the psychic paralysis affecting Goku, allowing the young warrior to move freely again. Goku rushed over the plane and successfully retrieved his Dragon Balls, but he realized that Blue had managed to hold on to the original Dragon Radar during the scuffle. Turbo told Goku not to worry and, using some spare parts from the aircraft, quickly assembled a brand new Dragon Radar for him. Goku was amazed by the toddler's genius and thanked the family for their help. After bidding farewell to Arale and her family, Goku hopped onto his flying Nimbus and set a course for the west, where the radar indicated the final Dragon Ball was located. Back at Red Ribbon headquarters, Commander Red received word of Goku's movements and contacted Colonel Yellow, who was stationed in the western region, ordering him to secure the ball at all costs before the boy could arrive. Colonel Yellow informed Commander Red that his team had already located the Dragon Ball near a massive volcano and were currently in the process of extracting it. He assured the commander that they would have the artifact in their possession very soon. Yellow then ordered his men to lower a soldier by rope from a helicopter to grab the ball from the volcanic crater. Just as the soldier was about to reach the Dragon Ball, the volcano suddenly began to erupt with violent force, sending everyone scrambling for safety. The sheer power of the eruption launched the Dragon Ball several kilometers away, where it landed in a dense forest. This forest was the home of a powerful warrior named Bora and his young son Upa. Colonel Yellow and his soldiers tracked the ball to the forest and landed their helicopters, confronting Bora and Upa with their weapons drawn. Yellow demanded that Bora hand over the mysterious golden sphere or face immediate execution. Bora calmly replied that he didn't know what the ball was for, but he would not permit them to defile this sacred land with their presence or their weapons. Bora stood his ground firmly, asserting that the land was holy and he was its protector. Infuriated by the defiance, Colonel Yellow ordered his soldiers to open fire on the giant man. A hail of bullets struck Bora, but to the soldiers' utter disbelief, the projectile simply bounced off his chest without leaving a single scratch, leaving the army unit completely stunned. The soldiers were terrified because they had no idea how to defeat such a resilient opponent. While Bora was distracted, one soldier tried to sneak up behind him to throw a powerful grenade, but young Upa noticed the threat and yelled out a warning to his father. Bora reacted instantly, spinning around and striking down the soldier with his spear before the grenade could be thrown. Bora proceeded to systematically dismantle the entire unit of soldiers, knocking them unconscious one by one. Seeing his entire force defeated, Colonel Yellow fled in his helicopter and contacted Commander Red to explain that they were facing a superhuman guardian. Red was furious and told Yellow that he must retrieve that Dragon Ball no matter what the cost. Yellow returned a short while later and cowardly kidnapped young Upa, dangling him from the helicopter and threatening to drop him unless Bora handed over the Dragon Ball. Fortunately, Goku arrived on his flying Nimbus at that exact moment. Recognizing the red ribbon logo on the helicopter, Goku attacked the aircraft, rescuing Appa and returning him safely to his father's arms. Bora was deeply grateful for the rescue and, upon learning that Goku was searching for the Dragon Balls, he willingly handed over the sphere they had found. When Goku examined it, his eyes lit up with joy as he realized it was the legendary 4-star ball that had once belonged to his grandfather. Meanwhile, Commander Red decided to hire the world's most lethal assassin, Tao Pai, to deal with the situation. Tao Pai arrived at the Red Ribbon headquarters and began negotiating a massive fee for his services as a professional killer. As they were discussing the contract, General Blue finally returned to the base and presented the Dragon radar he had stolen from Goku. Commander Red was unimpressed, stating that Blue had failed to bring the actual balls, and that failure deserved the death penalty. Commander Red decided to have some fun with the situation, and offered Blue a chance to save his life. He told Blue that if he could defeat Tao Pai in a fight right then and there, he would be pardoned for his previous failures. Blue, confident in his martial arts skills and psychic powers, accepted the challenge and squared off against the legendary assassin. The fight began with General Blue launching a lightning-fast series of strikes, but Tao Pai dodged every single movement with effortless grace. Blue then tried to use his psychic paralysis technique to freeze Tao in place, but the assassin's sheer willpower and strength were so great that the technique had absolutely no effect on him at all. In a shocking display of power, Tao Pai killed General Blue using only his tongue, piercing the general's temple with a single precise strike. Commander Red and his assistant Officer Black were horrified but impressed by this brutal efficiency. They then briefed Tao on his mission. He was to travel to the Western Forest, kill the boy named Goku, and bring back all the Dragon Balls. When Red offered him a high-tech plane for the journey, Tao Pai refused, claiming that air travel was far too slow for his liking. Instead, he ripped a massive stone pillar from the building itself, hurled it into the air with incredible strength, and then leaped onto it to ride the projectile like a surfboard directly toward Goku's location. Back at the forest, Goku was looking up at the incredibly tall tower nearby and asked Bora what it was. Bora explained that it was the sacred Corin Tower, and legends told of a great hermit who lived at the top. It was said that anyone who climbed the tower using only their own strength would be granted a drink of sacred water that would triple their power. Goku curiously asked why people didn't just fly to the top in a plane or a helicopter to get the water. Bora clarified that the tower was far too high for such machines, and more importantly, the mystical hermit and the sacred water would only reveal themselves to those who proved their worth through the grueling physical challenge of the climb. As soon as they finished chatting, the assassin arrived on the scene. In a terrifying display of speed and skill, Tao Pai snatched Bora's own spear away from him. He launched Bora high into the air and then hurled the spear through the warrior's chest, killing him instantly as he fell back to earth. Little Upa began to cry uncontrollably over the loss of his father, while Goku was filled with a burning rage. Goku charged at the assassin with all his might, but Tao Pai swatted him away as if he were a mere fly. Goku tried again and again, but the gap in their power was staggering. In his third attempt, Goku tried to grapple with Tao, but the assassin grabbed him instead and delivered a brutal headbutt that sent Goku reeling back, yet the boy refused to give up. Goku decided to put everything into a Kamehameha blast, which hit Tao directly. However, when the smoke cleared, the attack had done nothing more than singe Tao's expensive clothes. Infuriated by the damage to his outfit, Tao counterattacked with his deadly Dodan Ray, which struck Goku in the chest and knocked him unconscious. Believing the boy to be dead, Tao grabbed the bag of Dragon Balls and prepared to leave. Tao was unaware that he only had 3 of the Dragon Balls, as Goku had tucked the 4-star ball safely into his shirt pocket rather than the bag. Tao traveled to a nearby village and found a tailor, demanding that he create an exact replica of his ruined outfit within 3 days. He decided to wait in the village and wear some borrowed clothes while the work was being done. After setting the tailor to work, Tao Pai contacted Commander Red to report that the mission was a success and that the boy was dead. However, when Red checked his dragon radar, he grew furious and told Tao that he had only retrieved 3 balls. He pointed out that 1 ball was still showing up at the location of the tower, indicating that something had gone wrong. Commander Red assumed that since Goku was supposed to be dead, he could just send a low-level soldier to pick up the final Dragon Ball. He dispatched a scout in a helicopter to the tower to retrieve it from the corpse. But when the soldier arrived and reached for the ball, he was shocked to find that the young warrior was actually still breathing and very much alive. Goku's eyes snapped open and he grabbed the soldier's wrist. The terrified scout pulled out a gun and began firing wildly, but Goku shielded Oppa from the bullets and prepared to fight back. The soldier panicked and tried to fly away in his helicopter, but Goku summoned his Nimbus and used his power pole to smash the aircraft, sending it crashing to the ground. Goku returned to Oppa's side while Commander Red contacted Tao Pai again, screaming that the boy had survived the Dodan Ray and was currently trashing his scouts. Tao was genuinely surprised, as no one had ever survived his signature attack before. He told Red that he would return to the tower in 3 days after his new clothes were finished, to ensure Goku was truly dead this time. Oppa was still grieving deeply for his father and told Goku that he had already finished burying him. He looked at Goku with tears in his eyes, wishing there was some way to bring his father back to life. Goku felt a heavy responsibility, and realized that the Dragon Balls were the only way to make such a miracle happen for his friend. Goku promised Oppa that he would collect all 7 Dragon Balls and asked the Eternal Dragon to revive Bora. He knew that the assassin would eventually return to claim the final ball, which would provide an opportunity to win back the 3 balls that were stolen. However, Goku admitted that he wasn't currently strong enough to defeat Tao Pai in a fair fight. Oppa reminded Goku about the legend of Corin Tower, and suggested that he should attempt the climb to seek out the Master in the Sacred Water. He believed that if Goku could reach the top, he would gain the strength necessary to avenge Bora and protect the Dragon Balls. Goku thought it was an excellent idea, and decided to start the ascent immediately. Goku began his grueling climb up the sheer wall of the tower, continuing through the sunset and the entire night without stopping for rest. He climbed all through the next day as well, finally reaching the summit as his muscles screamed with exhaustion. Inside the top chamber, he found 3 mysterious jars and began to investigate their contents. Goku peered into the first jar and saw a vision of Bulma in the water's reflection. The second jar showed him a vision of Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King. When he looked into the third jar, a massive centipede-like creature suddenly surged out and grabbed him, while the water showed him images of the Dragon Balls and everyone he had met on his journey. After shaking off the strange creature, Goku heard a mysterious voice instructing him to climb even higher to the final level of the tower. When he reached the very top, he was surprised to find a small white cat standing there. The cat introduced himself as Corin, the legendary master and guardian of the tower that Goku had been searching for. Corin explained that the visions Goku had seen in the jars represented his past, present, and future, though he would only truly understand their meaning in time. Goku cut to the chase, explaining that he had come to the tower to drink the sacred water so that he could grow strong enough to defeat his enemies and protect his friends. Master Corin revealed that he already knew everything because he possessed the ability to read the hearts and minds of anyone who stood before him. He gestured toward a jar in the corner, telling Goku he was free to go and drink the water. However, as soon as Goku moved toward it, Corin swiftly struck him and blocked his path, telling him that it wouldn't be quite that simple. Listen up closely, I'm telling you that you've got to get past me first if you want to have a taste of this water. That's the real test you're facing here. Corin started launching a barrage of attacks at Goku to keep him away from the jar, and then he grabbed the vessel itself, expertly maneuvering around Goku to keep it out of reach, and things stayed like that for quite a while. Goku spent a long time trying to snatch the jar but was having zero luck. Suddenly the weather turned sour, and it started raining with lightning and thunder crashing all around them. Goku paused for a moment and asked Corin if anyone had ever successfully managed to take that jar from him. Corin replied that yes, about 300 years ago, there was one person who did it. That individual climbed all the way up here and was able to claim it from me. That person was actually your teacher, Master Roshi. When Corin mentioned it happened after 3, Goku was stunned and asked, is it possible he took it in just 3 minutes? But Corin quickly corrected him and said that wasn't the case at all. It actually took him 3 whole years. Goku was even more shocked by this revelation, but he kept pushing himself, even utilizing the afterimage technique. However, Corin used the same move right back at him, and Goku still couldn't secure the jar. Eventually, he grew weary and starving, so Corin handed him a special seed. He told him it was a senzu bean and said that if he ate it, he'd see a miracle. Goku swallowed the bean and immediately felt full and energized. But then, while Corin was standing there, he noticed Goku's Dragon Balls, snatched them up, and threw them right off the edge of the tower. Goku cried out in shock, asking why he would do such a thing. After asking why he threw them, Goku rushed down the tower at incredible speed, retrieved the balls, and climbed all the way back up in just 3 hours. He continued his attempts to take the jar, and by nightfall, he saw that Corin was fast asleep. He was about to steal the jar, but he stopped himself, deciding he had to win it through his own honest effort. Goku wanted to win fairly, so he resumed his training the next day. Corin advised him that in order to take the jar, he had to perfectly mirror his movements. Goku pondered those words and actually started mimicking Corin's motions even while he was sleeping to commit them to memory, preparing for the next day's challenge. The following day, when Corin woke up, Goku tried once more, tracking Corin's every move and imitating them so flawlessly that the jar finally slipped out. Goku grabbed it and used his tail to anchor himself to the tower so he wouldn't fall. Corin thought to himself that this kid was truly something special and incredibly powerful. He's remarkably strong, perhaps even stronger than his master Roshi. On top of that, he is honorable and insists on winning through hard work. Corin was in disbelief that the boy took the jar in only 3 days. After drinking from the jar, Goku turned to Corin and admitted that he didn't actually feel any new power surging through him. Corin explained that the strength he was supposed to gain wasn't going to come from the water itself, because it was just ordinary water, like any other. The real power had already been gained through the grueling climb up the tower and his persistent efforts to take the jar away from him. Every bit of that struggle was actually training for your strength. The proof is that when you first arrived, it took you a whole day to climb the tower. But when you went down to get the Dragon Ball I threw, you finished the round trip in just 3 hours. You've grown much stronger without even realizing it. Corin told him to go down and test his new strength, which made Goku very happy as he began his descent. Meanwhile, back at the tailor's village, Tao Pai was thinking to himself. He realized that last time when he had Goku with his Dodon Ray, the Dragon Ball in Goku's pocket had shielded him from the lethal impact. The blast had hit the ball instead of his body, which is why he survived, but Tao vowed that this time he would make absolutely sure Goku was dead. After 3 days had passed, he went to pick up his new clothes from the tailor and prepared himself for the final confrontation. He tossed a pillar and rode it back toward Goku's location. When he arrived and found Appa, he grabbed him and demanded to know where the Dragon Balls were. Appa refused to talk, so Tao prepared to kill him, but just then, Goku arrived from the tower and managed to save Appa in the nick of time. Goku placed Appa on the Nimbus Cloud for safety while he stayed behind to face the enemy. He stood his ground, blocking Tao's attacks and then lunging forward to strike back. Goku hit him so hard that he sent him flying upward, followed him into the air, and knocked him back down to the ground. When Tao got back up and attacked again, Goku simply blocked every single one of his strikes with ease. Goku then delivered a powerful kick that forced Tao to back off. Stunned, Tao asked him how he had become so strong so quickly. Goku explained that he had climbed the tower and his power had increased as a result. Tao kept attacking, but Goku continued to parry him until he launched a counteroffensive, pummeling Tao and slamming him into the earth with such force that it cracked. Despite the damage, Tao wasn't finished. He got up and fired a Dodon Ray, but Goku shockingly blocked the blast using only his hands. He stopped the attack with both hands without taking any damage at all. Seeing this, Tao was at a total loss, so he pulled out a capsule, summoned a sword, and began attacking with the blade. Since Goku didn't have his power pole at the moment to defend himself, Appa jumped down from the Nimbus to help. Appa brought him a staff, and as soon as Goku grabbed it, he went on the move and shattered Tao's sword. He then told Tao that he would defeat him with his bare hands without even needing the staff. Tao realized in his head that the boy had become far too powerful and that he was on the verge of losing. He decided he had to climb the tower himself to get stronger, just like Goku did. To distract him, he threw a rock at Appa, and while Goku rushed to save his friend, Tao took the opportunity to start scaling the tower, leaving them behind. Meanwhile, at the same time, Bulma and the others were elsewhere. Bulma and Krillin were hanging out at Master Roshi's house along with Launch. Bulma was busy trying to build a surveillance drone so she could keep track of everything Goku was doing on his quest to find the Dragon Balls, mainly because she was genuinely worried about his safety during the journey. The following day, Tao reached the summit of the tower and found Corin waiting there. Corin decided to trick him, telling him that Goku had gained his incredible power by drinking the special water. Tao quickly took a drink, convinced that it would make him strong enough to finally defeat Goku. He was certain he'd be powerful enough to win now. Before Tao left, Corin gave him a dark cloud to ride down the tower. Tao started his descent on it, but midway down, Corin purposely made him fall off. Tao landed and faced Goku, claiming that he too had now become stronger and was ready to win. Tao launched a fierce assault, landing several hits and knocking Goku into the air before slamming him back down to the ground. He came at him with everything he had, certain that he had finally finished the boy off. However, Goku stood right back up and told him that now it was his turn to go on the offensive. Goku attacked and landed several powerful blows. Tao realized he couldn't keep going like this, so he pulled out a hidden bomb and threw it at Goku before jumping high into the air to avoid the blast. But Goku was too quick. He kicked the bomb right back up toward Tao while he was still in the air. The bomb exploded right in Tao's face, finally putting an end to him. Goku collected the Dragon Balls Tao had, bringing his total to 4. Meanwhile, Commander Red of the Red Ribbon Army had 1 ball. But a soldier named Violet was out searching until she and her men eventually found another one in the ocean. She brought it back to Red, giving him 2 balls in total. Now only 1 ball out of the 7 remained missing. Goku pulled out his radar and discovered that the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters held the 2 balls that Red possessed. He knew exactly where he had to go next to finish his collection. He told Appa that he was going to get those 2 balls and promised him that once he gathered them all, he would use the dragon to bring Appa's father back to life. Goku then set off for the Red Ribbon headquarters. At that moment, Bulma had just finished building her surveillance drone and sent it to follow him. She was watching him through the drone's camera, but she had no idea where he was heading and had no way to communicate with him through the device. She decided to jump into her plane and follow his path at high speed to see where he was going, eventually realizing he was headed for the Army's main base. As soon as she got close to the headquarters in her plane, the Red Ribbon Army's automated defense system detected her and began firing missiles at her. She spent a good amount of time frantically dodging the incoming fire until one missile finally made a direct hit, destroying her plane and cutting off her visual on Goku. With her plane gone, she turned to Master Roshi and expressed her fear that if Goku went into the headquarters all by himself, he'd be in serious danger. She insisted they had to go help him, but Roshi pointed out that they didn't have any transportation available to get there quickly. Bulma told him she would call Yamcha right away to come pick them up in his plane. She made the call, and Yamcha showed up with Oolong and Puar. They picked up Roshi, Bulma, and Launch and headed out across the ocean. On their way, they spotted Krillin swimming and picked him up too, so they could all support Goku. They all set off together to back up their friend. By this time, Goku had already approached the headquarters, but strangely, no one was firing at him. Commander Red saw him approaching with 4 Dragon Balls and mistakenly thought it was Tao Pai returning, not realizing it was actually Goku. Eventually, a soldier spotted Goku and alerted the main base. Goku went after the soldier, using his power pole to extend and blow up the soldier's plane. Red finally realized the truth and ordered the troops to activate the defense system, which began raining bullets and missiles down on Goku. Goku sped up on his Nimbus cloud, skillfully dodging all the incoming fire until he managed to evade the missiles. However, he soon found himself facing a fleet of fighter jets. Without hesitation, he flew straight at them, blew them all out of the sky, and successfully breached the main headquarters. Commander Red was furious and ordered every single soldier to attack him. The troops swarmed Goku, but their efforts had no effect on him whatsoever. He started taking them out one by one. Even though they were firing countless rounds at him, including an RPG blast from one soldier, absolutely no one could stop him. Goku's friends were also getting close to the headquarters by then, but they ran into trouble when a missile from the defense system locked onto them. They couldn't seem to shake it until Bulma told Yamcha that the missile was tracking the plane's heat signature and told him to jettison the booster engine immediately. Yamcha did exactly as he was told, and the missile followed the discarded booster instead, allowing them to continue their journey safely. Meanwhile, Goku was still tearing through the Red Ribbon soldiers until he reached the main building where he knew Commander Red was hiding at the very top. He wanted to get to the top floor and saw an elevator in front of him, but having never seen one before, he didn't know what it was. Instead, he just smashed through the ceiling to move upward, continuing to fight off soldiers. The troops were becoming terrified and started running away. Red and his assistant Black watched this on their monitors. They saw Violet, the girl who had brought Red the second ball, running through the base. She took advantage of the chaos to blow up the safe, steal all the money, and escape in a plane. Seeing the collapse of his army, Red told Black that everything was falling apart and he was heading up to the roof, leaving Black to deal with Goku. When Goku finally reached Black, he defeated him quite easily. This angered Red, who was watching from above. He activated a mechanism to lower the ceiling on the room where Black and Goku were, hoping to crush them both and be done with it. However, both of them managed to survive the trap. Black went up to confront Red and overheard him talking to himself. Red admitted he only wanted the Dragon Ball so he could wish to be taller. Black was furious, saying, "You betrayed me and lied, saying we wanted to rule the world, but you just want to be tall." He then declared Red unfit to lead and killed him. Shortly after, Goku arrived, and Black suggested they should team up to find the rest of the balls and rule the world together. Goku flatly refused, telling him he was evil and there was no way he'd cooperate. Black then used a capsule to summon a giant robotic battlesuit, put it on, and began firing at Goku. By this time, Goku's friends were almost at the base, but on their way, they collided with Violet's escape plane. Their wing was damaged, but they managed to keep going to reach Goku, who was currently being hammered by Black's robotic suit. It looked like Black was on the verge of killing him. Black fired a massive beam from the suit and thought he had finally vaporized Goku. But Goku had moved so fast he avoided it completely. Goku got close to Black, and when Black tried to strike him, Goku dodged again, causing Black to accidentally damage his own suit. Frustrated, Black prepared a massive missile to fire at Goku. Goku waited until the missile was right on top of him and then kicked it with incredible force, sending it flying back at Black. It missed Black but hit a mountain behind him, causing it to explode and collapse. Goku then quickly blew up Black's battle suit and took the 2 Dragon Balls he had. Now Goku had 6 out of the 7 Dragon Balls. He set off to find the last one, using his radar, but the screen was blank and wasn't showing the location. He thought the radar might be broken and decided he needed to take it to Bulma for repairs. As he flew off on his Nimbus, his friends finally arrived at the base. They got out of the plane and started coming up with a plan to storm the headquarters and save Goku, but suddenly they saw him flying right above them. They called out to him, thinking he hadn't even started the mission yet, and told him it was a good thing he hadn't tried to break in alone. Goku told them that he had actually already finished the job and had taken the 2 balls from inside. Everyone was completely stunned and couldn't believe that Goku had wiped out the entire Red Ribbon Army all by himself. Afterward, he sat down and told them the whole story of what happened since he left them. They all traveled back to Master Roshi's house together. Roshi noted that Goku had become incredibly powerful, maybe even stronger than Roshi himself. Once they arrived, Bulma inspected the Dragon Radar and told Goku that there was nothing wrong with it. It was working perfectly fine. Goku asked why the last ball wasn't showing up then, and she said she suspected an animal might have swallowed it, which would block the radar signal. This meant he wouldn't be able to find the final ball using technology. Goku was upset, but Roshi mentioned there was a famous seer named Fortuneteller Baba who could help. Roshi told Goku where to find Fortuneteller Baba, so Yamcha and Krillin decided to go along with him. They set off in a plane and stopped at a village to refuel. They noticed Goku's clothes were all torn up from his battle with the Red Ribbon Army, so they found a tailor to make him a new outfit. Goku spent some time trying on different outfits while his friends laughed at him until he finally decided to go with the same design as his old clothes. The tailor said it would take about an hour to finish, so Goku used that time to fly over to Appa and tell him he only needed 1 more ball to bring his father back. Goku brought Appa back with him, and by the time they returned, his new clothes were ready. They continued their journey in the plane but ran into a massive storm and a tornado. After they made it through, they finally spotted Fortuneteller Baba's palace and landed there. As they approached, they saw 5 people leaving the palace looking badly injured, which made them a bit nervous. They went inside and met Baba, who told them that her services cost 10 million zeni. They told her they definitely didn't have that much money, so she offered them an alternative. She had 5 warriors, and if they could defeat all of them, she would help them for free. However, she warned them that her fighters were incredibly strong and were the ones who had injured the people they saw earlier. The rule was simple: the last one standing, or whoever could make their opponent submit or leave the ring, wins. Baba called out her first fighter, a bat named Dracula Man. Krillin stepped up and said he would be the first to fight. The battle between Krillin and Dracula began, and suddenly Dracula transformed into a human form and started dancing around before landing a surprise hit on Krillin. He then turned back into a bat and started circling Krillin, making it impossible for him to land a hit. Krillin grew exhausted, and Dracula took the chance to turn back into a human, get behind Krillin, and bite him on the head to suck his blood. Krillin tried to run away but was bleeding heavily. Dracula landed one final blow that knocked Krillin out of the ring, meaning he lost the fight. Fortuneteller Baba's assistant came over and gave Krillin a blood transfusion to replace what he lost. Afterward, Krillin huddled with his friends to come up with a plan to beat Dracula. They decided that Appa and Pua, even though they weren't strong fighters, would take on Dracula together, and Baba agreed to the match. The fight started, and Upa followed the plan his friends gave him. He pulled out some garlic after they gave it to him to eat, and the smell was so strong it forced Dracula to back away. Dracula then tried to attack Puar, but Puar transformed himself into a hedgehog, which hurt Dracula's teeth when he tried to bite. Dracula turned back into a bat to escape, but Puar transformed into a giant hand and slapped him right into the water, winning the fight for them. Yamcha then said the next opponent would surely be stronger. Yamcha decided he would be the one to fight next, and told Baba to call out her second warrior. She told him that the fighter was already standing right in front of him, but Yamcha couldn't see anyone there at all. He asked where the fighter was, and she explained that the second fighter was named See-Through. He's called See-Through because he can turn completely invisible, which caught Yamcha off guard. The fight began, and Yamcha started getting pummeled by invisible strikes, unable to figure out what to do. While watching, Krillin realized that Yamcha needed a way to see his opponent to have any chance of winning. Krillin thought hard and came up with a brilliant idea. He told Goku to quickly hop on the Nimbus and go fetch Bulma and Master Roshi. Goku flew off while Krillin told Yamcha to just hang in there for a little while longer until the others arrived so they could execute the plan. Goku reached Roshi and Bulma but found they weren't home. They were actually in a plane with Oolong and Launch. He intercepted the plane and took them with him. The plane started to go down with Oolong and Launch inside, but Launch sneezed, turned into her aggressive persona, and managed to take control of the aircraft. Meanwhile, Yamcha was still getting beaten up and was trying to track See-Through's movements by sound. However, Baba started singing loudly to mess with his hearing, and See-Through kept landing hits. Just then, Goku arrived with Bulma and Roshi. Krillin set his plan in motion by having Roshi get a massive nosebleed from seeing Bulma. The blood sprayed all over the invisible fighter, making him invisible to everyone. This was Krillin's plan all along. Now that he could see him, Yamcha attacked See-Through with his Wolf Fang fist and won the match. He then asked Baba where the next fighter was, and she said they weren't fighting here anymore. She told them to follow her, and while they were walking, Roshi greeted her, calling her his sister. Everyone was shocked and asked if she really was his sibling. Roshi confirmed she was his older sister and asked her if she could just help the kids for free without all the fighting, but she refused, saying she never does anything for free. Baba took them to a place called the Devil's Toilet. Yamcha had to walk a separate path for his next fight. When Baba learned that Goku was Roshi's student and very strong, she took him to a separate room to test his abilities. She showered him with falling rocks, but Goku handled them easily, proving his strength to her. She then led him back to the rest of the group. When they looked down, they saw the arena for the Devil's Toilet, which consisted of 2 long stone paths over a deadly swamp. Baba told Roshi that fighting there was extremely dangerous and any fall would be fatal. Then she made a surprising offer to help them if they left Goku with her. Roshi considered it to save Yamcha, but Goku refused the deal, saying they wouldn't lose without even trying to fight. Baba told them to proceed, but reminded them that if Yamcha fell into the swamp, he would die. She then recited an incantation to summon her third fighter, a mummy wrapped in bandages who rose from a coffin. The mummy climbed out, his entire body covered in wraps. Baba announced the start of the fight. Roshi noted that no one had ever managed to defeat Baba's third fighter because he was incredibly powerful. Goku and his friends were definitely taken aback by the mummy's intimidating presence. The mummy lunged at Yamcha with incredible speed. Yamcha tried to dodge, but the mummy was too fast and struck him with a heavy blow. Yamcha almost fell into the deadly swamp, but managed to grab the edge just in time. The mummy walked over to finish him off, but told him not to worry, as he wouldn't let him fall just yet. He said he didn't want the fight to be too boring by ending it so quickly. Yamcha climbed back up and launched his Wolf Fang fist, trying to land a hit on the mummy, but he couldn't connect because of the mummy's superior speed. The mummy then struck him again, jumped high, and landed right on him. Yamcha was in a lot of pain, but he managed to trick the mummy and land a solid hit that sent him flying toward the edge. However, before the mummy could fall into the swamp, he used the bandages from his body like a rope to catch himself and pull himself back up onto the arena. Once he was back up, the mummy started pummeling Yamcha relentlessly. Because Yamcha was much weaker, he couldn't keep up, and his whole body was bruised, but he still refused to surrender. Finally, the mummy grabbed him and threw him toward the swamp, but Goku extended his power pull and caught him before he hit the water. Baba told Goku that by interfering, Yamcha was now considered retired from the match. Goku then declared that he would be the next one to fight. The match began, and the mummy carefully watched Goku to find a weakness before charging at him with high speed and landing 3 quick strikes. Goku got right back up, and when the mummy attacked again, Goku dodged him with ease. The mummy, frustrated that he couldn't land a hit, started unwrapping more of his bandages, and used them to ensnare Goku. He tied him up tight and told him the bandages were super strong and he'd squeeze until he broke Goku's bones. The mummy started tightening the grip, and Roshi commented that it looked like Goku had lost because there was no way to escape those bandages and he should surrender. Goku's friends started screaming for him to just give up so he wouldn't get killed by the pressure, but the stubborn little hero refused to quit even for a second. Instead, he executed a daring move by leaping and dropping himself toward the swamp to use its intense heat to burn through those restrictive bandages. His plan worked exactly as he hoped, and he managed to sear part of the wrappings away to free his limbs. In a display of incredible agility, he clamped his teeth onto a section of the bandages to keep from falling into the murky depths, and began hopping repeatedly to find his way back. He managed to emerge from the trap, leaving everyone absolutely stunned by his resilience. Without wasting a moment, Goku rushed forward and landed a devastating direct blow on the mummy, knocking him unconscious instantly and securing a clear victory. After winning the match, he confidently turned to Baba and demanded she bring out the fourth fighter. Soon after, the next opponent stepped into the arena, ready for the challenge. This newcomer was a winged demon known as Spike the Devilman. Roshi found this incredibly strange, noting that Spike is typically the fifth and final fighter because he's the strongest warrior in the group and possesses a legendary lethal technique. If someone like him is only the fourth fighter, it implies that there is a fifth warrior waiting in the wings who is even more powerful and terrifying. The battle commenced with Spike taking to the air and launching a swift aerial assault, but Goku countered him with ease, knocking him back. Spike tried to attack again with renewed vigor, but Goku remained one step ahead, striking him down once more. Realizing he was outmatched in physical combat, Spike used his wings to stabilize himself and declared that he would have to resort to using his ultimate deadly technique to win. When Spike mentioned using his finishing move, Baba became visibly distressed and warned him against using such a dangerous power. Master Roshi explained that this technique, known as the Devil Might Beam, was designed to be fatal. If it strikes someone, it causes the evil within their heart to expand and literally explode their body from the inside. Despite the warnings, Spike prepared to unleash this horrific ability on Goku. Spike fired the Devil Might Beam, but to his utter amazement, Goku was completely unharmed by the attack. Confused and desperate, Spike tried the technique a second time, yet once again, it had absolutely no effect on the young boy. Goku's friends watched in disbelief, and Baba clarified that this power only affects those who have even the slightest shred of malice or darkness hidden within their hearts. The beam failed because Goku is a truly pure-hearted soul with no resentment or hatred whatsoever, a fact that seemed almost impossible to the observers. Refusing to give up, Spike pulled out a demonic trident and went on the offensive, managing to land a solid strike that sent Goku tumbling toward the edge. Goku barely managed to grab onto the side with his hands to prevent himself from falling into the swamp below. Just as Spike was about to deliver a finishing blow to knock him off the ledge, Goku performed a clever maneuver. He let go with his hands and swung his tail around to grip the opposite side for support. He pulled himself back up and immediately launched a ferocious counterattack against Spike. Moving with blinding speed, he delivered a massive, direct strike that sent the demon flying. The force of Goku's punch slammed Spike into the stone wall of the arena, effectively defeating him. Goku then turned to Baba and told her to bring out the fifth and final fighter. Watching this, Baba marveled at the boy's incredible strength in her mind before calling for the next warrior. Meanwhile, Goku's companions were cheering wildly, celebrating his victory and the fact that only one obstacle remained. The atmosphere was filled with encouragement as everyone anticipated the final showdown. The last fighter soon entered, wearing a mysterious mask to hide his identity. He requested that Baba allow the battle to take place in a larger arena, a request she granted. As they all transitioned to the new fighting ground, Goku noticed something strange, mentioning that the masked man had a very familiar scent. Master Roshi also felt a sense of déjà vu, noting that the masked man's voice sounded remarkably familiar as if he had heard it many times before. When the duel began, Goku's friends initially assumed the newcomer might be weak, but they were quickly proven wrong. When Goku rushed into attack, the masked fighter showed incredible skill by catching and redirecting Goku's momentum. The two warriors engaged in a high-speed exchange, trading blows in a dizzying blur that was almost too fast for the eye to follow. They seemed perfectly matched, each landing strikes in turn till the masked man managed to hoist Goku high into the air. He pursued him upward, delivering a powerful blow that sent Goku crashing down with enough force to shatter the arena floor. Goku showed his incredible reflexes by springing back up before his opponent could even land. He launched himself skyward to strike the masked man, who absorbed the impact and immediately retaliated with a fierce counterattack. The battle was turning into a legendary test of endurance and skill as they clashed repeatedly in the air. Goku focused his energy and hardened his body, taking the full force of the attack without sustaining any real injury. This display of toughness left the spectators in awe of the high-level combat taking place. Roshi, however, was preoccupied with a nagging feeling, convinced that he knew the identity of the masked man, but unable to quite place who he was just yet. Determined to uncover the mystery before the fight ended, Roshi watched closely as the masked man paused for a moment and suddenly unleashed a massive Kamehameha wave. The blast was incredibly powerful. But as the dust cleared, the masked man realized that Goku had utilized the afterimage technique, leaving only a spectral image behind to take the hit. The version of Goku that was hit by the energy beam was merely a mirage. The real Goku had repositioned himself high above and came raining down with a Kamehameha of his own, scoring a direct hit on the masked warrior. Following the blast, Goku landed a physical strike and sternly told his opponent to surrender, threatening that the fight could turn even more serious. Instead of backing down, the masked man laughed and suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Goku by his tail. This caused Goku to instantly lose all his strength, as his tail is his ultimate weak point. Yamcha was baffled, wondering how a stranger could have discovered such a specific weakness, but Master Roshi had a different realization. Roshi explained that the fighter didn't discover the weakness just now, but had known about it all along. He revealed that the mysterious person was actually Grandpa Gohan, Goku's late grandfather who had passed away years ago. The entire group was struck with shock, unable to comprehend how a man who was dead could be standing there fighting them. Despite the emotional revelation, Gohan continued the match by repeatedly slamming Goku onto the ground while holding his tail, leaving the boy helpless. While Goku struggled, his mind was on finding the final Dragon Ball, completely unaware that it was currently in the possession of Emperor Pilaf and his loyal subordinates, Mei and Shu. Pilaf had hidden the 7th Dragon Ball inside a specially designed container that blocked the signals of the Dragon Radar, ensuring that Goku would remain blind to its location. To prepare for an inevitable confrontation, Pilaf had also constructed a set of powerful mechanical combat suits designed to take Goku down by force. Monitoring Goku through a satellite, Pilaf realized that the boy already had 6 of the Dragon Balls and had also identified the tail as a major vulnerability. He decided to mobilize his crew and their new robotic weaponry to intercept Goku, intending to defeat him and steal the remaining spheres to complete their set. Back at the arena, the intense thrashing continued until Goku's tail unexpectedly snapped off right in Gohan's grip. Although in immense pain from the injury, Goku was suddenly freed from his weakness and began to prepare for a counteroffensive. However, seeing his grandson's growth, Gohan chose that moment to announce his surrender. Gohan praised Goku, telling him he had become incredibly strong since they last met, and then finally removed his mask. Upon seeing his grandfather's face, Goku burst into tears and ran into his arms for a heartwarming hug. After Gohan greeted his old friend Roshi, Bulma curiously asked how he could be alive, leading Baba to provide an explanation. Baba explained that Gohan is indeed still deceased, but her unique powers allow her to act as a bridge between the living world and the afterlife. She occasionally summons powerful warriors from the spirit realm to serve as her champions, though they are strictly limited to remaining in the physical world for only a single day. She recalled a previous visit to the spirit world where Gohan had requested that she summon him whenever a young boy with a tail came seeking her help. When her Fortuneteling predicted Goku's arrival yesterday, she followed through on that promise. Gohan then turned to Goku to explain the reason behind their intense battle. Gohan told Goku not to be upset about the rough fight, explaining that he only attacked to test his abilities and ensure he could take care of himself. He had specifically asked Baba for this chance to see how his grandson was doing. However, because he was summoned the previous day, his allotted 24 hours in the living world were rapidly coming to an end. Gohan expressed his happiness that Goku had found such good friends to look after him. Goku quickly gathered his Dragon Balls to show them to his grandfather and shared all his adventures. But before long, Gohan's time expired, and he vanished back into the afterlife. It was a bittersweet goodbye for the young warrior. Baba then called Goku over to fulfill her promise of finding the final Dragon Ball. Peering into her crystal ball, she determined that the object was inside a vehicle roughly 200 kilometers away. Goku set off immediately to intercept it, having no idea that the car belonged to his old nemesis, Pilaf. It didn't take long for Goku to catch up to the vehicle and land right on its roof, causing Pilaf and his crew to panic and swerve off the road. After they scrambled out of the car, Pilaf admitted they were actually on their way to find him. He proposed a challenge. They would fight, and if Goku won, he would get the ball. But if they won, he would have to hand over his 6 spheres. Goku accepted the terms without hesitation. Pilaf and his team then deployed their specialized capsules, which expanded into large, high-tech battle robots. Each member of the trio climbed into their respective machine, preparing to use superior technology to overcome Goku's raw physical strength. The battle began with Goku launching a direct strike at Pilaf's mech, but the machine was surprisingly durable and he couldn't make a dent. He then tried throwing a massive boulder at the robot, but even that failed to cause any significant damage, proving that Pilaf's engineering was much tougher than in their previous encounters. Pilaf managed to grab Goku and hurl him into a pile of rocks, assuming the impact would be fatal. To his surprise, Goku got right back up and used his power pole to strike back, creating some distance. Mei and Shu rushed to assist their leader, and the trio decided to focus their attacks on Goku's tail, trying to surround him to exploit his known weakness. When they realized his tail was missing, they quickly shifted tactics. Mai restrained Goku while Shu used a flamethrower attack which scorched Goku and burned his clothes. The three robots then docked together to form a singular massive war machine for a final assault. Undeterred, Goku stood his ground and unleashed a powerful Kamehameha blast against them. The energy blast shattered the section of the machine controlled by Mei, terrifying the villains and causing them to beat a hasty retreat. Goku gave chase, and when they fired a missile at him, he caught it midair and hurled it back at them. The resulting explosion completely destroyed their mechanical suits and left the trio defeated. Goku reclaimed the final Dragon Ball and even took Shu's outfit to replace his own charred clothing. He then flew back to his friends on the Flying Nimbus, carrying the last sphere to help Appa. Appa expressed his deep gratitude to the whole group and set off with Goku to fulfill their mission. Watching them go, Baba made a profound prediction. Baba sensed that Goku was destined to one day become the savior of the world. Meanwhile, Yamcha approached Master Roshi, asking him to become his disciple, though the old master initially declined. Bulma intervened, suggesting that if Roshi took him on, she would visit the island frequently. Hearing this, the eccentric master changed his mind and agreed. Goku and Appa finally reached the base of Corin Tower, the sacred site where Appa's father, Bora, was buried. Goku carefully arranged all 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and called out to the eternal dragon by its name, commanding the legendary beast to appear and grant their heart's desire. As the sky turned dark, Shenron emerged in all his majesty and asked what wish they wanted granted. Appa stepped forward and pleaded for his father to be brought back to life. The dragon complied, and Bora miraculously rose from his grave, perfectly restored. Appa was overcome with emotion and rushed to embrace his father. With the wish fulfilled, Shenron vanished, and the Dragon Balls began to glow, preparing to scatter across the globe. Goku acted quickly, leaping into the air to catch the 4-star ball that belonged to his grandfather so he wouldn't have to search for it again. Watching this, Appa asked why the balls were changing their appearance. Goku explained that once the dragon grants a wish, the spheres lose their power and turn into ordinary stones for exactly 1 year before they can be used again. After saying a final goodbye to Bora and Appa, Goku returned to Master Roshi, expressing his desire to continue his formal training under the old master's guidance. To Goku's surprise, Roshi told him that he had nothing more to teach him at this stage. Instead, he advised Goku to travel the world on his own to gain experience and become even stronger before the next world tournament. He emphasized that solo training would be the best way for Goku to truly test his limits and reach the next level. The next Tenkaichi Budokai was scheduled for 3 years later to accommodate the growing number of participants. Goku agreed to the plan and bid a fond farewell to his friends, knowing it would be a long time before they met again. He decided to head east, choosing to travel on foot rather than using the Nimbus to further strengthen his body. And one day during his journey, he came across a girl named Chi-Chi, being attacked by a monster that was about to eat her. He struck it several times and saved her, and Chi-Chi said to him, "You're strong. Please, come with me to my village." Goku agreed to accompany her back to her village to investigate the problem. As he carried her along, he asked why she needed him there, and she explained that 2 wicked brothers named Ginkaku and Kinkaku had been terrorizing her people. Every single month, these villains would descend upon the village and cause chaos. The brothers were known for forcefully stealing the village's entire harvest, and today happened to be the day they were due to arrive. Goku arrived at the village just in time to find Ginkaku and Kinkaku already there, having already rounded up the local crops and intimidated the terrified residents into submission. The entire village was gathered as Ginkaku began a bizarre ritual of calling out everyone's names one by one. Goku noticed that every person who heard their name called would respond with frantic speed. Perplexed by this behavior, Goku asked Chao why everyone seemed so terrified to simply answer a roll call. Chao explained that the brothers possessed a magical gourd. If they called a name and the person failed to respond immediately, the vessel would magically suck them inside. Once trapped, the victim would eventually be dissolved and turned into a type of wine for the brothers to drink, which is why everyone was so desperate to answer as quickly as possible. The villains were intentionally calling names in a rapid-fire manner, hoping to catch someone off guard so they could trap another soul in their jar. They even went as far as to call the name of an infant, knowing the baby couldn't possibly respond. Disgusted by their cruelty, Goku confronted the brothers and landed a solid blow on Ginkaku. When Ginkaku tried to retaliate by firing a pistol, Goku used his power pole to deflect the bullets with ease before striking him again. This prompted Kinkaku to join the fray, drawing a sword to engage the young warrior in a direct confrontation. As Kinkaku fought Goku, He overheard Chao calling out Goku's name. Realizing he had a new target, he quickly grabbed the magical gourd and shouted Goku's name at the top of his lungs, hoping to trap the powerful boy and end the resistance once and for all. Goku failed to give the required response in time, and the magical vacuum of the gourd sucked him right inside. With their greatest threat seemingly neutralized, the brothers resumed their control over the village. However, at sunset, Ginkaku made a foolish mistake by opening the jar to have a drink, allowing Goku to leap out and regain his freedom. Goku quickly snatched the gourd away and began calling out the brothers' names repeatedly, and with such speed that they couldn't manage to respond. The plan worked perfectly, and both Ginkaku and Kinkaku were pulled into their own magical trap. From inside the jar, they began to desperately beg Goku to let them out. Goku agreed to release them only on the condition that they never harm the villagers again and work to make amends for their crimes. The brothers accepted, and after being free, they began performing manual labor to help the community. Goku then handed the magical gourd over to the villagers so they could keep the brothers in check permanently. After saying his goodbyes, Goku resumed his journey, spending each day training his tail to remove its weakness and seeking out formidable opponents to test his skills. During his travels, he encountered a woman and asked her if there were any exceptionally strong fighters in the nearby area. The woman directed him toward a specific city, mentioning a master named Tyke who was renowned for his strength. Goku followed her directions and arrived in the city, where he witnessed Tyke and his son, Shokin, in the middle of a heated confrontation with a man named Shao over a stolen wallet. Shao was accusing Tyke and Shokin of being thieves, but when Goku stepped in and actually found the missing wallet, Shao turned his suspicions on Goku instead. A brief fight broke out until Shao's elder brother Ten arrived to stop the commotion and lead his brother away. Goku, still looking for a challenge, then asked Tyke for a sparring match. Tyke accepted the challenge and took Goku back to his martial arts dojo. They began to exchange blows, and both showed impressive skill, but the fight was cut short when Tyke suddenly collapsed. It became clear that the master was suffering from a serious illness that sapped his energy. Goku was fascinated by a unique move Tyke had managed to use during their brief skirmish, noting that it was a technique he had never seen before. Tyke explained that the style was called Gensuken, and expressed his hope that Goku might one day master it, as it was a very refined and effective martial art. Goku confidently stated that he had already learned the Gensuken technique just by observing it once during their exchange. Tyke was amazed but quickly returned to his worries, explaining that he was scheduled for a crucial Imperial match the following day that he simply couldn't afford to miss. The Imperial match was a high-stakes event held in the presence of the king, where Tyke was set to face Ten, the brother of Shao. The winner of this duel would be officially appointed as the primary martial arts instructor for the entire city, making it a matter of great honor and professional standing. Goku told Tyke not to worry, and offered to go find some medicine to help him recover in time for the big fight. But on his way, he was intercepted by Shao, who held a grudge and tried to attack him. Goku skillfully dodged the clumsy assault until Shao accidentally fell into some water. Ten suddenly appeared and delivered a lightning-fast strike to Goku before departing as quickly as he arrived. Goku eventually returned to the dojo with the medicine, but by the next day, Tyke's condition hadn't improved. Seeing his father's state, Shokin offered to fight in his place, but Tyke insisted that Goku should be the one to represent them. Shokin felt slighted by his father's decision, and secretly laced Goku's food with a potent laxative. Despite this, the group proceeded to the Imperial Arena where the king was waiting. The match began with Goku and Ten trading intense blows, but the struggle became much harder once the sabotaged meal started to take effect. As the fight progressed, Goku used an afterimage to confuse Ten, but Ten responded with a powerful spinning kick that connected. Just then, the laxative's effects became unbearable, causing Goku to double over in pain. Ten saw the opening and launched a series of attacks, leaping into the air to deliver a finishing blow. Goku utilized his afterimage technique to confuse his opponent and punch Tien on the gut, knocking Tien down. With Goku's victory, Tyke was officially named the city's head martial arts instructor. Ten accepted the outcome with honor and good sportsmanship, and Shokin eventually apologized to Goku for his petty behavior. Goku then continued his travels, spending 2 more years training in solitude as he moved toward the southern regions. During his travels, Goku met a woman who warned him to stay away from a nearby castle. She explained that it housed a gateway to the demon world and that a powerful demon had recently emerged from the portal to kidnap the kingdom's princess. Goku, sensing someone in need, decided to investigate the village near the castle. The villagers had set up numerous traps to catch any demons that emerged, and Goku inadvertently triggered them, though he was able to navigate through them easily. Impressed by his capability, a villager led him to the king, who explained that the portal had been forced open by a demon named Shora, who was holding the princess captive. The king told Goku that Shora had wedged his own sword into the gateway to prevent it from closing. In order to rescue the princess and seal the rift between worlds, Someone would have to venture inside and defeat the demon leader. Goku stepped up, promising the king that he would handle the situation. Goku bravely crossed through the portal and entered the eerie demon world, where he was immediately confronted by two guards named Gura and Mila. Gura tried to block his path, but Goku brushed him aside with a powerful move and demanded to know where Shora was hiding the princess. Mila was impressed by Goku's spirit and revealed that Shora was their leader and was planning to marry the princess that very day. She mentioned that a fighting tournament was being held to celebrate the occasion, and suggested that Goku participate if he truly wanted to reach Shora. Goku entered the tournament and quickly faced off against a massive demon, whom he defeated with relative ease. After his victory, he publicly challenged Shora. The demon leader descended to fight, moving with incredible speed and landing several heavy hits that knocked Goku down multiple times. The tide of the battle turned when Goku unleashed a Kamehameha, catching Shora off guard and inflicting serious damage. He followed up with a final series of strikes to secure the win, then Goku emerged from the demon world with the princess in tow and quickly pulled Shora's sword from the gateway, causing the portal to slam shut forever. Having successfully completed his rescue mission, Goku set off once again, continuing his long journey across various lands for several more days. During his travels, Goku came across a man frantically driving a carriage as if his life depended on it. Goku used his strength to stop the vehicle and asked what was wrong. The man explained that a terrifying beast known as Inoshikacho was attacking his village, causing everyone to flee in terror. Goku headed toward the village and arrived that night to find Inoshikacho terrorizing the remaining residents. Suddenly, two mysterious figures, one tall and one short, appeared and managed to subdue the creature. They charged the villagers a fee for their services and then led the beast away, making it look like a heroic rescue. Goku initially thought the problem was solved, but while searching for food later that night, he stumbled upon the two men eating a meal with Inoshikacho. He realized they were actually working together, staging the attack so they could scam villages out of their money. Goku confronted them, revealing that he knew their secret. The taller of the two men declared that Goku must be silenced and launched an attack. Goku spent the fight dodging until the confrontation caused a tree to fall on him, allowing the scammers to escape into the night. The next morning, a girl named Hanman found Goku and helped him get free from under the fallen tree. Goku explained the whole situation about the scammers and their monster to Tanman. He then tracked the duo to a neighboring village where they were attempting the same trick. After they finished their act of capturing the beast, Goku stepped forward to warn the villagers that these men were frauds. The tall scammer cleverly flipped the script, accusing Goku of being the actual con artist who was controlling the monster. To prove his point, he began to torture Inoshikacho with fire, knowing Goku wouldn't be able to stand by and watch. Goku eventually intervened to save the animal from being burned alive. Seeing Goku rescue the beast, the villagers became convinced that he was indeed working with it and chased him away. Goku fled with Inoshikacho and traveled through the night until they were met by Tanman and her village chief, who spoke to the local villagers and cleared Goku's name by explaining the truth of his character. Goku brought the injured Inoshikacho back to Tanman's house where she helped nurse its burns. Goku spent some time training with the beast every day until the 3-year mark finally arrived. With the Tenkaichi Budokai only 3 days away, he knew he had to leave for the tournament immediately. Goku began his journey to Papaya Island, the site of the tournament. Along the way, he encountered 3 bullies picking on a small fox-like creature named Konkichi. Goku saved the little guy, and after hearing that Konkichi also needed to get to the island, they decided to travel together. Konkichi informed Goku that the only way to reach Papaya Island in time for the registration was to take a flight. They went to the airport only to find that the tickets cost 15,000 zenny, an amount neither of them possessed. To raise the funds, Konkichi suggested they participate in a local festival where they could win prize money. The plan worked, and after some games and challenges at the festival, they managed to earn enough for the plane tickets. While walking, Goku happened to cross paths with Baba the Fortune Teller and had a brief conversation. Konkichi, meanwhile, went to grab a drink, but he was cornered by the 3 bullies he had encountered earlier. The thugs robbed Konkichi of the ticket money and proceeded to rob a nearby bank, leaving the poor fox at the scene so the police would arrest him instead. And the plan actually worked as the cops swarmed in to take him away. Just then, the authorities arrived and took him into custody. Goku, who was standing there with Baba, saw what was happening and rushed over to ask what the deal was. Konkichi finally decided to come clean and told him the truth, confessing that he was actually a thief and had stolen money from those 3 guys, which is why they were beating him up in the first place. He explained that they were attacking him when Goku first saved him, and after spending time together, he felt like they could be real friends, so he vowed never to steal again. He insisted he didn't rob the bank and that the others had framed him before making their escape, so Goku turned to Baba for some help. Goku asked her if she could locate the 3 culprits, and she agreed, though she mentioned she'd collect her fee for the service later on. Using her crystal ball, Baba pinpointed their location, allowing Goku to track them down, stop their car by literally tossing it aside, and catch them red-handed. After capturing them, he handed them over to the police, but by then he had already missed his flight. Realizing he couldn't make the plane, Goku told Kankichi that he would simply swim all the way to Papaya Island to make it to the tournament on time, after which Kankichi bid him a fond farewell. Goku actually dove into the water and started swimming, while at the same time Master Roshi, Bulma, Oolong, and Launch were getting ready to accompany Krillin and Yamcha to the Tenkaichi Budokai. This followed 3 years of intense training that Yamcha and Krillin had undergone under Roshi's expert guidance. Over the past 3 years, they weren't the only ones preparing. Those 2 mysterious individuals Goku had encountered with Inoshikacho were also planning to participate. When Goku finally made it to the island, he was immediately met with trouble in the form of fierce tigers. The tigers attacked him and even shredded his clothes, but he managed to take care of them quickly before racing off to register for the tournament. Around that same time, Roshi and the rest of the group arrived, and Yamcha and Krillin successfully signed up for the competition. Without anyone noticing, Master Roshi also registered himself under the alias Jackie Chun, just like he did in the previous tournament, wanting to test his own limits against everyone else's strength. While they were all standing around waiting for Goku to show up, the 2 mysterious fighters arrived. The duo Goku had met earlier registered for the tournament alongside their master, a man named Shen. It turned out that Shen and Roshi were old rivals, and Shen didn't hesitate to insult him, claiming Roshi's students looked weak, and asserting that his own disciples were definitely going to win the whole thing. Master Roshi was clearly annoyed and walked away, and shortly after, Goku finally arrived to register. He greeted all his friends and was quite surprised to see that Bulma had cut her hair, while they were equally stunned to learn that he hadn't used the flying Nimbus once in 3 years. He had traveled all the way to the tournament purely by swimming and running. That evening, the whole group went out to share a meal together, and by the next morning it was finally time for the tournament to begin, with Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha ready for action. Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chun, came over to talk and motivate them, yet they still had no idea it was actually him. Soon, the preliminary rounds kicked off with a massive pool of 184 fighters, all competing for just 8 coveted spots in the final bracket. Luckily, Goku and his friends weren't matched against each other in the preliminaries. The very first match featured Yamcha. When his opponent attacked, Yamcha suddenly vanished, reappeared right behind him, and delivered a blow that won him the fight instantly. Yamcha won with total ease, followed by Krillin, who was up against a massive opponent. As the fight started, the giant tried to grab him, but Krillin simply caught him by the finger and tossed him right out of the ring to secure his victory. After Krillin's match, Goku and his buddies encountered the 2 individuals they'd seen with Inoshikacho again. Goku learned that the tall one was named Tien Shinhan, though they called him Tien for short, while the smaller one was named Chiatsu. Tien started mocking Goku and the others again, telling them they were incredibly weak compared to him and that he would win the tournament effortlessly. Yamcha got angry and was ready to charge, but Goku held him back just as Tien headed off for his own match. Tien's opponent was another large guy who tried to attack, but Tien struck him with such blinding speed that the man went down immediately. The attack was so fast that nobody even saw him hit his opponent, leaving everyone stunned by what had just happened. After Tien, it was finally Goku's turn, and his opponent was a highly skilled martial arts master named King Chappa. The fight began with Goku landing a hit, which frustrated Chappa into attacking back, only for Goku to strike him several more times with his legs. Chappa refused to give up, and unleashed a technique called the 8-arm fist, but Goku blocked the onslaught and then leaped high into the air. He descended toward Chappa at high speed, and while Chappa tried to time his strike, Goku suddenly inflated his chest to alter his movement. Goku used the breath to stall in mid-air, tricking Chappa before landing a decisive final blow to win the match. Master Roshi stood there thinking to himself that Goku had become remarkably powerful, wondering if he could even beat him if they faced off. Then Roshi entered his own match and won in just 3 hits. Despite his quick win, Roshi couldn't stop dwelling on Goku's newfound strength. Following the preliminary rounds, the fighters were given an hour-long break, so Goku and his friends went to get some food. But they soon spotted Tien about to strike someone. Yamcha told Tien to leave the person alone, so Tien challenged Yamcha to take the guy's place instead. Both Yamcha and Tien squared up to fight, but Master Roshi quickly intervened and told Yamcha that this wasn't the place for a brawl. Tien then taunted Yamcha, saying the old man had just saved him. Tien walked away after the insult, and once Goku and the gang finished eating, they ran into Namu, who had competed in the previous tournament. They learned he was also participating this time around. Soon, the rest of the preliminary matches were finally concluded. Goku and his friends continued their winning streaks through the rounds, but unfortunately Namu had the bad luck of being matched against Tien. Tien defeated him brutally, leaving him with severe injuries while telling him that someone of his level should never have entered the tournament. Goku was really starting to get fed up with Tien's attitude, thinking to himself about how incredibly arrogant the guy was. The preliminaries finally wrapped up with 8 fighters advancing to the finals. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Jackie Chun, Tianzu, and 2 others named Pampa and Manwolf. When it came time to draw lots for the match order, Tien told Chaozu to use his psychic abilities to manipulate the drawing of the slips so he could control the entire lineup. He specifically told him to make sure he was matched up against Yamcha. Chaozu did exactly as he was told without anyone noticing, setting the first match as Yamcha versus Tien, the second as Jackie Chun versus Manwolf, the third as Chaozu himself versus Krillin, and the final match of the round is Goku versus Pampa. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others were searching everywhere for Master Roshi because they had no idea he was actually Jackie Chun competing in the tournament. While they were looking, Master Shen, the teacher of Tien and Tianzu, approached them. Shen started hassling them, bragging that their friends would be easily crushed by his pupils during the finals, which really got on Bulma's nerves. A short while later, the time finally arrived for the very first match of the final bracket. The match between Yamcha and Tien began, with Yamcha rushing in to attack while Tien blocked. They both engaged in a series of incredibly rapid strikes and counterstrikes, constantly moving around the ring trying to find an opening to land a hit. Eventually, Yamcha managed to land a solid punch to Tien's stomach, but Tien immediately countered with a kick. They both leaped into the air to continue their battle above the ground before landing and facing off again. Both breathing heavily, Yamcha thought to himself that Tien was genuinely strong, while Tien was also surprised, not expecting Yamcha to be so formidable. The audience was completely shocked by the level of power both fighters displayed. Then, Yamcha prepared to use his signature move. Yamcha unleashed his Wolf Fang Fist, trading blows with Tien before suddenly circling around behind him to land a scratch across his face, which Tien quickly reciprocated. Yamcha then leaped up and pounced on Tien like a wolf, striking him and telling him he should just give up. Tien stood back up and told Yamcha he was about to witness true martial arts. He launched a fierce counterattack, hitting Yamcha multiple times until he knocked him down, suggesting that Yamcha should be the one to surrender. Yamcha, however, refused to quit so easily. Yamcha got back on his feet, gathered all his energy, and fired a Kamehameha wave directly at Tien. Surprisingly, Tien used a technique that allowed him to reflect the Kamehameha right back at Yamcha, forcing Yamcha to react instantly. Yamcha leaped into the air to avoid the reflected blast, which ended up destroying the wall behind him. While Yamcha was still in midair, Tien suddenly appeared behind him and struck him down onto the ring floor so hard that Yamcha lost consciousness instantly. Tien didn't stop there, though. He intentionally landed on Yamcha's leg and broke it before being declared the winner. Goku rushed into the ring to check on his friend, while Puar transformed into a carpet to carry Yamcha off to the hospital. Goku stood there absolutely fuming at Tien. Goku and Krillin confronted Tien, calling him a terrible person for breaking Yamcha's leg, despite knowing he was already unconscious. Tien coldly replied that they should be thanking him for not killing him before walking away. Afterward, the tournament announcer declared that the rest of the matches would resume the next day. Goku and the others left to visit Yamcha in the hospital, where Goku reassured him, promising that he would get revenge on Tien for what he did. That night, as Goku and his friends went to get dinner at a restaurant, things got tense again. Shen, Chaozu, and Tien showed up at the same restaurant and started making fun of Yamcha's defeat. Goku got really angry and shouted at them to shut up about his friend, while Master Roshi ended up getting into a heated argument with Master Shen. The following day, everyone returned for the tournament, and it was time for Jackie Chun to face off against Manwolf. As the fight began, Manwolf stared at Jackie with pure hatred, prompting Jackie to ask why he was looking at him like that since they'd never met. Manwolf insisted that Jackie had indeed wronged him and explained his story. He normally turns into a human when he sees a full moon. However, 3 years ago, when Jackie was fighting Goku in the previous tournament, there was a full moon that caused Goku to turn into a great ape. To stop the rampaging ape, Jackie had destroyed the moon, which Manwolf claimed had ruined his life because he could no longer see a full moon to turn human again. Manwolf was determined to get his revenge and charged at Jackie, but Jackie easily dodged every single one of his attacks. Manwolf kept attacking, but Jackie Chun was too fast, landing hits on his face and head with effortless ease. At one point, Jackie even sent him crashing into the wall. Manwolf then pulled out a knife, knowing it was against the rules but not caring because he wanted Jackie dead. Jackie managed to disarm him, grabbing the knife and tossing it aside before telling Manwolf that if he surrendered, he would help him become human again. Manwolf listened and agreed to surrender, giving Jackie the win. Jackie then brought Krillin over for his plan. He had Manwolf look at Krillin's bald head while using hypnosis to trick him into believing it was the full moon. The plan actually worked, and as Manwolf felt like he was looking at the moon, he transformed back into a human, becoming overjoyed and thanking Jackie for his kindness. Man-Wolf left the tournament happy. And soon it was time for the match between Krillin and Chiatsu. As soon as the fight started, Chiatsu lifted his feet off the ground and began moving through the air with incredible speed, striking Krillin before flying up high again. Krillin didn't stay down for long. He vanished and reappeared beside Chiatsu to land a hit of his own. They traded blows until Chiatsu flew even higher and stayed suspended in the air. Master Roshi explained that this was a special flight technique from the Crane School. While in the air, Chiatsu unleashed the Doden Ray technique, firing it down at Krillin, who narrowly managed to dodge the blasts. As Goku watched the fight, he recognized the move and mentioned that it looked exactly like the technique used by Tao Pai. Tien overheard Goku's comment and was shocked, asking how Goku could possibly know about Tao Pai. Goku bluntly revealed that he had defeated him 3 years ago, which left Tien completely stunned because Tao Pai was supposed to be incredibly powerful. Tien immediately left to tell Master Shen what he'd learned. Goku asked Roshi why Tien seemed so upset, and Roshi explained that Tao Pai was actually Shen's younger brother. He warned Goku that Shen likely wouldn't let it slide once he realized Goku killed his sibling. Meanwhile, Krillin was still struggling against Chiaotzu's Dodon Rays and didn't know how to counter them. Back at the sidelines, Tien told Shen about Tao Pai's fate, and Shen, furious, ordered Chiatsu to finish off Roshi's student immediately. Chiaotzu prepared a massive, supercharged Dodon Ray while Krillin readied a Kamehameha. Krillin managed to avoid the Dodon Ray, which exploded in the ring, and then suddenly appeared behind Chiatsu to hit him with the Kamehameha blast. Krillin's attack hit its mark, but Chiatsu managed to get back up. Krillin thought to himself that if his Kamehameha had been just a little bit stronger, the fight would have been over right then and there. He rushed in to strike Chiatsu again. Chiatsu then removed his hat and charged at Krillin with a powerful headbutt. Krillin tried to use his own head to counter, but Chiatsu's head was much harder, and Krillin got hit again. Krillin managed to grab Chiatsu's head to stop the next assault. Chiatsu backed off and began using his telekinetic powers to paralyze Krillin, making him unable to move. He started slamming Krillin against the wall and kicking him, but Krillin noticed that Chiatsu had to keep his hands open and extended to maintain the psychic grip. Thinking quickly, Krillin decided to distract him with a math question, asking him what 27 plus 16 was. Since Chiatsu was a bit naive, he closed his hands to start counting on his fingers, which broke the psychic hold. Krillin seized the chance, punched him in the face, and knocked him out of the ring to win. Goku went on to celebrate the victory with Krillin, which only made Shen and Tien even angrier. The announcer then said that was the final match of the day, so Goku and the others went to visit Yamcha, while Shen took his students back to their hotel. At the hotel, Shen struck Chiatsu for falling for such a simple trick and told him never to let his guard down like that again. Later that night, while everyone was asleep, Shen masked his face and broke into the room where Goku, Roshi, and Krillin were staying. He tried to assassinate Goku in his sleep, but Goku's sharp instincts kicked in and he dodged the attack just in time. Goku woke up and demanded to know who he was, and the noise woke up Krillin and Roshi as well, forcing Shen to make a quick escape. Goku and Krillin chased after the intruder, and during the struggle they managed to see his face. When Goku asked why he wanted to kill him, Shen admitted it was because Goku had taken the life of his brother, Tao Pai. Goku simply replied that he did it because Tao Pai was an evil man. Goku and Shen were about to clash when Tien intervened and told Shen to leave Goku to him, as he planned to kill him in front of the tournament crowd instead. Shen agreed and left, and the next morning, Goku woke up to have breakfast, knowing his match with Pampa was coming up. What Goku didn't know was that Pampa's manager, a man named Fatka, was incredibly worried. He told Pampa that a loss to Goku would ruin his reputation as a champion. Fatka then decided to spy on Goku and saw him training with Master Roshi, which made him realize just how powerful Goku really was. Fatka figured the only way for Pampa to win was to keep Goku away from the arena. About half an hour before the fight, as Goku was out running for training, Fatka pulled up in a car and lied to him, saying the tournament location had been changed to a different spot. Goku was naive enough to believe him and hopped into the car. Luckily, Launch happened to be nearby, buying ice cream in her aggressive blonde persona. She stole a motorcycle and chased after them until they reached a dead end, where she took out Fatka's bodyguards. Launch told Goku to hurry back so he wouldn't miss his fight. He made it back just as the announcer was about to disqualify him. Pampa told Goku he was glad he showed up so he could demonstrate his superior strength, showing off by smashing a wall with his elbow. Pampa boasted that he would finish the fight in 30 seconds, but as soon as it started, Goku grabbed his arm and hit him 3 times so fast, it knocked him out cold. Tien, watching from the sidelines, realized that Goku was a serious threat, and potentially the strongest person there. The semifinal matches were then set, Jackie Chun against Tien and Goku against Krillin. Since no one knew Jackie Chun was actually Master Roshi, Tien felt uneasy, admitting he had never even heard of a fighter named Jackie Chun before the previous tournament. To test Jackie's reflexes, Tien had Xiaozu use his powers to manipulate a small child's toy gun to fire a pellet at Jackie. When Jackie dodged it effortlessly, Tien became even more concerned. Half an hour later, the match between Jackie and Tien finally began. As the fight started, Tien attacked, but Jackie caught his leg and threw him. Tien used his flight technique to return to the ring and immediately launched a ground attack, forcing Jackie to leap into the air. They then began a high-speed exchange of blows above the arena. After they landed, Jackie used the after-image technique to surround Tien with multiple copies of himself, striking from different angles. However, thanks to his 3 eyes, Tien was able to track Jackie's true movements and landed a powerful counter-strike. Jackie got back up and removed his outer shirt, and when Tien attacked again, Jackie caught him and delivered blows to his stomach and face, sending him flying. Tien managed to recover, and the fight became incredibly fast-paced, with both fighters sustaining visible injuries. Jackie realized that the new generation was truly full of powerful warriors. The battle continued as Tien leaped up and came down hard on Jackie, and they kept trading hits until Tien managed to strike Jackie with a blow that almost sent him out of the ring. Jackie managed to grab Tien's hand, and as Tien tried to force him out of the ring, he hit Jackie with several headbutts. Jackie eventually pulled back to the center of the ring, but Tien declared he was ending the fight then and there with a new technique from Master Shen. Tien unleashed the solar flare, Tioken, creating a blinding flash of light that left everyone unable to see. Under the cover of the flash, Tien struck Jackie from behind with his knee, knocking him down and assuming he wouldn't be able to get back up. The announcer began the 10 count, and when he reached 9, Jackie Chun surprisingly stood back up. Jackie then asked Tien why he was wasting his incredible strength on Shen's evil path instead of using it for good, but Tien told him to shut up and attacked again. As they continued to clash, Master Shen, who was watching from the sidelines, finally realized that Jackie Chun's fighting style was remarkably familiar. He thought about it for a moment and concluded that Jackie Chun was actually Master Roshi in disguise. Using his telepathic abilities, Shen informed Tien that Jackie Chun was really Master Roshi. Hearing this, Tien told Jackie that he could replicate any technique he saw, and he proceeded to use a move that Jackie knew all too well, the Kamehameha. Tien fired the Kamehameha at Jackie, who realized that if he dodged it, the blast would hit the audience. Jackie decided to block the blast head-on and successfully deflected it into the sky, before continuing his lecture to Tien about how his potential was being wasted. Jackie told him he would only end up being as hated as Shen if he stayed on this path. Suddenly, Jackie walked toward the edge of the ring and stepped out, intentionally losing the match. He explained that he only came to see the strength of the new generation, and now that he'd seen it, he no longer cared about winning. Tien was frustrated by this, asking why Jackie had forfeited when he clearly hadn't used his full strength during the fight. Jackie didn't give him a straight answer, and simply left the arena, which left Tien even more determined to find out the real reason for the withdrawal. Tien eventually tracked Jackie down and asked why he did all of that. Jackie revealed that he had been entering tournaments as Jackie Chun to make sure his students didn't win, fearing that early success would make them arrogant and kill their passion for training. However, after seeing Tien's incredible skill, Jackie felt that Tien would be the perfect challenge for his students in the finals. He admitted he had a gut feeling that Tien would eventually turn toward the path of good, even though Tien insisted he would become a cold-blooded assassin like Tao Pai. Jackie simply told him that time would eventually reveal the truth, and walked away to prepare for the next match. It was now time for the highly anticipated fight between Goku and Krillin told Goku to fight him with everything he had and not to hold back for even a second. Goku and Krillin both step into the ring, leaving their friends totally torn about who to root for. The fight erupts instantly as they charge at each other, trading a barrage of blows and blocks. They are moving with such insane speed that the entire crowd is left in absolute awe, struggling to track their every move. Their friends are shouting for both of them as the action intensifies. Krillin manages to land a solid blow on Goku, who gets launched into the air. Krillin follows him up for another strike, but Goku absorbs his momentum and lands gracefully on his feet. He waits patiently for Krillin to descend before launching a fierce counter-assault. Goku tries to catch him with a kick, but Krillin cleverly inflates his body like a balloon to slow his fall and dodge the attack. Goku can't help but praise how much Krillin has improved since their training days. He rushes back in, lands a hit, and then leaps high to come crashing down with another powerful strike. Krillin is momentarily stunned on the ground from the force of those hits, but he gets back up to continue their lightning-fast exchange. Goku lands another hit, sending Krillin reeling, but Krillin recovers and charges back. Goku deftly evades his advance and strikes him hard in the back, knocking him down once more. Krillin gets up, realizing Goku's power is on another level and that he needs a clever strategy to win. He fires off a Kamehameha, which Goku blocks without much trouble. However, it was all a ruse. Before Goku realizes it, Krillin has used the distraction to sneak behind him. Krillin grabs Goku's tail and shouts that the Kamehameha was just a diversion to target his known weak spot. Goku loses all his strength and collapses as the referee begins the count. Seeing this, Tien starts thinking that Goku has a fatal flaw and anticipates facing Krillin in the tournament finals. Just when everyone thinks Goku is finished, he suddenly springs back up and uses his tail to knock Krillin off his feet. The crowd is stunned as Goku explains that he spent the last 3 years training his tail to be incredibly tough, meaning it's no longer a weakness for him. Krillin backs off for a second before jumping back into the fray, but Goku starts moving with such unbelievable speed that he becomes practically invisible to the naked eye. Krillin starts to feel a real sense of dread as he realizes he can't even see where the attacks are coming from. Out of nowhere, Goku reappears and lands 8 lightning-fast strikes that send Krillin flying right out of the ring to secure the victory. The moves were so fast that only Tien, Master Roshi, and Shen could actually see what happened, leaving them absolutely speechless at Goku's growth. After the match, Goku helps Krillin up, showing their great sportsmanship. The announcer then declares that the grand final between Goku and Tien will take place tomorrow. Goku heads back with his friends to rest up, while Tien also spends the day preparing his mind and body for the ultimate showdown. Tien reflects on Roshi's advice but ultimately pushes it aside, fueling his motivation to defeat Goku. On the day of the fight, the atmosphere is electric as everyone gathers, including Yamcha, who checked himself out of the hospital to watch. Master Roshi and Master Shen stand face-to-face in a tense standoff. The two masters exchange silent, telepathic threats, each convinced their own student will emerge victorious. Finally, Tien and Goku enter the ring to thunderous applause. As the announcer introduces them, Master Roshi takes a spot next to Krillin to get a good view of the battle. Roshi tells Krillin that this fight is going to be so intense they might never see anything like it again, so they better enjoy it every second. The battle begins immediately as Goku rushes Tien, even trying to use his tail for an opening, forcing Tien to leap high into the air. As Goku closes the distance, Tien blasts him with a Dodon Ray, slamming him into the ring floor with enough force to shatter the stone. Goku recovers quickly and starts moving with blinding speed to confuse Tien, but Tien manages to track his movements and knocks him back against the wall. Tien follows up with a savage and rapid-fire assault, showing no mercy. He then uses his Haikyuu Ken technique, treating Goku like a volleyball and batting him around the arena. After a series of brutal hits, he launches Goku high into the sky and delivers one last crushing blow. Tien thinks he's ended the fight, but Goku somehow stands up again to the cheers of his friends. Goku tells Tien he's truly impressed by his strength, which is great because it means he doesn't have to hold back as much. Goku then charges in, unleashing a storm of punches and kicks. Goku knocks Tien into the air and looks ready to finish it with a Kamehameha, but he suddenly stops and holds his position as Tien lands safely. Krillin is confused and asks Master Roshi why Goku didn't just fire the blast when he had the chance. Roshi explains that Tien was in a perfect position to deflect it, so Goku realized it would have just been a waste of energy. Back in the ring, Tien tells Goku that fighting someone so strong really fires him up. They both charge again, clashing in the center of the ring. They exchange a flurry of blows, moving so fast the audience can't even tell who has the upper hand. Both fighters are desperately trying to find an opening to knock the other out of bounds, but they are perfectly matched in this high-stakes game of power and speed. Goku tries to use his after-image technique to surround Tien, but Tien stays focused and realizes Goku's true form is coming from above. He strikes, but it turns out to be another decoy. The real Goku appears behind Tien and lands a heavy blow that clearly rattles him. Growing frustrated, Tien uses his solar flare technique to create a blinding flash of light, claiming Goku won't be able to see his next move. He rushes in for the kill, but to his shock, Goku catches his arm and delivers a devastating punch right to his stomach. Tien is baffled as to how Goku could see through the blinding light. What he didn't realize was that Goku had snatched Master Roshi's sunglasses to protect his eyes. After returning the shades, Goku is hit by Tien, but he counters immediately. Master Shen, watching from the sidelines, starts getting really annoyed by Goku's resilience. Shen orders Chiatsu to use his psychic powers to freeze Goku's body so Tien can land free hits. It works, and Tien manages to knock Goku down. When Goku tries to jump back into action, Chiatsu freezes him again, allowing Tien to deliver another heavy strike. Goku is nearly knocked out of the ring, but he fires a Kamehameha toward the ground to propel himself back into the arena. Despite this, Chiatsu doesn't stop, and Tien continues to pummel Goku as he struggles to move against the invisible psychic force. After being knocked down again, Goku calls Tien out for being unfair. Tien is genuinely confused by the comment because he has no idea that Chiaotzu is secretly interfering with the match. Tien then uses a rapid-fire punching technique to hit Goku over 20 times in an instant. Tien tells Goku there's no way he's getting up after that, but Goku defies the odds and rises again, managing to land a hit of his own. As Goku tries to follow up, Chiaotzu freezes him yet again, leaving him wide open for another brutal assault from Tien that targets his vital points. While Shen cackles at the success of their cheating, Master Roshi and Yamcha finally realize what's actually happening. In the ring, Goku tells Tien once more that this isn't a fair fight. This time Tien looks over at Shen and Chiaotzu and finally pieces together the truth. Realizing his friends are cheating for him, Tien uses telepathy to tell Chiaotzu to stop immediately, as he refuses to win such a hollow victory. Shen intervenes, telling Tien he won't let Chiaotzu stop and ordering him to finish Goku off right now. Tien stops fighting entirely and shouts at Chiaotzu to stop the interference. Shen is furious at this disobedience and demands that Tien kill Goku. However, Tien stands his ground, stating he wants to win the title fairly and that he no longer wants to be a cold-blooded assassin like Ta Pai. Shen is enraged, blaming Master Roshi's influence for Tien's change of heart. He tries to force Chiaotzu to paralyze both fighters, but Chiaotzu refuses to help. Master Roshi seizes the moment and blasts Shen away with a Kamehameha, telling the two fighters to finish their duel properly. Goku apologizes for calling Tien unfair, realizing now that Tien wasn't part of the scheme. Goku launches a fresh attack, but Tien doesn't even try to defend himself. He tells Goku he's letting himself get hit to balance out the unfair damage Goku took while he was paralyzed. Once they are evened, Tien gathers all his strength and reveals a shocking new technique called the Four Witches, growing 2 extra arms from his back. The crowd and Goku are stunned. Tien charges in, and Goku soon finds himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of limbs attacking him. It feels like Goku is fighting 2 people at once. Tien lands hit after hit, nearly pushing Goku out of the ring. Goku barely manages to save himself and goes back on the offensive, but Tien grabs his limbs and starts headbutting him repeatedly, while Goku struggles to find an escape. Goku uses his tail to strike Tien and force him to let go. He then tells Tien he can play that game too, moving his arms so fast that it looks like he has 8 limbs. He launches a massive counterattack, landing several solid hits on Tien before returning to his normal 2-arm state. The two fighters collide in a massive impact that leaves them both sprawled on the floor. The announcer starts the count as they both struggle to get back to their feet, completely exhausted. They eventually stand up, but it's clear they are both running on fumes. When Tien attacks again, Goku slides underneath him and strikes his leg, grabbing hold and demanding that he surrender. The pain is so intense that Tien loses his focus, causing his extra arms to vanish as he struggles to break free from Goku's grip. Tien eventually manages to kick Goku away, sending him crashing into the wall. Tien admits he never expected Goku to push him this far. He announces he's going to use a lethal technique called the Keikoho and warns Goku to dodge it, as he intends to destroy the entire ring to leave Goku with nowhere to stand. Chiaotzu watches in terror, warning Tien that using the Keikoho could actually kill him. Tien assures him he won't use his full life force for the blast. Master Roshi explains to the others that the Keikoho is a forbidden technique that drains the user's very soul, and it's certain death for anyone it hits. Tien flies high into the air and unleashes the Keikoho. The explosion is so massive that it knocks the entire audience back and completely obliterates the fighting stage. When the dust settles, the arena is gone, replaced by a massive crater, and there's no sign of Goku anywhere. Most people fear Goku is dead, but they soon spot him high up in the sky. He jumped at the last second to avoid the blast. Tien points out that since the ring is gone, whoever touches the ground first loses, and since Goku can't fly, his defeat is inevitable as he begins to fall. Goku refuses to give up and uses a Kamehameha to propel himself through the air. He spins around and launches himself like a missile, headbutting Tien with the last of his strength. Both of them are now falling toward the earth, completely drained of energy. The crowd watches in suspense to see who will hit the ground first. In a stroke of bad luck, Goku clips a passing car, causing him to touch the pavement just moments before Tien lands. The announcer has no choice but to declare Tien the winner of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Despite the outcome, the crowd rushes to congratulate both fighters for their incredible performance. They are hoisted onto the shoulders of the fans as heroes. As the sun begins to set, Tien approaches Goku and offers him half the prize money, admitting that his victory was largely due to luck. Goku turns down the money, saying he has no use for it anyway. Yamcha arrives to join them, and Tien takes the opportunity to apologize for his past actions. The group decides to head to a restaurant to celebrate, but as they arrive, Goku realizes he left his power pole and his grandfather's Dragon Ball back at the stadium. Krillin tells Goku not to worry and offers to run back and grab his things. He promises to be right back and heads off toward the tournament grounds. However, as time passes and Krillin doesn't return, Goku gets a terrible feeling that something has gone wrong and rushes after him. When Goku reaches the arena, he finds both Krillin and the tournament announcer lying on the ground. The announcer weakly explains that a terrifying monster attacked them, stealing the Dragon Balls and the list of tournament participants before vanishing into the night. Goku tries to wake Krillin up, but he quickly realizes that his best friend is gone. His friends soon arrive and find Goku in tears, devastated by the loss. Goku is consumed by rage and vows to hunt down the killer, taking the Dragon Radar from Bulma to track the stolen balls. After Goku takes off, his friends find a piece of paper on the floor with a demonic symbol on it. When Master Roshi sees it, he turns pale and says it's impossible that symbol belongs to the legendary King Piccolo. The others ask who Piccolo is, and Roshi explains he was a monster who once nearly destroyed the world. Roshi tells them about the dark days when Piccolo slaughtered countless people. He and Master Shen were just young students back then, and even their master, Mutaito, was easily defeated by the demon's overwhelming power. After his loss, Mutaito went into hiding to find a way to stop the madness. Shen was so traumatized by Piccolo's power that he turned to the path of evil, leaving Roshi alone. Years later, Mutaito returned with a secret technique called the Mafuba, which allowed him to seal Piccolo away in a special jar. Roshi then threw that jar into the deepest part of the ocean, hoping it would stay there forever. Somehow, Piccolo has been released from his prison. What Roshi doesn't know is that Emperor Pilaf and his crew were the ones who found the jar and broke the seal. They hoped that by freeing the demon, they could use his power to gather the Dragon Balls and help them take over the world. Pilaf asks Piccolo why he wanted a list of tournament fighters along with the Dragon Balls. Piccolo reveals that he has spawned a demonic son named Tambourine to carry out his orders. He wants the list, so he can track down and kill every martial artist on Earth, ensuring no one ever learns the Mafuba, to seal him again. At that very moment, Tambourine is flying back with the items after killing Krillin. Goku catches up to him on the flying Nimbus and demands to know if he's the one who murdered his friend. Tambourine laughs and admits to the deed, describing how he easily took Krillin out with a single blow to the head. Enraged, Goku attacks, but he is still completely exhausted from his fight with Tien. Tambourine easily overpowers him and fires a powerful beam from his mouth, destroying the Nimbus and sending Goku crashing to the earth. Tambourine lands a final series of blows before leaving, convinced that Goku is dead. Tambourine returns to Piccolo with the Dragon Ball and the list. Piccolo orders him to hunt down and eliminate every single name on that list. Tambourine starts with King Chappa, a fighter Goku defeated earlier in the tournament, killing him and all of his students without breaking a sweat. Tambourine continues his murderous spree, killing Pamput, Bacterian, and Man-Wolf in quick succession. As news of the killing spreads across the world, Goku's friends realize they are in grave danger while staying at Master Roshi's house, knowing that Piccolo's minions will eventually come for them too. Master Roshi tells the group they have to leave immediately. Tien suggests they should focus on gathering the remaining Dragon Balls so they can wish Krillin back to life. Roshi agrees and asks Bulma to build a new Dragon Radar since Goku took the original one with him. Meanwhile, on Pilaf's airship, Piccolo decides to create another demonic servant to speed up the search for the Dragon Balls while Tambourine continues his assassinations. Piccolo spits out a large egg, and from it hatches a creature he names Symbol, who is immediately tasked with finding the balls. As Symbol sets off, Goku finally wakes up and realizes he's starving. He stumbles upon a fish being grilled over a fire and eats it, which helps him regain his energy. He checks the Dragon Radar to resume his pursuit of Piccolo's minions but finds that one of the balls is actually very close to his current location. Goku calls for the Nimbus, but it doesn't come, making him realize it was truly destroyed in the earlier fight. Suddenly, a boy named Yajirobe appears and attacks Goku with a giant rock, furious that Goku ate the fish he was planning to have for breakfast. Goku then notices that Yajirobe is wearing a Dragon Ball around his neck. Yajirobe accuses Goku of being a thief, and the two of them start scuffling. Goku is surprised by how strong the boy is. Meanwhile, Goku's friends have reached a new hiding spot that they hope Piccolo doesn't know about. Master Roshi, Tien, and Gyatso decide to split up from the others to hunt for the Dragon Balls themselves. They leave Bulma, Yamcha, and the others behind. Bulma creates a cooling capsule to preserve Krillin's body and prevent it from decomposing until they can bring him back. Back in the wilderness, Goku and Yajirobe are still at odds when Symbol arrives, demanding the Dragon Ball from Yajirobe and threatening to kill him. Yajirobe refuses to hand over the ball. Goku notes that Symbol looks just like the monster that killed Krillin and asks if he knows a green guy with wings. Symbol realizes he's talking about Tambourine. Goku vows to kill both of them, but Yajirobe insists on fighting Symbol himself since he's also hungry and wants to eat the monster. Yajirobe charges at Symbol. Although Symbol tries to shock him with electricity, Yajirobe is too fast. He dodges the attack, draws his sword, and slices Symbol clean in half. He then proceeds to roast and eat the demon, much to Goku's surprise, and then tells Goku to get lost and leave him alone. Goku explains that he needs the Dragon Ball to bring his friend back to life, but Yajirobe still refuses to give it up. Unbeknownst to them, Roshi, Tien, and Chiatsu are making progress in their own search and manage to find a Dragon Ball hidden inside an iceberg at the South Pole. While they continue their mission, Tambourine reaches Jiran, another former tournament contestant. Jiran tries to fight back with his signature merry-go-round gum, but it has no effect on the demon. Tambourine quickly overpowers Jiran and kills him before moving on to find his next target, Yamcha. Tambourine searches Yamcha's old hideout but finds it empty. However, he eventually stumbles upon the new location where the group is hiding. He prepares to attack Yamcha, who tries his best to fight back. Launch even tries to help by firing her gun, but the bullets do absolutely nothing to the demon. Just as Tambourine is about to finish Yamcha off, King Piccolo senses that Symbol has been killed. He contacts Tambourine telepathically and orders him to drop everything and head to the location where Symbol died. He wants Tambourine to find whoever killed his son and bring back the Dragon Balls they have. Piccolo gives Tambourine the exact coordinates. Tambourine tells Yamcha he's lucky to be alive and flies off. However, by the time he reaches the site, Goku and Yajirobe are already gone, as Yajirobe was busy trying to outrun Goku to keep his Dragon Ball. Yajirobe is sprinting ahead, determined to keep the Dragon Ball for himself, with Goku hot on his heels. Goku is pleading with him to stop, explaining the gravity of the situation and the threat of King Piccolo, but Yajirobe is as stubborn as they come. In a moment of quick thinking, Yajirobe leaped onto a massive boulder and smashed it with enough force to send Goku tumbling right into the water. The plan actually worked, leaving Goku drenched and significantly slowing down his pursuit. Meanwhile, Yajirobe took advantage of the chaos and jumped into a nearby vehicle to make his getaway. Yajirobe ducked into a cart filled with straw to continue his sneaky escape, while Master Roshi, Tien, and Chiotsu were still relentlessly hunting down the Dragon Balls. After successfully retrieving one orb from a frozen tundra, they discovered that another ball was in the possession of a ruthless gang of pirates. However, getting it from them wasn't going to be easy, as these pirates weren't exactly in a giving mood. The pirates flat out refused to hand over the ball and immediately opened fire on the group. In a stunning display of psychic power, Kaiotsu took control to flying bullets and stopped them dead in their tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Roshi snatched the Dragon Ball, bringing their total to 2. They pressed onward, and soon learned that another sphere was located in a house just a short distance away. They approached the house and knocked, but as soon as Tien stepped inside, he realized the owner was a warrior he had severely injured in the past. This fighter suffered from a chronic injury because of a brutal battle they once shared. The man looked at Tien with bitterness, asking what he wanted after all the pain he had caused. Undeterred by the tension, Tien explained that he was simply there to retrieve the Dragon Ball. The injured warrior adamantly refused to surrender the ball, and in the heat of the moment, his wife called the authorities. The police arrived on the scene and immediately accused Tien of attempted murder, claiming he was the one responsible for the mysterious string of assassinations targeting various martial arts masters across the region. Just as the officers were about to haul Tien away, Master Roshi stepped in. It turned out the police recognized the legendary Turtle Hermit, and he vouched for Tien, explaining that they had nothing to do with the recent murders. He clarified that their only goal was to find the Dragon Balls. After the tension cooled down, Tien turned to the fighter and offered a sincere apology for the injury he had inflicted years ago. He expressed deep regret for the long-lasting damage he had caused in their previous encounter, and pleaded with him, saying, "Please, I'm asking you to hand over the Dragon Ball that is currently in your possession. We need it for something far bigger than ourselves. If Goku could defeat his opponent, he would get what he came for." Goku didn't hesitate. He charged toward Tambourine, circling him at incredible speeds that left the demon dizzy. He landed a solid opening strike and followed up with a barrage of powerful hits, moving so fast it was hard to keep track of the action. Goku unleashed a sequence of punishing blows that sent Tambourine crashing to the ground. For a moment, Goku thought the fight was over, but the demon scrambled back up and fired a lethal energy beam from his mouth. Goku dodged the blast with ease and declared that he was going to finish this right now. Panicked by Goku's sheer power, Tambourine took to the skies in a desperate attempt to escape. As Tambourine fled, Goku extended his power pole to chase him into the air, eventually blasting him with a massive Kamehameha that disintegrated the demon once and for all. When King Piccolo sensed that his subordinate had been killed, he was furious. He decided then and there that he would descend to Earth himself to deal with whoever was causing this trouble. He ordered Pilaf to land exactly where Tampurelavani had fallen. Looking at the radar, Pilaf noticed something peculiar and pointed out to Piccolo that 3 Dragon Balls were clustered together in one spot. Piccolo realized immediately that someone else was hunting the spheres just like they were, which only fueled his desire to intervene. Piccolo was unaware that those 3 balls were being carried by Roshi, Tien, and Chiaotzu, who were already heading toward a 4th one hidden deep inside a mysterious cave. They successfully navigated the cavern and secured the 4th orb, but as they were making their exit, a swarm of aggressive crows began to harass them, making their escape much more difficult. They rushed back to their plane and took off in search of the 5th Dragon Ball. During the flight, Roshi shared his plan. Once they gathered all 7, they would wish for the Eternal Dragon to destroy King Piccolo, as he was an existential threat to all of humanity. He suggested they could then wait a year and collect the balls again to bring Krillin back to life. Tien questioned why they had to wait so long. He proposed using the Mafuba, the legendary evil containment wave technique that Roshi's master had used in the past. If they could seal Piccolo away right now, they could use the Dragon Balls immediately to wish Krillin back to life without the long delay. Roshi was hesitant, explaining that Piccolo's power was overwhelming and there was no guarantee the seal would work. Furthermore, he reminded Tien that the Mafuba is extremely dangerous. It was so taxing that it took the life of his master, Mutaito, after he successfully performed it. Roshi felt his plan was the safer gamble for the world. Despite Roshi's warnings, Tien wasn't fully convinced and still felt that sealing Piccolo was the best option. While they debated, King Piccolo was closing in on the location of Goku and Yajirobe. The Demon King was drawing near, and the atmosphere was becoming heavy with his approaching malice. Yajirobe happened to overhear Mai calling out to Piccolo, and his blood ran cold. He had heard the terrifying legends of this demon, and realized Piccolo was likely there to steal the Dragon Ball he was holding. Panicked, he decided his best move was to hide and stay out of sight of this monster. Yajirobe shoved the Dragon Ball into Goku's hands and quickly found a place to hide just as Piccolo descended. When the demon saw the ball, he accused Goku of killing his subordinates. Goku, fueled by rage, retorted that Piccolo must be the boss of Krillin's killer, and vowed to take him down right then and there, charging at him with full force. Goku attacked with lightning speed, striking Piccolo, and even using his tail to hang on to him before slamming back down for a counterattack. Piccolo realized this kid was no ordinary human, shed his heavy outer clothing and declared he would show Goku his true power. He launched Goku into the air and took flight himself to maintain the pressure. Piccolo struck again, sending Goku crashing into the ground with enough force to shatter the earth. When Piccolo tried to grab him, Goku bit his hand to get free, but the demon simply slammed him against a rock, breaking it and tossed him aside. Piccolo then began firing energy beams from his hands, determined to end the boy's life once and for all. Goku was forced into a desperate run, barely dodging the lethal blasts. Piccolo began using his speed to vanish and reappear behind Goku repeatedly, landing strike after strike with overwhelming precision. He mocked the boy, telling him he had no options left, and that his journey ended here. Goku, pushed to his limit, gathered his energy and unleashed a full-power Kamehameha. However, the massive blast didn't seem to leave a scratch on Piccolo. As the rain began to fall, Piccolo continued his brutal assault, gathering his own strength for a final decisive blow to put Goku down for good. Piccolo unleashed a devastating technique that Goku managed to dodge initially, but a second had connected, knocking him out cold. Piccolo checked for a pulse and, finding none, assumed the boy was dead. He snatched the Dragon Ball and departed, leaving the area just as Yajirobe cautiously emerged from his hiding spot. Yajirobe rushed to Goku's side, lamenting that he would have to bury him, but to his absolute shock, he felt a heartbeat. Goku miraculously woke up and immediately told Yajirobe that he needed to be taken to Corin Tower. It was his only hope of recovering and gaining the strength needed to face the Demon King again. Yajirobe agreed to help, but only on the condition that Goku would find him something good to eat once they arrived. They set off in a vehicle towards the tower. Simultaneously, Roshi, Tien, and Chiaotzu found the 5th ball and checked their radar, only to see that the last 2 balls were already together in one place. Roshi realized that Piccolo must have those 2 balls and would soon be coming for their 5. He ordered Tien to land the plane among some rugged rocks, where they decided to bury their 5 Dragon Balls in a hidden hole to keep them safe from the approaching threat. After stashing the balls, Roshi told Tien and Chiaotzu that their best bet was a stealthy approach. He planned to confront Piccolo not for a direct fight, but to find an opportunity to steal the 2 balls he possessed and make a quick getaway, knowing a head-on battle would likely end in their defeat. They hid, but as soon as Piccolo arrived, he did something unexpected. He swallowed his 2 Dragon Balls so no one could possibly take them. Roshi realized their plan was ruined, and that a confrontation was now unavoidable. Tien stepped forward, ready to fight, but Roshi had other plans to protect his students. Roshi insisted on facing Piccolo alone. Knowing Tien's stubborn nature, Roshi used a sedative gas to knock him out so he wouldn't interfere. With his companion safe, Roshi stepped out into the open and called out to King Piccolo to face him. Piccolo landed and mocked Roshi, asking if he even understood the power he was up against. Roshi replied that he knew exactly who he was dealing with, as this wasn't their first meeting. He teased that the 5 balls were buried nearby and challenged Piccolo to try and take them. Piccolo accepted and immediately launched an attack. Piccolo struck Roshi down and smashed a rock with his next move, yet Roshi didn't even attempt to strike back. Confused, Piccolo asked why he wasn't fighting. Roshi admitted that a direct physical battle was hopeless because of Piccolo's immense strength, but he had a different trick up his sleeve. Roshi revealed that he was present when his master, Mutaito, had sealed Piccolo away centuries ago using the Mafuba technique. The mere mention of the Mafuba sent a wave of terror through the Demon King. Roshi then produced a capsule that transformed into a special rice cooker meant to serve as the seal's vessel. Piccolo's fear intensified as Roshi began the Mafuba. The demon tried to flee, but the spiraling energy of the technique caught him and began dragging him toward the cooker. It looked like success was certain, but at the very last second, Roshi's aim faltered, and Piccolo missed the opening of the jar. The technique failed. Exhausted and knowing his life force was spent, Roshi told Piccolo that even though he failed and was about to die, someone would eventually rise to save the world. Roshi collapsed as the light faded from his eyes. Tien woke up just in time to witness the heartbreaking scene as Piccolo stood victorious. Piccolo unearthed the remaining 5 balls and brought them together with his own, chanting the summon for Shenron. The sky instantly turned pitch black as the eternal dragon appeared in a flash of light. Piccolo declared his wish. He wanted the dragon to restore his youth and bring him back to his prime. Piccolo knew that as a young man again, his power would be absolute, allowing him to rule the world without opposition. Tien watched in horror, realizing that if this wish was granted, no one would be left to stand against him, especially since their greatest hope, Master Roshi, was gone. Shenron loomed over them and asked for the wish. Tien, still partially paralyzed, used telepathy to reach out to Chiatsu. He urged his friend to rush out and shout a different wish to the dragon to kill Piccolo. Before the demon could finish speaking his own desire, Chiatsu tried to intervene, but he was too slow and the dragon didn't hear him. Piccolo ruthlessly struck the small warrior down and repeated his wish for eternal youth. Shenron complied, and a surge of energy transformed the old demon into a younger, much more powerful version of himself. The revitalized Piccolo stood tall, his muscles rippling with newfound strength. Before Shenron could depart and disperse the Dragon Balls, Piccolo launched a lethal energy blast at the dragon itself, killing him to ensure that the Dragon Balls could never be used against him ever again. Since the dragon was dead, the balls didn't fly away, they simply turned into lifeless stones right where they were. Piccolo laughed, confident that his reign was now permanent. He then set his sights on the royal palace, intending to overthrow the current government and declare himself the new king. With his servant Piano and the Pilaf gang in tow, Piccolo headed toward the palace to kill the king. Pilaf, thinking he was still an ally, reminded Piccolo that they had helped him reach his goal and expected to be given a portion of the world to rule as their reward. Piccolo just laughed at the pathetic request, telling them he no longer had any use for their help. He unceremoniously threw the trio out of his aircraft and continued his journey toward the palace with only Piano by his side, leaving Pilaf and his crew in the dust. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others noticed on their radar that the Dragon Balls had turned into stones, signifying that a wish had been granted. They were left in an agonizing state of uncertainty, not knowing if it was Roshi who had successfully used them, or if Piccolo had achieved his dark goals. Goku finally reached Corin Tower, and was greeted by Appa and Bora. He filled them in on the tragic events, and explained that he needed to climb the tower once again to seek the wisdom of Master Corin, hoping for a way to grow strong enough to defeat the Demon King. Goku recalled how Corin had helped him defeat Tapai, but Bora pointed out that Goku was far too injured and exhausted to make the climb himself. Goku revealed his plan. He would have the incredibly strong Yajirobe carry him all the way to the top of the tower. Yajirobe initially refused to do such a tiring task, but Goku knew exactly how to motivate him. He told the swordsman that the top of the tower was filled with some of the most delicious food imaginable. The thought of a feast was enough to make Yajirobe reconsider his stance. With the promise of food, Yajirobe agreed, and Bora tossed them upward to start their ascent. Meanwhile, Tien had fully recovered but was devastated to find that both Roshi and Chiatsu were dead. He stood there, overwhelmed by grief and unsure of what his next move should be. Bulma and her group eventually found Tien and learned the grim news. Yantra lamented that only he and Tien were left to fight, as they still had no idea if Goku had survived his encounter. Tien decided that he couldn't just wait around. He had to take action. Tien announced that he would go off alone to train. He was determined to master the Mafuba himself. hoping that by remembering how Roshi performed it, he could perfect the technique and succeed where his master had failed. He left the group behind to begin his solitary mission. At the same time, Piccolo reached the royal palace during a grand celebration. He and Piano stormed the grounds and Piccolo immediately began a ruthless slaughter of the guests, turning the festive event into a scene of absolute terror and carnage. As the crowd panicked and fled, the king's guards tried to usher him into an escape vehicle. However, Piccolo spotted them and intercepted the craft, ripping the door off with ease and tossing one of the guards aside like a ragdoll. The king's escape plan was thwarted in an instant. Piccolo demanded that the king announce him as the new world ruler. When the king bravely refused, Piccolo gathered his energy and leveled a nearby city with a single blast. He then gave the king a terrifying ultimatum: comply or watch the entire planet be destroyed. Terrified, the king agreed to Piccolo's demands and was taken back to the palace to serve as a puppet. Meanwhile, Bulma and the group performed a somber task, placing the bodies of Roshi and Chaozu into specialized preservation capsules, much like they had done for Krillin. They returned home with heavy hearts, hoping against hope that someone could fix the world. Their only remaining shards of hope rested with Tien and Goku, as he still felt deep down that Goku was somehow still alive and fighting for them. Goku and Yajirobe finally crested the tower and met Corin. Seeing Goku's state, Corin gave him a Sunzer bean to heal his wounds instantly. Yajirobe, however, was scanning the room for the feast he was promised and was annoyed to find out that the tiny beans were the only food available. Feeling cheated, Yajirobe grabbed a handful of Sensor beans and stuffed them into his mouth, only to collapse because they were so filling. Goku ate his single bean, fully restoring his vitality and strength, and explained that one bean can keep a person full for 10 whole days. Goku asked Corin for more training, but Corin admitted that he had nothing more to teach him. He told Goku that he had already surpassed him in strength, but warned that Piccolo was still even stronger, and reminded him of the tragic news that Master Roshi had been killed. Goku was devastated by the news of Roshi's death, flooding his mind with memories of their time together. His grief quickly turned into a cold determination to get stronger and avenge his master no matter what it took to defeat Piccolo. Corin mentioned there was one final risky option: drinking the Ultra Divine Water. Goku recalled that Corin had once said there was no special water that could just grant power, but Corin clarified the situation. The Ultra Divine Water wasn't at the tower. It was hidden far to the north in a mysterious cavern at the end of a treacherous ice maze. Goku would have to navigate the freezing labyrinth and enter the cave to find the legendary liquid. While they discussed the journey, Yajirobe woke up and resumed his search for actual food. He spotted a jar and opened it, hoping to find a hidden snack inside, not realizing it was a portal to the very place Corin was describing. Yajirobe fell into the jar, followed shortly by Goku. Corin explained that this vessel was a magical gateway to the location of the Ultra Divine Water, though neither of them realized Yajirobe had already stumbled in ahead of time. Before Goku leaped in, Corin warned him to beware of the darkness within. Goku didn't quite grasp the warning but jumped anyway, finding himself in the icy maze where he found a frustrated Yajirobe trying to find an exit. Yajirobe couldn't find his way back out because the maze was constantly shifting. As they trekked together, they saw the frozen bodies of those who had failed before them. Suddenly, an ice monster emerged and began blasting them with freezing winds. Yajirobe tried to smash the monster, but it regenerated instantly. Even Goku's Kamehameha only provided a temporary reprieve before the creature reformed and continued its relentless pursuit of the two intruders. They ended up sliding down a long, icy slope and landing in a cavern. They decided to split up to cover more ground in their search for the water, but Goku soon encountered something he never expected to see again. An illusion of Master Roshi appeared before him, surrounded by his fallen friends. They urged him to give up his quest and forget about the water and Piccolo. But Goku saw through the deception and continued his mission. The illusionary Roshi attacked, throwing rocks and trying to bar his path. Goku dodged the strikes and moved to counter, just as Yajirobe accidentally fell from an upper ledge right onto Goku, causing both of them to tumble down a cliff. As they dangled, the illusion of Roshi told Goku to let Yajirobe fall to save himself. Goku refused to abandon his friend, even as the illusionary master continued to strike him repeatedly while he held on for dear life. Suddenly, the illusion vanished, and they found themselves safely on the cavern floor. It was all a test of character. A voice echoed from the darkness, commending Goku for his selflessness and resolve during the trial. The guardian of the water appeared, warning Goku that the liquid was a deadly poison to those without enough hidden potential or the mental strength to control the power it would awaken within them. Goku was determined to take the risk, believing in his own potential. Yajirobe tried a single drop and was immediately overwhelmed by its intensity, warning Goku not to drink it, but Goku took the cup and drank the whole thing. Goku collapsed in agony as the water took effect. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Piccolo forced the king to go on television and officially announce him as the new supreme ruler of the Earth. Piccolo addressed the masses, declaring that peace and justice were officially dead. He encouraged the citizens to commit whatever crimes they wished, murder, theft, and destruction, as he intended to rule over a world of chaos. Society began to crumble instantly as crime ran rampant and the police lost all control. The world descended into a nightmare of anarchy under the Demon King's dark and terrifying new leadership. After a grueling struggle with the poison, Goku emerged stronger than ever. He could feel a massive increase in his power. He used his pull to help Yajirobe out of the cavern as they raced back toward the entrance. They found the exit and returned to Corin Tower. Goku told the master that he felt an incredible new energy flowing through his body, and was ready to head straight to the palace to settle things with Piccolo. Corin gave Goku a new piece of the Nimbus Cloud to replace the one that had been destroyed. Goku said his farewells and took off, while Tien was also nearing the palace, having finally mastered the secret Mafuba technique. Tien was determined to use his newly acquired skill to end Piccolo's reign. As they both approached, Piccolo was preparing a cruel game for the world, dividing it into 43 sectors for a slow, agonizing destruction. Piccolo announced that he would hold a lottery every year to choose one sector to destroy completely until the entire population was wiped out. The first number drawn was Sector 29, sparking immediate terror among its residents. Bulma was horrified to realize that Sector 29 was where her parents lived in West City. As she watched the news, a group of escaped convicts broke into her home, seeking to loot the place, but Yamcha and Lan stood their ground to fight them off. Tien finally arrived at the royal palace and confronted Piccolo just as the demon was preparing to leave to destroy West City. He vowed to stop the massacre, but Piccolo merely laughed at his challenge, seeing him as nothing more than a nuisance. Piccolo birthed a new demonic warrior named Drum to deal with Tien. Tien tried to bypass Drum to get to Piccolo and use the Mafuba, but the new demon was incredibly fast and powerful, blocking his every move and landing several heavy blows, landing several brutal and painful hits in the process. Tien realized he had no choice but to take Drum down first, while Goku was still racing toward the royal castle as fast as he could. As he got closer to his destination, he happened to spot Ox King and Chi-Chi in a heated confrontation with a group of palace guards who were causing a massive scene. The guards were terrified and started firing their guns at Ox King because they knew he was a martial arts master. Following Piccolo's absolute decree to eliminate anyone with fighting skills, the guards were determined to take him down by any means necessary, even though the bullets didn't even leave a scratch on him. One of the soldiers prepared a missile launcher and fired it at them, but Goku swooped in and swatted the projectile away before greeting his old friends. He told the frightened guards that he understood they were only acting out of fear of King Piccolo and promised them that he was there to end the Demon King's reign of terror once and for all. The guards scattered in fear, allowing Goku to continue his path, while Tien was still struggling in his desperate battle against the lightning-fast Drum. Every time Tien tried to gain the upper hand or find an opening, Drum would counter with superior speed and keep the pressure on with a series of punishing strikes. As the beating continued, Tien decided it was now or never, and pulled out a capsule that transformed into the electronic rice cooker to perform the Mafuba. He unleashed the powerful containment wave with everything he had left, but in a chaotic twist, it ended up drawing Drum into the trap instead of his target, King Piccolo. Piccolo lunged at the jar, but the sealing technique fell apart before completion, leaving Tien collapsed but still clinging to life. Just as Drum moved in for the finishing blow, Goku suddenly appeared out of nowhere and set Drum flying with a powerful strike. Seeing his friend arrive, a shocked Tien desperately warned him not to engage. Fearing Goku didn't realize how strong these monsters were, Tien shouted that these enemies were too formidable and that Goku stood absolutely no chance against them. Right then, Drum attempted a sneaky attack from behind, but Goku effortlessly matched his speed and delivered a crushing blow that sent the demon crashing down. Both Piccolo and Tien were left completely speechless by Goku's incredible display of power, and as for Drum, he stayed down because that one hit was all it took. Drum was actually dead from the impact, leaving Tien's mind racing as he wondered just how Goku had gained such insane strength. Piccolo, however, wasn't impressed and scoffed at Goku, telling him not to get cocky because he planned to end his life in under 5 seconds. The Great Demon King lunged forward with a fierce strike, but Goku calmly reached out and caught his hand midair, showing him that things were different now. Goku then tossed Piccolo aside with such force that he smashed right through a nearby tower, leaving Piccolo's assistant, Piano, shaking in fear. Piccolo was absolutely fuming and began relentlessly chasing Goku with energy beams firing from his fingertips, but Goku danced around them with ease. Seeing an opening, Piccolo unleashed a massive blast of his own and managed to score a direct hit on the young warrior. Despite taking a direct hit, the blast didn't seem to faze Goku at all, as he stepped out of the dust as if nothing had even happened. Tien was more bewildered than ever by this transformation, while Goku simply told Piccolo that it was now his turn to go on the offensive. Moving with blinding speed, Goku closed the distance in an instant and delivered a heavy strike right to the Demon King's gut. The force of the punch was so intense that Piccolo was sent flying backward, landing right on top of Piano and crushing him to death instantly. Piccolo struggled back to his feet, but Goku didn't give him a moment to breathe, flashing in and out of sight while raining down a barrage of attacks. The Great Demon King was completely overwhelmed and couldn't find any way to resist the sheer speed of Goku's onslaught. Bleeding and battered, Piccolo stood up and admitted that Goku was the first person to ever push him this far, but he vowed to show his true terrifying power now. He began gathering every ounce of his energy, and the sheer pressure of his aura caused the very ground beneath him to shatter and crack wide open. With a roar of fury, he launched himself toward Goku for a high-stakes counterattack. Piccolo landed a devastating blow that sent Goku crashing into the earth, creating a massive crater from the sheer impact. Convinced of his victory, Piccolo declared himself the winner, prompting Tien to take a combat stance despite his injuries, fearing that Goku had actually been killed. However, the battle was far from over as the dust began to settle around the deep hole in the ground. Suddenly, Goku emerged from the crater and unleashed a powerful Kamehameha, even curving the beam mid-air to ensure it caught Piccolo off guard. The blast hit its mark perfectly, leaving Piccolo standing there completely exhausted and panting heavily right in front of Goku. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Yamcha, Bulma, and Launch were racing toward the royal palace to provide whatever help they could to Tien and the others. As they sped toward the capital, they heard a news broadcast reporting that two mysterious individuals were currently engaged in a life-or-death struggle against the Demon King. Bulma immediately spoke up, saying she had a strong gut feeling that the second person fighting alongside Tien had to be Goku. She couldn't shake the hope that her friend had somehow returned to save them all. Yamcha agreed, recalling that Fortuneteller Baba had previously predicted that Goku would be the one to eventually save the entire world from darkness. Back at the palace, Goku and Piccolo were still locked in combat, exchanging a series of brutal blows in a blur of motion. Goku suddenly pulled back and sprinted across the battlefield before coming to an abrupt halt to reposition himself for his next move. With a sudden burst of speed, Goku landed a sharp kick and followed up with a relentless flurry of strikes that left Piccolo struggling to keep up. The King of the World sat nearby watching the spectacle, amazed that this young boy actually seemed capable of defeating the monstrous Demon King. Goku kept up the pressure, landing hit after hit until Piccolo was forced into a corner. Piccolo managed to fire a beam that caught Goku in the leg, but Goku ignored the pain, grabbed the demon, and hurled him into another stone tower. He then extended his power pole to keep the assault going from a distance, hitting Piccolo repeatedly as he tried to recover. Thoroughly humiliated and enraged, Piccolo stood back up and began concentrating an even more massive amount of energy for a final, desperate attack. Suddenly, Piccolo unleashed a terrifying technique known as the Explosive Demon Wave, triggering a massive blast that could be felt for miles around. The king's guards immediately grabbed him and scrambled to get as far away as possible from the epicenter of the destruction. The landscape was swallowed by the blinding light of the explosion, which seemed to drag on forever as it leveled everything in sight. As the smoke cleared, Piccolo gloated, thinking that Goku had surely been vaporized, that the boy was actually still alive thanks to Tien. Using the last of his energy, Tien had used his fight technique to lift Goku out of the direct path of the blast, though Goku still landed on the ground heavily injured. Seeing his rival survived, Piccolo began charging up his energy once more to unleash a second devastating demon wave. Goku tried to rush in and stop him, but his injury slowed him down and he couldn't prevent the second blast from being fired. The resulting explosion was just as catastrophic as the first, turning the entire surrounding area into a desolate wasteland of fire and rubble. After the dust settled again, Tien finally collapsed to the ground, completely spent and unable to move a single muscle. A gargantuan crater now marked the spot where the palace once stood, and Piccolo was certain that no one could have survived that second hit. To his absolute horror, Goku once again climbed out of the debris, his clothes torn to shreds but his spirit still unbroken. Piccolo was stunned, stammering that it should be impossible for any mere human to endure so much punishment and still be standing. Goku retorted by pointing out that since he had a tail, he might not even be a human at all, which only frustrated the demon further. Desperate, Piccolo lunged toward the unconscious Tien and grabbed him, threatening to crush his skull if Goku dared to make even a single move. Goku froze in place, and Piccolo took advantage of the situation by picking up a heavy boulder and hurling it directly at Goku's hand to disable him. He followed up by throwing another massive rock at Goku's leg, leaving the young hero crippled and lying on the ground with only his right arm still functional. Piccolo finally dropped Tien and leaped high into the air, intending to use his full body weight to crush the life out of Goku once and for all. It looked like the end for our hero, but Goku had one final trick up his sleeve. Goku shouted that he could still beat him even with just one hand, and he fired a Kamehameha into the ground to propel himself skyward like a rocket. Piccolo was paralyzed with fear as Goku zoomed toward him at incredible speed, declaring that this was his final strike. With all the power he had left, Goku thrust himself forward and literally punched a hole right through the Great Demon King's chest. Piccolo couldn't believe he had been defeated by a child, and in his final moments, he spat an egg from his throat and hurled it far away, screaming that his legacy would live on. The demon then exploded, and as Goku began to fall from the sky, Tien tried to move to catch him but was too weak to even stand. Fortunately, Yajirobe arrived just in time to catch Goku before he hit the ground. Yajirobe explained to a barely conscious Goku that he had originally come to help out in the fight against Piccolo, and was glad he showed up just in time. He gathered both Goku and Tien, telling them that he needed to get them out of there immediately so their severe wounds could be properly treated. Even though the demon was gone, the price of victory had been incredibly high for the two fighters. Before being carried away, Goku told Tien that as soon as he was healed up, he would return so they could search for the Dragon Balls together. His main goal was to use the legendary spheres to bring back everyone who had been killed during Piccolo's reign of terror. He wanted to ensure that their friends and all the innocent victims of the Demon King would get a second chance at life. Tien sadly reminded him that Piccolo had actually destroyed Shenron the dragon after making his wish, leaving them with no way to use the balls. He wasn't sure what they could do now, but he promised to head back, inform their friends of everything that had happened, and start training immediately. He told Goku that he intended to get much stronger so that he wouldn't be left behind by Goku's growing power next time. Goku gave a weak smile before leaving with Yajirobe, just as Yamcha, Bulma, and Launch finally arrived on the scene to see him being carried off. They were completely confused about the outcome of the battle until they found Tien, who filled them in on the incredible events they had missed. The group eventually gathered Tien up and began the journey back to Kame House together, feeling a mix of relief and lingering sadness. Once they were back home, everyone celebrated Goku's victory, but a heavy cloud hung over them as they thought about their fallen friends. They desperately tried to brainstorm a way to bring Krillin, Master Roshi, and Chaozu back to life, knowing that the eternal dragon Shenron had been struck down by Piccolo. Without the dragon, their hopes for a miracle seemed to be slipping through their fingers. Oolong pointed out that they had already collected the Dragon Balls from the site where Piccolo killed the dragon, but they were still just useless gray stones. Usually they would remain that way for a full year after a wish, but with Shenron himself dead, Oolong feared the balls might have lost their magic power forever. It felt like a dead end, and the realization that their friends might stay dead hit them all very hard. Bulma refused to give up, stating that as long as Goku was around, there was always a chance for something impossible to happen. Meanwhile, Yajirobe had successfully brought Goku to Corin Tower, where Master Corin used a senzu bean to fully heal his broken body. Once he was back on his feet, Goku lamented the death of the dragon, asking Corin if there was any way to bring Shenron himself back to life. Corin revealed that a way did exist, but it required Goku to visit the original creator of the Dragon Balls and ask him to restore the dragon. When Goku asked who this mysterious creator was, Corin explained that he was known as Kami, the divine guardian who watches over the entire Earth from above. He resided in a sanctuary far above Corin Tower, a place that very few mortals had ever even heard of. Corin warned Goku that reaching the sanctuary wouldn't be a simple task, and that he would specifically need to use his power pole to get there. Goku was confused and asked why the staff was so important, leading Corin to explain its true purpose as the link between the tower and the temple. It wasn't just a weapon, it was the key to ascending to the highest realm where the Guardian lived. It told Goku that Master Roshi had originally taken the staff from him, and eventually passed it down to Grandpa Gohan, who then gave it to Goku. Goku realized he didn't have the staff with him, and concluded that he must have left it behind at the royal palace during the chaos of the battle. He knew he had to retrieve it immediately if he wanted any chance of meeting Kami and saving his friends. Goku summoned his flying Nimbus and raced back to the palace, where he found the citizens celebrating in the streets now that the news of Piccolo's death had spread. Interestingly, most people had no idea that a small boy was the one responsible for saving the world from the demon's tyranny. When he arrived at the ruins of the palace, he was swarmed by reporters and officials who were all trying to make sense of what had happened. The king himself pointed Goku out to the press, identifying him as the hero who had defeated the great demon king, but Goku didn't care about the fame. He spent his time scouring the wreckage for his power pole, and when he couldn't find it anywhere, he decided to visit Fortuneteller Baba to use her magic. He hoped her crystal ball could reveal the exact location of the staff so he wouldn't waste any more time. Baba peered into her crystal ball and informed Goku that the power pole was currently at Master Roshi's house. Goku hurried over there, greeted his surprised friends, and quickly asked if they knew where his staff was. Tien spoke up and confirmed that he had picked up the power pole from the battlefield after Goku had been taken away and brought it back for safekeeping. Relieved to have the staff back, Goku told his friends not to worry and promised that he would definitely find a way to bring everyone back to life. After he took off, his friends saw a news report stating that the king intended to award Goku with the prestigious Blue Star Medal for his bravery. Before they could even process that, a crowd of reporters arrived at the house, desperate to get an interview with the legendary young hero. Since Goku was gone, Oolong decided to use his shape-shifting powers to turn into Goku and started soaking up the attention from the journalists. Bulma quickly grew annoyed with his antics and gave him a good smack, forcing him back into his pig form. Meanwhile, in a remote area, the egg that King Piccolo had spat out finally began to crack open, releasing a dark and sinister energy into the world. Out of the shell emerged a demonic creature that was essentially the reincarnation and son of the great demon king himself. The moment he took his first breath, he declared a blood oath to hunt down and destroy the person responsible for his father's death. This new Piccolo Jr. was born with all the malice of his predecessor, along with a hidden potential that was even more terrifying. The young demon began testing his inherited abilities, easily slaughtering several wild animals in the forest as he realized just how much power he truly possessed. Goku, completely unaware that a new threat had been born, was focused entirely on his mission to reach the heavens and meet Kami. He arrived back at Corin Tower with his power pole in hand, ready to ascend to the next level of his journey. Corin handed Goku a special bell and instructed him to show it to whoever he encountered at the sanctuary as a sign of his permission to be there. He also gave Goku a cryptic warning saying that the boy would be utterly shocked the moment he laid eyes on Kami for the first time. Goku was puzzled and asked for an explanation, but Corin just told him that he would understand everything soon enough. Corin showed Goku a small hole at the top of the tower's dome and told him to insert the power pole and hold on tight as it extended. Goku did as he was told and began a long ascent into the clouds, enduring several lightning strikes that tested his resolve during the climb. Eventually, the staff reached its limit, and Goku found himself standing on the edge of a magnificent floating sanctuary high above the world. After climbing a set of stairs, Goku encountered a strange man and immediately showed him the bell, asking if he was the legendary Kami. The man introduced himself as Mr. Popo, the Guardian's assistant, and told Goku that he was the very first human to ever make it this far. However, Popo explained that before Goku could speak with Kami, he would first have to prove his worth by defeating Popo in a duel. Goku accepted the challenge and launched into an attack, using his speed to vanish and reappear for a strike. But Popo swatted him away with zero effort. No matter how fast Goku moved or what techniques he tried, Popo seemed to always be one step ahead, effortlessly countering every single blow. It was a humbling experience for the young warrior who had just defeated the world's greatest threat only to be toyed with here. Popo grabbed Goku and tossed him across the tiles, bluntly telling him that he was far too weak and questioning why Corin had even allowed him to climb up. Frustrated and determined to prove himself, Goku unleashed a full-power Kamehameha, only to watch in horror as Mr. Popo literally swallowed the entire energy blast with his mouth. Goku tried to follow up with more attacks, but none of his physical strikes could even touch the mysterious assistant. Popo told Goku to give up and go back home, but the boy stubbornly refused, declaring that he wouldn't leave until he became strong enough to win. He sat down right there on the sanctuary floor, showing a level of persistence that clearly caught Popo's attention. Seeing the boy's unwavering spirit, Popo walked back over to him and decided that perhaps there was something worth teaching after all. Popo admitted that Goku had a pure heart and impressive determination, so he agreed to help him train his mind to be as clear and fast as the wind. He began giving Goku hints on how to sense movement without relying solely on his eyes, and he took the bell from Goku to demonstrate. Popo moved around the sanctuary with the bell in hand, but remarkably, the bell didn't make a single sound despite his rapid movements. Popo challenged Goku to try and hit him, dodging every attempt without allowing the bell to chime even once, and then asked if Goku could do the same. Goku took the bell back, but every time he moved, it jingled loudly, proving that his movements were still filled with wasted energy and tension. He spent hours trying to move silently, eventually realizing that he had to eliminate all unnecessary thoughts and actions to achieve true stillness. Goku excitedly told Popo that the secret was to stop making jerky, pointless movements, earning a bravo from the assistant for his quick realization. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the sanctuary, belonging to Kami, who praised Goku for his hard work and incredible resolve. Kami decided that Goku's heart was pure enough that he would grant him an audience even though he hadn't officially defeated Popo yet. When Kami finally stepped out of the shadows, Goku was absolutely horrified because the figure standing before him looked exactly like the demon he had just killed. Thinking it was a trick, Goku immediately lunged forward to attack, but Popo stepped in and blocked him, explaining that this was definitely not Piccolo. He told Goku that, while the physical resemblance was striking, this person was the benevolent guardian of Earth, not a monster. Kami sat Goku down and explained the tragic history of how he and King Piccolo were once a single entity many centuries ago. In order to ascend to the position of guardian, he had to purge all the darkness from his heart, which unfortunately manifested as a separate, purely evil being. This separate entity became the Great Demon King, and Kami had spent his long life regretting the destruction his evil half had caused to the world below. Once the evil was expelled from his body, it descended to the earth to terrorize humanity while Kami remained in the heavens as the guardian. He expressed deep gratitude to Goku for finally putting an end to the demon's reign and promised that as a reward, he would restore the eternal dragon to life. This news filled Goku with hope, as it meant his fallen friends could finally be brought back to their families. Kami had one condition, however. Goku had to stay at the sanctuary and complete a rigorous training program for the next several years. Goku readily agreed, and Kami had Popo carefully piece together the Shattered Dragon model that had been broken when Shenron died. Kami then used his divine power to breathe life back into the statue, though he clarified that his role was only to bring back the dragon, not the people directly. Kami explained that he was making this exception specifically because Goku was the only person who had consistently used the Dragon Balls for selfless and noble reasons. Normally, they would have to wait an entire year for the stones to regain their power after being restored. But Kami decided to waive that rule this time. He told Goku that his friends on the ground could summon the dragon immediately to make their wish, while Goku stayed behind to begin his lessons. Since Bulma and the others already had the Dragon Balls in their possession, they would be able to call forth Shenron right away to bring everyone back. Goku was overjoyed at the news, but Kami quickly reminded him that he would be spending the next 3 years in isolation, training for the next World Martial Arts Tournament. This training was essential because a new and powerful threat was looming on the horizon that only Goku could potentially stop. Kami revealed that Goku would inevitably have to face Piccolo again at the upcoming tournament, leaving Goku completely confused since he had seen the demon die with his own eyes. Kami shook his head and explained that while the old King Piccolo was indeed gone, he had managed to pass on his life force before expiring. The battle for the fate of the world wasn't over. It had merely been delayed until the next great gathering of warriors. Before he perished, the Demon King had birthed a new demonic being that served as his direct successor and reincarnation. This offspring possessed all of the original's memories, techniques, and hatred, making him essentially a younger, even more dangerous version of the same monster. Kami warned Goku that this Piccolo Jr. was growing stronger by the day and would be seeking ultimate revenge at the next tournament. After Goku processed this information and stepped away for a moment, Popo asked Kami if he was absolutely certain that the demon was still out there. Kami confirmed it, explaining that because he and Piccolo were still mystically linked, he would instantly die if his evil counterpart were truly gone. Since Kami was still breathing, it was a biological certainty that Piccolo Jr. was alive and well somewhere on the planet below. Meanwhile, down at Kame House, the group was stunned to see the stone Dragon Balls suddenly regain their orange glow and star patterns. Realizing that a miracle had happened, they quickly gathered all 7 spheres and placed them together on the beach. They shouted the magic words to summon the dragon, and the clear blue sky was suddenly swallowed by a pitch-black darkness as the ritual began. The mighty Shenron appeared in a flash of light, and to their surprise, he began explaining exactly what Goku was currently doing up at Kami's sanctuary. Encouraged by the news, the friends brought out the capsules containing the preserved bodies of Master Roshi, Krillin, and Chiatsu. They made their wish, asking the dragon to bring their 3 friends back to life and restore them to full health immediately. They also added a wish to revive every single innocent person who had been murdered by Piccolo and his demonic sons during their brief reign of terror. Shenron's eyes glowed red, and across the world, thousands of people, including their friends, suddenly woke up, as if from a long sleep. The joy at Kame House was overwhelming as Krillin, Roshi, and Xiaozu stood up, confused but happy to be back among the living. When Master Roshi learned that Goku was being personally trained by the Guardian of Earth, he was absolutely floored by the prestige of it all. He remarked that Goku was already incredibly powerful, but with Kami's guidance he would reach heights that no mortal had ever dreamed of before. Inspired by their friends' dedication, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Chiaotzu all decided to start their own intense training regimens. While his friends were training on the ground, Goku was deep into his first lessons with Mr. Popo, who kept stressing the importance of being faster than lightning for mental clarity. Goku spent hours in meditation trying to empty his mind completely, but he found it much harder than any physical exercise he had ever done. He struggled to maintain that perfect state of calm, feeling that his thoughts were still buzzing around. Goku eventually told Popo that he wanted to undergo the exact same legendary training that Kami had once provided to his assistant. Kami overheard this and decided to give Goku a special assignment. He had to retrieve a sacred crown from the peak of the notoriously dangerous Mount Thunder. Mr. Popo placed Goku onto a divine transportation device that could teleport a person to any location on the planet in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Goku was standing at the base of the massive, lightning-scarred Mount Thunder, where he immediately ran into a young girl named Koli. He politely asked her for directions to the summit, and she pointed toward the treacherous peaks that were constantly shrouded in dark clouds. Goku scaled the mountain with ease and managed to grab the crown, but the moment he touched it, a massive surge of energy shot into the sky and triggered a violent thunderstorm. Bolts of lightning began raining down on him relentlessly until one final strike knocked him completely unconscious and sent him tumbling down the slopes. Corin and her mother found him and brought him back to their home, where they carefully tended to his injuries. After he came to, Goku explained his mission, and Corin's mother mentioned an old legend stating that whoever could master the crown of Mount Thunder would become the strongest warrior in the world. This news only served to fire up Goku's competitive spirit even more, making him eager to try again the very next day. However, a small crisis occurred when Koi's pet bird accidentally escaped and flew off toward the dangerous cliffs. Goku woke up to find Koli precariously dangling from the roof of their house, while trying to spot her lost bird in the distance. He quickly moved to save her and bring her back inside, but shortly after, Koli suddenly claimed that she could feel her bird approaching the house. To everyone's surprise, the bird flew right back to her just moments later, exactly as she had predicted it would. Watching this, Goku had a sudden realization. Koli's ability to sense the bird was the real-world application of the mental clarity Popo had been talking about. He understood that if he could clear his mind in the same way, he would be able to sense the path of a lightning before it even struck. With this new insight, he headed back up the mountain, determined to use his intuition rather than just his reflexes. He managed to sense and dodge the first few lightning strikes, but eventually his concentration wavered and a massive bolt caught him directly, knocking him out again. He ended up sleeping for 3 straight days to recover from the shock, and when he finally woke up, he found that Mr. Popo had brought him back to the sanctuary. Popo told him that the trial of Mount Thunder was still a bit too advanced for him, and they would try something else. Popo emphasized that he needed to become as still and tranquil as the sky itself before sending him off on a new training mission in a dense remote forest. As soon as Goku arrived, he accidentally stepped into a deep swamp and found himself sinking rapidly with no easy way to pull himself out. He had to think quickly and use a focused burst of energy to blast himself out of the muck and onto solid ground. After escaping the swamp, Goku wandered through the woods, half expecting some powerful monster to jump out and challenge him for his next lesson. Instead, he stumbled upon a man named Muso, who lived there with his daughter Claire and their 9 children in a small, peaceful clearing. They were a friendly group, and invited the hungry Goku to sit down and share a meal of freshly caught fish with the whole family. As they ate, Goku asked if there were any legendary martial artists living in the area, assuming his training involved defeating a local master. The grandfather of the family mentioned a man named Yao Chun, who was famous for his incredible strength and lived further deep within the forest. Goku thanked them for the meal and prepared to seek out this Yao Chun the following morning, hoping for a worthy challenge. The next day, the grandfather led Goku part of the way before pointing him toward Yao Chun's training grounds. When Goku finally found him, the man was quite arrogant, warning Goku that he would deeply regret ever seeking out a fight with someone of his caliber. Yao Chun took an aggressive combat stance and lunged at Goku, but the young warrior was surprised by how slow and predictable the man's movements actually were. Goku ended the fight in seconds with a single counter-strike, leaving Yao Chun groveling on the ground in total defeat. Disappointed, Goku realized that this man couldn't possibly be the strong opponent Popo intended for him to find. He wandered back to the lake where the grandfather was fishing and sat down beside him, feeling a bit frustrated that his training seemed to be going nowhere. The grandfather noticed Goku's mood and invited him to try his hand at fishing, giving him a spare rod and some simple advice. He told Goku to be still as the sky, and to feel the movements of the fish through the line rather than just watching the water. Goku closed his eyes, focused his senses, and successfully caught a fish, finally understanding that this lesson was about patience and awareness. With a huge grin, Goku thanked the old man, realizing that Mr. Popo had sent him here to learn the same mental stillness required for fishing. He returned to the sanctuary and continued his training with renewed focus, although he still found it difficult to keep up with Popo's supernatural speed. Meanwhile, back at Kame House, Master Roshi told his students that he had taught them everything he could. Taking Roshi's advice to heart, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu decided to travel to Corin Tower together to undergo the same legendary trials Goku had passed. Back in the heavens, Goku was working harder than ever, and Popo decided it was time to step things up with a new type of exercise. He provided Goku with a fresh set of training clothes and led him toward a mysterious area known as the Room of Time. Popo explained that he was going to send Goku's consciousness back into the past so he could learn from a legendary martial arts master from a previous era. Goku was suddenly pulled into a swirling temporal vortex. The first person he encountered was a young, energetic man who bore a striking resemblance to someone Goku knew very well. It turned out to be a young Master Roshi, though at this point in time he was still just a student himself under the tutelage of the legendary Master Mutaito. Roshi bragged that Mutaito was the greatest fighter in history and offered to take Goku to meet him at their training camp. Goku was eager to see the power of a man who could teach the person who eventually became his own master. Upon meeting the dignified Master Mutaito, Goku immediately asked for a sparring match to test his current abilities against the ancient master's style. Mutaito agreed with a calm smile, and as the fight began, Goku was shocked to find that he couldn't land a single hit on the old man. Mutaito moved with such efficiency and grace that he eventually sent Goku flying backward with just the flick of a single finger. Goku was baffled and asked how such a tiny movement could pack so much power, leading Mutaito to explain the concept of ki control. He demonstrated how he could concentrate his entire spiritual energy into a single point, allowing him to exert massive force with minimal physical effort. To further illustrate the point, he took Goku to a massive waterfall and proceeded to literally cut the falling water in half with a focused wave of energy. Mutaito challenged Goku to attempt the same feat, telling him that once he could split the waterfall with his spirit alone, he would have mastered the basics of energy manipulation. Goku spent days standing before the roaring water trying to channel his power into his palm while Roshi watched with a mix of awe and jealousy. Meanwhile, another student named Shen watched from the shadows fuming with envy. While Goku was training, he noticed a piece of clothing floating down the river and retrieved it, leading him to meet a beautiful young woman named Fan. She was the daughter of a local villager and thanked Goku for his kindness, which immediately caught the attention of both young Roshi and Shen. It became clear that both of Mutaito's top students had a major crush on her, and Shen was particularly annoyed. Driven by jealousy and spite, Shen and a couple of his cohorts decided to kidnap Fan to get back at Goku and Roshi. Young Roshi was still too inexperienced to handle the situation on his own, so he ran to find Goku and desperately begged him for help. Goku didn't hesitate for a second, dropping his training and following Roshi to the hideout where Shen was holding the girl captive. When they arrived, Goku quickly dealt with Shen's lackeys, but the situation turned dire when Shen set the entire place on fire to trap them inside. Goku realized he had to apply Mutaito's lesson immediately if they were to survive the encroaching flames. By concentrating his energy into his hands, he was able to create a powerful shockwave that cleared a path through the fire, allowing everyone to escape safely. Master Mutaito arrived shortly after and was disappointed in Shen's behavior, forcing the young man to apologize to Goku and Fan for his reckless actions. Fan gave Goku a heartfelt thanks for saving her life, and after a final farewell to the young Master Roshi, Goku's consciousness was pulled back to the present. He returned to the sanctuary feeling much more in tune with his own internal energy. Goku told Mr. Popo that he was tired of the mental exercises and was craving some real combat training to test his improved skills. Popo nodded and plucked a single hair from Goku's head, which he used to magically create a masked sparring doll that possessed the exact same physical stats as Goku. The battle began, and Goku was shocked to find that the doll was just as fast and strong as he was. As Goku fought the doll, he struggled to find an opening because the opponent perfectly anticipated his every move. To make matters worse, Mr. Popo stood on the sidelines and periodically popped a balloon to startle Goku and break his concentration. Every time Goku got distracted by the noise, the doll would land a heavy blow, teaching him that true focus must be maintained regardless of outside influences. Goku tried to use his afterimage technique to confuse the doll with multiple copies of himself, but the doll didn't fall for the trick. It instantly sensed Goku's true energy signature and delivered a sharp strike that sent him crashing to the floor once again, leaving Goku frustrated but more determined to increase his speed and reaction time. After a fierce exchange, Goku finally manages to land a solid blow on his opponent, knocking the mask clean off its face. To his utter astonishment, the figure underneath is an exact double of himself. Popo explains that he crafted this magical doll to be a perfect replica of Goku in every single way, intending to test whether our hero could actually overcome a rival who possesses his exact level of power. Determined to prove himself, Goku gets pumped up and charges forward with incredible speed, yet the doll is just as fast, catching him with a strike that sends him reeling. He tries to regroup and launch another offensive, but the replica beats him to the punch again. In a desperate move, Goku fires off a Kamehameha wave, but the doll expertly utilizes the afterimage technique to dodge it completely, leaving the blast to hit nothing but air. Suddenly, the clone appears right above Goku and delivers a heavy strike directly to his back. As Goku struggles to his feet, Popo offers some wisdom, telling him that he needs to clear his mind entirely because his lack of focus is what's preventing him from moving as fluidly as the doll. Taking the advice to heart, Goku spends the rest of the day until the sun dips below the horizon trying to reach that state of mental clarity while locked in combat. Finally, Goku manages to land a clean hit that knocks the doll to the ground, and he exclaims with joy that he's succeeded. However, Mr. Popo quickly humbles him by revealing that the doll only stopped because its magical battery ran out, not because Goku mastered the lesson. He tells Goku there is still a massive mountain of training left to do, so exhausted Goku heads off to get some much-needed rest. While Goku is catching some Z's, his loyal friends are trekking toward Corin Tower at breakneck speeds that would leave any modern car in the dust. They push through rugged mountain ranges and cross vast oceans just to reach their destination. By the time the next morning rolls around, they are still on the move, continuing their arduous journey through the wilderness. Out of nowhere, a group of mysterious masked individuals surrounds the gang. But before things get tense, they pull off their masks and explain they are just friendly locals from a nearby village. They reveal that the masks are part of a special festival they're celebrating today and invite the heroes to join the party. A kind villager named Manitou takes them under her wing and brings them along to witness the festivities. The group gets to experience the local culture firsthand, and during the event, Krillin even enters a friendly sparring match with Manitou's brother, a guy named Power. Krillin comes out on top, and everyone is having a fantastic time until the mood suddenly shifts. Chiaotzu gazes toward a massive mountain overlooking the village and senses a disturbing energy, warning everyone that something is very wrong with that peak. Chiaotzu yells that the mountain is about to blow because of an imminent volcanic eruption. Panic sweeps through the crowd as the mountain erupts with a deafening boom, causing the very earth to split open. As the villagers scramble for safety from the flowing rivers of molten lava, Tien, Yamcha, Chiaotzu, and Krillin immediately spring into action to try and stop the disaster from consuming everything. The team rushes toward the danger zone, but the terrain is so unstable that the ground splits further, causing Krillin to lose his footing and fall. Thankfully, Chiaotzu uses his flight powers to swoop down and catch him just in time. Back on solid ground, Krillin tries to blast the lava back with a powerful Kamehameha, but the sheer volume of the molten rock is too much, and it keeps flowing forward regardless. Tien attempts to halt the flow with a Dodonpa beam, but even that fails to make a dent. Realizing they need a multi-layered strategy, Krillin and Yamcha head down to the village to build a defense from below, while Tien and Chiaotzu stay high up on the mountain. Tien begins using his precision strikes to shatter massive boulders, hoping to create a makeshift dam to block the lava's path. Despite their efforts, the lava remains relentless. Down near the village, Krillin uses his strength to shove a massive rock into the path of the flow. Meanwhile, Yamcha spots a waterfall nearby and gets a brilliant idea. He blasts the mountain twice with his Kamehameha to redirect the water. The explosion sends a torrent of water cascading down toward the village as Yamcha and his friends brace for the impact. The Z-Fighters and the villagers stand back and watch as the redirected waterfall floods the area, successfully cooling and stopping the lava in its tracks. Manitou is beyond grateful for their help. Her brother Power remains stubborn, scoffing that it was the water that saved them, not the strangers. Just as they're debating the heroics, they're hit with a nasty surprise. Another wave of lava suddenly surges toward the village, accompanied by a massive falling boulder. Tien and the gang react instantly, shattering the rock into pieces. Yamcha and Tien then combine their Kamehameha and Dodonpa attacks to create a massive rock slide that finally walls off the remaining lava for good. Seeing their undeniable bravery and skill, Power finally swallows his pride and apologizes for his attitude. With the village saved and the residents offering their heartfelt thanks, the scene shifts back to Goku's intense training. Popo decides it's time for a different kind of exercise, a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek where both participants are blindfolded. One has to hide while the other tries to track them down using only their non-visual senses. Before they begin, Popo gives Goku a crucial tip. He must learn to completely suppress his physical energy so that he can't be detected while hiding. Goku agrees and takes off running as fast as he can, but he quickly finds out that staying hidden is much harder than it looks. He hasn't mastered his energy control yet, making him a beacon that Popo can find in no time. Because Goku's energy is leaking everywhere, Popo is able to pinpoint his location and catch him instantly every time. When they swap roles, Goku is completely baffled. He can't sense even a flicker of Popo's energy to track him down. This rigorous training continues for years, with Goku's friends also training hard in their own ways as time marches forward toward a new era. Then the time for the Tenkaichi tournament arrived. Master Roshi and Lance reached the venue, and shortly after, Oolong and Poor showed up. Everyone is happy to be reunited and greeting each other warmly. Suddenly, a little girl's balloon gets snagged in the high branches of a tree, and while Bulma tries her best to reach it, it's just too far up. That's when a tall, mysterious stranger steps in and effortlessly retrieves the balloon for the child. When the man finally turns around to show his face, the group is in for a massive shock. It turns out the stranger is none other than Goku. He's grown so much and looks so different as a young man that his friends barely recognized him at first. After the initial excitement, they all realize that Yamcha, Tien, Krillin, and Chiaotzu still haven't shown up. With only 60 seconds left before the tournament registration closes for good, the tension starts to build. Right in the nick of time, the 4 missing fighters sprint in and get their names on the roster. They've all matured and changed significantly over the last 3 years as well. Krillin is absolutely floored to see how much Goku has grown, giving him a huge hug and emotionally thanking his best friend for bringing him back to life after his tragic encounter with Piccolo's minion. The entire group heads over to a nearby hotel together to prepare for the tournament. Goku's mind, however, is elsewhere. He's reflecting on the warnings Kami gave him about Piccolo Jr. He figures that if he has grown this much, his rival must be a full-grown threat by now as well. And he's right somewhere in the same city. Piccolo Jr. has indeed matured into a formidable warrior. Piccolo is stalking through the city streets, having arrived specifically to enter the tournament and face Goku. In a surprising turn of events, he notices some loose stones about to crush a small child and moves with lightning speed to save the kid before simply walking away. This act shows that this new Piccolo has a slightly different personality than the ruthless King Goku defeated. It's clear this version of the Demon King isn't quite the same as his father. The next morning, Goku and the crew head to the arena to get ready for the matches. While they're getting dressed, Goku's friends notice something major is missing: his tail. When they ask what happened to it, Goku explains that Master Kami actually removed it permanently. Goku reveals that Kami took his tail so that the moon could safely be restored to the sky, without the risk of Goku turning to a great ape. As he's explaining this, he catches sight of a familiar presence in the crowd. It's Piccolo. Goku confronts to himself that this is indeed Piccolo Jr., and he's just as grown up and imposing as Goku had anticipated. There's a tense moment as Goku and his friends lock eyes with the stoic Piccolo, who stares right back with intense gaze. The standoff is interrupted by a beautiful young woman who walks up and greets Goku warmly. It's actually Chi-Chi, the Ox King's daughter, but Goku is totally clueless and doesn't recognize her at all. Annoyed by his forgetfulness, she saps at him and storms off just as the preliminary draw begins. Tien had Chiatsu manipulate the draw so the friends wouldn't end up facing each other early on. And it worked. Goku's opponent is King Choppa, the man he defeated in the previous tournament. Choppa is full of bravado, warning Goku that he's been training relentlessly and is far more powerful than their last encounter. As the fight starts, Goku just stands there completely still, not moving an inch, as Choppa begins his aggressive assault. Just as Choppa is about to land a blow, Goku vanishes into thin air and reappears behind him, taking him out with a single, swift strike to end the match instantly. The other competitors are absolutely stunned by Goku's overwhelming power. Following his lead, the rest of the Z Fighters also cruise through their preliminary matches with relative ease, showcasing their improved skills. The only one who hits a major snag is Chiatsu, who actually loses his match. When the group goes to check on him, they are horrified to find that his opponent was none other than the cyborg Tao Pai. Goku is in total disbelief, asking how the assassin could possibly be alive since he was certain he'd finished him off years ago. Tao explains that although the grenade Goku kicked back at him nearly killed him, it didn't quite finish the job. Tao reveals that while his human body was mangled in the explosion, he had the damaged parts replaced with high-tech cybernetic enhancements, making him deadlier than ever. He tells Goku and Tien that he's only here for revenge, looking to kill them both for the way they treated his brother and for the humiliation he suffered. Shortly after, an ambulance arrives to take the injured Chiatsu to the hospital. With Chiatsu gone, the rest of the preliminaries continue. One thing Goku doesn't realize is that Yujirbe is actually competing in the tournament too, hiding his identity behind a mask. In what was supposed to be Yujirbe's final qualifying match to make it into the top 8 finals, he finds himself up against a very peculiar-looking fellow. Yujirbe's opponent is a geeky-looking man named Shen, who goes by the nickname Hero. He doesn't look like a fighter at all. As soon as the match starts, Hero runs toward Yujirbe but clumsily trips over his own feet. In a bizarre stroke of luck, this stumble causes him to accidentally dodge one of Yujirbe's attacks, leaving everyone watching completely confused by his lack of coordination. As Hero tries to scramble back up, he accidentally headbutts Yujirbe so hard that it knocks him right out of the ring. The crowd erupts in laughter at the accidental victory. With the preliminaries over, the final 8 fighters are set: Goku, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Tao Pai, Piccolo, and the clumsy Hero. The stage is officially set for the main event. The matchups are announced. It'll be Tien versus Tao Pai, Goku versus Chi-Chi, Krillin versus Piccolo, and Yamcha versus Hero. Before the fights begin, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha meet up with Master Roshi to give him the full rundown of what happened during the qualifying rounds, especially the shocking return of the world's most dangerous assassin. Master Roshi is absolutely stunned to hear that Tao Pai is still among the living. As they're talking, Master Shen the Crane Hermit shows up to mock them, boasting that his brother Tao is going to absolutely demolish both Goku and Tien. He walks off with a sneer, leaving the group even more motivated to win their respective bouts. Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha head toward the main stage to watch the opening match between Tien and Tao Pai. Along the way, Yamcha and Krillin fill Goku in on their own training adventures, revealing that they managed to climb all the way up Corin Tower themselves and receive training from the legendary Cat Master. Goku is genuinely impressed that his friends reached the summit of the tower and even obtained some senzu beans. Finally, the first match of the finals begins. Tao Pai launches a ferocious attack, but Tien is on a completely different level now. He moves with such blinding speed that he seems to vanish, reappearing in an instant to land a powerful counterstrike on the cyborg. When Tao tries to attack again, Tien easily deflects him and lands another hit. Tien flashes back to the days when Shen and Tao were his masters and used to treat him and Xiaotzu harshly. He tells Tao to give up now, admitting that he has surpassed him and has no desire to cause his former mentor unnecessary pain. Despite Tien's mercy, Tao's pride won't let him quit, and he continues his relentless assault. Tien effortlessly dodges every blow before grabbing Tao by his metal arm, intending to simply drag him out of the ring and end the match peacefully. But just as they reach the edge, something unexpected happens. Tao's mechanical hand actually detaches from his arm. Tao pulls back and reveals a hidden blade tucked inside his cybernetic limb, slashing Tien across the chest. The announcer immediately calls a foul, declaring that weapons are strictly prohibited, and naming Tien the winner by this qualification. Tao just laughs, declaring that he didn't come here to play by the rules or win a trophy, he came to spill blood. He then lunges at Tien again. Tien catches the incoming blade and snaps it with his bare hands, pushing Tao back with ease. Completely unhinged, Tao removes his other mechanical hand to reveal a cannon, boasting that he's about to blast Tien with a super Dodonpa that will end his life. From the sidelines, Master Shen is cackling and cheering his brother on to finish the job quickly. Tao charges up his energy to its absolute maximum and fires the devastating super Dodonpa beam directly at Tien's heart. Just as the lethal energy beam is about to hit, Tien lets out a powerful Kiai shout, and the sheer force of his voice actually neutralizes and stops the blast cold in its tracks. The next match is up, and Chi-Chi is still fuming that Goku hasn't realized who she is yet. She even refused to give her name to the officials so that the announcer wouldn't spoil the surprise, wanting Goku to figure it out for himself. As soon as the bell rings, she launches into a high-speed offensive, forcing Goku into a defensive position as he focuses on evading her strikes. While she's attacking, Chi-Chi yells that she's going to beat him so badly, he'll never be able to forget her face again. Goku, genuinely confused, tells her he honestly has no idea who she is. Chi-Chi is heartbroken and asks if he really forgot the big promise he made to her. When Goku insists he remembers nothing, she stops fighting and stares him down. She shouts out that he promised to marry her back when they were kids, which causes the entire crowd and the Z-Fighters to gasp in surprise. Goku, being his usual naive self, turns to Krillin and asks what marriage even is. After Krillin gives him a quick explanation, Goku asks the mystery girl for a reminder of her identity. She tells him that if he can defeat her, she'll reveal everything, so Goku prepares his next move. Goku delivers a powerful punch that creates a shockwave, sending her flying right out of the ring. Having won the match, Goku walks over and asks for her name again. She finally reveals that she's Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King. Goku and his friends are stunned because none of them had connected the dots that she had grown up into this skilled fighter. Goku finally recalls the day they met years ago, and admits that while he did make a promise to marry her, he thought marriage was a type of food. Chi-Chi is horrified and asks if he's going to back out of his word. Goku, a man of honor, says he can't break a promise and asks her right then and there if she still wants to marry him. Chi-Chi excitedly agrees and the audience erupts in cheers for the happy couple. She walks away beaming, proudly telling everyone she meets that she's Goku's future wife as she goes to start making wedding preparations. Goku, however, is already shifting his focus back to the tournament, not quite realizing the magnitude of what just happened. Goku pulls Krillin aside and warns him to stay on high alert, because his next opponent is incredibly dangerous. The time comes for Krillin's match against Piccolo, and both fighters step into the ring. Piccolo looks down at Krillin with total disdain, calling him nothing more than a bothersome insect, which really gets under Krillin's skin. As the fight kicks off, Krillin launches a guided energy attack that chases Piccolo all over the ring. Piccolo eventually incinerates the blast with a beam from his eyes, but Krillin uses the distraction to sneak up behind him and land a solid hit. They both land back on the arena floor, with Krillin immediately launching into a blistering series of attacks. Krillin's speed is impressive as he keeps the pressure on Piccolo, but the Demon King eventually gets a hand on him and slams him down. Krillin nearly falls out of bounds, but he shocks everyone, including Master Roshi, by using the Brukujutsu flying technique to hover back into the ring safely. It's clear that Krillin has truly mastered the art of flight during his training. Piccolo tells Krillin that he should just give up while he's still in one piece, but Krillin refuses to be looked down on. He rushes back into the fray, but his strikes barely seem to register on the demon's powerful frame. Piccolo begins to power up for a serious counterattack, and a wave of dread washes over the spectators as they realize the raw power he's about to unleash. Suddenly, Piccolo stretches his arm out like a whip, snagging Krillin and slamming him down hard, declaring the fight over. But Krillin isn't done yet. He bounces back with incredible tenacity, soaring high into the air and charging up a massive Kamehameha to throw everything he has at his opponent. Krillin fires his best shot, but Piccolo is one step ahead, using an afterimage to trick him. Piccolo appears behind Krillin in midair and delivers a crushing blow to the back of his head, sending him crashing into the ring with such force that the stone floor shatters. Krillin lies there, unable to move after taking such a brutal impact. Krillin is unable to beat the count, meaning Piccolo is the winner. Goku rushes to help his friend while the crowd gives Krillin a standing ovation for his brave performance. Meanwhile, Piccolo is brooding to himself. While his goal is world domination, he realizes that the warriors at this tournament are much more capable than he expected, which might complicate his plans. After the ring is repaired, it's time for the fourth match. Yamcha versus the mysterious hero. Yamcha is feeling pretty confident, telling Goku and Krillin that this hero guy looks like a total amateur and he expects an easy win. When Hero steps into the spotlight, the audience starts chuckling because he looks more like an office worker than a martial arts master. As the duel begins, Yamcha hesitates to attack because he doesn't want to accidentally seriously injure the guy. Hero then starts running toward him but trips again. In the process of falling, however, his elbow happens to catch Yamcha right in the ribs. Yamcha is winded and completely baffled by how such a clumsy move could actually hurt him. Yamcha decides to stop holding back and launches a real attack. But Hero ducks in the weirdest way, causing Yamcha to stumble and hurt himself again. Watching from the sidelines, Goku and Roshi exchange a look, realizing that Hero's clumsiness is actually a very high-level combat style. Hero tells Yamcha not to overexert himself because he's already decided he's going to win this. Hero suddenly moves with surprising grace and lands a clean strike on Yamcha, leaving the once laughing crowd in a state of shock. Yamcha tries to mount a comeback, but Hero effortlessly parries every blow and delivers a sharp kick to Yamcha's leg. It's becoming clear to everyone that Hero is far more than he appears to be. No matter how hard Yamcha tries, he can't even land a single scratch on Hero. Hero maneuvers behind him and delivers a powerful blow to his back, telling him that while he has potential, he's nowhere near his level yet. He then drops a bombshell, whispering that he isn't even human and is simply inhabiting this physical form for the duration of the tournament. Hero explains that he's lent his divine power to this body just to compete. Goku, hearing these words, starts putting the pieces together and realizes that Hero's fighting style is oddly familiar. It's the style of God himself. Yamcha, unaware of this, decides it's time to bring out his trump card to end the match. Yamcha gathers all his remaining energy for his ultimate move, the Spirit Ball, Sokudan. He launches the orb of energy at Hero, who manages to dodge it, causing the ball to crash into the ring. Yamcha smirks, telling Hero not to celebrate just yet because he has full control over the orb's trajectory even after it hits the ground. The Spirit Ball bursts back up from the floor and hits Hero directly. However, Hero shrugs off the impact like it was nothing and counters with a swift strike that sends Yamcha flying out of the ring. Yamcha loses the match, but he takes it well, acknowledging that his opponent was simply in a league of his own, and that he learned a lot from the encounter. Goku is watching intently, and he finally confirms his suspicion. Hero is actually Master Kami in disguise. He's borrowed a human's body to enter the tournament for some secret purpose. With that mystery solved, the focus shifts to the semifinals, starting with the highly anticipated rematch of the century. The first semifinal match is Goku versus Tien, and the crowd is electric, remembering their epic showdown from the last tournament. Both warriors step into the arena with a look of mutual respect. Even Piccolo is watching closely from the shadows, eager to see exactly how much Goku's power has evolved over the past 3 years. Tien opens with a fierce assault, but Goku dodges and takes the fight into the sky. Tien follows, firing an energy beam that Goku expertly deflects. They clash in midair with incredible speed, their blows echoing like thunder. When they finally land, they are moving so fast that they both seem to disappear from sight to the average observer. The fight continues at invisible speeds until they finally reappear, locked in a test of strength. Goku manages to hoist Tien up, but Tien uses an afterimage to slip away and appear behind him. When Tien goes for a strike, he realizes he was attacking a decoy. Goku had used his own afterimage trick to get the drop on him. The real Goku reappears with a grin, telling Tien he fell for it. They go back at it, with Goku delivering a massive headbutt that sends Tien through a wall. Tien shakes it off and charges back, landing a headbutt of his own. The battle is intensifying by the second, and when Goku grabs Tien again, the force of their struggle starts to crack the very foundation of the ring. As the ring crumbles under their power, Tien breaks free and tells Goku that he's about to see speed like he's never imagined. He takes to the air again with Goku hot on his heels. Tien starts moving at an even higher gear, and despite Goku's best efforts to keep up, it looks like Tien might actually have the edge in raw velocity. Tien's superior speed allows him to land a series of heavy blows, eventually knocking Goku back down to the arena floor. Tien is clearly dominating the match now, using his quickness to stay one step ahead of every move Goku makes. Goku tries to use his own speed to counter, but he just can't seem to close the gap between them. Goku finally calls a timeout of sorts, stopping to peel off his undershirt and boots. Tien catches them and is nearly dragged to the ground by their incredible weight. Goku explains that these are special weighted training clothes given to him by Master Kami, and he's been wearing them this whole time to build his strength and speed. Goku says that training with such heavy weights makes him much faster once they're removed. Krillin and Yamcha come over to help move the clothes and are shocked by just how heavy they really are. They can't believe Goku is moving as fast as he was while carrying all that extra baggage. Tien realizes with a sinking feeling that Goku's true speed is about to be unleashed. The fight resumes and Goku is like a blur. He's so fast that he actually unbuckles Tien's belt and takes it without Tien even noticing until his pads start to fall down. The crowd roars with laughter at the hilarious sight. Goku politely hands the belt back, but Tien is now more serious than ever, knowing he has to use his secret weapon. Tien declares that he's going to use a technique that Goku won't be able to counter. He focuses his energy and performs the Shishin no Ken, causing himself to physically split into 4 identical versions of himself. There are now 4 real solid Tiens standing on the ring, all ready to attack Goku simultaneously. The 4 Tiens launch a coordinated strike on Goku, who struggles to dodge all of them at once. They work together perfectly, covering each other's blind spots and eventually catching Goku with a series of powerful blows. Goku manages to get back to his feet, but the quadruple threat is clearly giving him a hard time. They attack again, but this time Goku uses his speed to vanish and reappear, striking one of the Tiens and knocking him into the others. The 4 Tiens quickly regroup, with each one taking a corner of the ring. They all fire energy beams at Goku at the same time, creating a massive blinding explosion in the center of the arena. When the smoke clears, Goku is nowhere to be seen, but Tien spots him high above the ring. The 4 Tiens immediately fire lasers from their eyes, catching Goku while he's in midair and sending him crashing down. Thinking he's won the match, Tien starts to walk away, but his eyes widen as Goku slowly stands back up, seemingly uninjured. Master Roshi observes that after such a grueling battle, Goku isn't even showing any signs of fatigue, noting how incredibly durable he's become. Goku wipes some dust off and tells Tien that while the 4-body technique is impressive, it actually has 2 fatal flaws that will prevent him from winning the fight. Tien is skeptical and retorts that with 12 eyes across 4 bodies, he has no blind spots. He decides to try the technique again to prove Goku wrong. As Tien prepares his next move, Goku takes to the sky once more, and the 4 Tiens prepare to blast him with their collective vision. The Tiens fire their eye beams again, but this time Goku counters with a solar flare. Taiyoken. The blinding flash of light overwhelms all 12 of Tien's eyes, leaving him completely incapacitated. Goku lands back on the ring and explains that having so many eyes just makes him more vulnerable to light-based attacks. Goku points out that because all 4 Tiens were focusing on him, they all got hit by the flash at once. Then he reveals the second, even bigger weakness. By splitting into 4 bodies, Tien also split his power into 4. Each individual Tien only has a quarter of his original strength, making them much easier for Goku to handle one-on-one. Since they are all weakened by the split, Goku moves with lightning speed and knocks all 4 Tiens out of the ring one after another. With that, Goku is declared the winner and secures his spot in the finals. Tien merges back into a single body and approaches Goku with a look of genuine admiration. Tien shakes Goku's hand and tells Yamcha and Krillin that Goku has reached a level that's almost beyond comprehension, noting that he probably didn't even use his full power during their match. Meanwhile, Goku goes to find Master Kami still in the body of Hero and asks him what his true intentions are for entering the tournament. Kami reveals that he's here to deal with Piccolo himself. He explains that he doesn't think Goku can do it, not because of a lack of strength, but because Goku knows that killing Piccolo would also result in Kami's death, since they are 2 halves of the same soul. Kami fears Goku's compassion will make him hesitate at the critical moment. Kami believes that hesitation will be Goku's downfall. Soon after, the second semifinal begins. Hero, Kami vs. Piccolo. Both fighters are ready, and Kami tells Piccolo that he knows all about his plan to eliminate Goku and take over the world. He makes it clear that he's not going to let that happen on his watch. Piccolo is taken aback by this stranger's knowledge and asks who he really is. As the battle kicks off, Kami uses his mental powers to lift a huge chunk of the ring into the air with Piccolo on it. Piccolo fires a massive energy blast that results in a huge explosion. But the mysterious hero is far more capable than he looks. Kami skillfully evades the attack, and as they descend back to the ring, he catches Piccolo from behind with a powerful strike that sends him crashing through the floor. Piccolo emerges from the rubble on the other side, and the audience is watching in total awe of this clearly superhuman struggle. The two combatants pause for a moment, staring each other down. The two begin speaking to each other in a strange, ancient language that no one else can understand. Piccolo sneers, revealing that he's figured out Hero is actually Kami. He challenges him, asking how he expects to win when killing Piccolo would mean his own death. Kami calmly responds that he has no intention of dying today. Kami says he's going to seal Piccolo away instead of killing him. He pulls out a small bottle and prepares to perform the legendary Mafuba, Evil Containment Wave. Piccolo just stands there with a smirk, saying he's been waiting for this. As Kami unleashes the sealing technique, Piccolo performs a shocking counter-move, the Mafuba Reflection. In a stunning twist, Lord Kami managed to reverse the technique, becoming the one to successfully seal his opponent right inside the glass bottle. The entire crowd was left in total disbelief, completely unable to wrap their heads around the chaos unfolding before them. Only Goku stood there in absolute awe, realizing the gravity of the situation as he whispered that the battle had been won just as Hero finally pulled back, after the spirit of the Guardian departed. The man whose body Kami had possessed simply walked away, looking totally dazed and confused about where he was. Suddenly, Piccolo materialized right in front of Goku, prompting Goku to demand the bottle where Lord Kami was trapped. But in a devious move, Piccolo didn't just refuse. He actually swallowed the entire glass bottle whole, ensuring it was out of reach. Piccolo taunted him, saying there was no way to retrieve it without taking his life. But he reminded Goku that if he died, Kami would also perish since their lives were inextricably linked. This news left Goku feeling incredibly frustrated and cornered. He gathered his friends and laid out the entire truth about the connection between Piccolo and Kami, warning them that this new version of the demon was exponentially more powerful than the original King Piccolo they faced before. The group was absolutely floored by this revelation, their faces pale with shock at how high the stakes had become. Piccolo just stood there, eavesdropping on their conversation with a cold smirk, and told Goku directly that he was the only remaining obstacle, standing in the way of his total world domination. Because of that, he promised that his next move would be to eliminate Goku for good, and soon the two prepared for their final clash. Goku's loyal companions rallied around him, telling him that he was the planet's last line of defense, and urged him to pour every ounce of his energy into this victory. Goku centered himself, stepping forward to face the demon head-on. As the final match officially commenced, they lunged at one another with such staggering speed that they became nothing more than a blur of motion to anyone trying to follow the fight. Piccolo managed to land a heavy blow on Goku and quickly circled around to strike from behind, but Goku was fast enough to counter him. At one point, Piccolo used his ability to stretch his limbs, but Goku grabbed the extended arm and swung him high into the air. However, Piccolo wasn't finished. He unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts from his palms, striking Goku directly and knocking him hard onto the arena floor. Goku stayed down for a moment as the referee started the count, but Piccolo just stared him down, telling him to get back up because he knew a fighter like him wouldn't go down that easily. Goku let out a small laugh as he stood up, his clothes completely shredded from the impact. He looked at the demon and admitted he was actually impressed by his power, and then both warriors began to focus and charge their energy to its absolute limit. They charged at each other again, locking in a fierce test of strength before Goku landed a clean punch on Piccolo. The demon retaliated by stretching his arms, grabbing Goku and slamming him down repeatedly until Goku managed to break free and strike back. Suddenly, Goku vanished from the sight of the spectators, moving with such incredible velocity that only Piccolo's sharp senses could pinpoint exactly where he was located. Piccolo tracked him down and delivered a massive blow that smashed Goku through a stone wall, but he soon realized he had only hit a lingering afterimage. The real Goku appeared behind him, delivering a punishing strike that drew blood from the demon. Before Piccolo could react, Goku moved in again with a rapid series of attacks. Feeling the pressure, Piccolo flew high into the sky, glaring down at his persistent opponent. Piccolo roared that he was finally going to reveal the true extent of his power. Recognizing the impending danger, Goku yelled at the spectators to evacuate immediately, because the next attack was going to be devastating. To protect the innocent people, Goku flew up into the air, baiting Piccolo to target him far away from the crowd. Piccolo didn't hesitate and unleashed a massive wave of energy toward him. Goku narrowly dodged the incoming blast, which was so powerful it completely pulverized the mountains in the background, leaving the audience paralyzed with fear. Goku landed, preparing to end it with a massive Super Kamehameha, but Master Roshi shouted for him to stop. He reminded Goku that the life of Lord Kami was tied to Piccolo's, and killing the demon would mean the death of the Guardian as well. Goku immediately checked his momentum, but Piccolo saw this as an opening and threatened to unleash his next attack on the helpless people below. He began gathering a massive amount of energy, leaving Goku in a state of absolute panic, unsure of how to save the crowd without accidentally sacrificing Kami. He stood frozen until a voice from the sidelines cut through his indecision. Krillin shouted at Goku to go ahead and attack, reminding him that they still had the Dragon Balls, and could simply wish Kami back to life later. Hearing this, Goku found his resolve and unleashed an overwhelming Super Kamehameha wave. Piccolo fired his own energy attack back, and the two massive forces collided in a spectacular struggle for dominance between the two warriors. Goku's Kamehameha eventually overpowered Piccolo's blast, slamming into him with incredible force. When the smoke cleared, the demon's clothes were in tatters and his turban had been blown away, revealing his true demonic form to the terrified onlookers for the first time. He landed heavily on the arena floor and shouted out to everyone that he was the new King Piccolo, and his mission was to destroy the world. Panic erupted as the spectators fled the stadium in terror, leaving only Goku's friends and the dedicated announcer, who refused to leave until he saw who would win the championship. News of Piccolo's return quickly began to spread everywhere. Piccolo ignored the fleeing masses and turned his attention back to Goku, vowing to finish him off once and for all. Piccolo swore he would end Goku right then and there, and he used a terrifying technique to grow his body to a gargantuan size. Goku was stunned by the sight, and spent the next few moments desperately dodging the giant's massive attacks, until Piccolo finally managed to land a heavy strike. Goku struggled back to his feet, stubbornly refusing any help from his friends who tried to jump in. Goku sprinted with incredible speed, sliding right between the giant's legs to deliver a powerful blow to his back. In a feat of incredible strength, he grabbed the giant by a finger and tossed him away. As Piccolo regained his footing, Goku managed to strike in the eye, and the demon fired a concentrated energy beam that pierced through his leg, sending him crashing to the floor. Piccolo stepped on the fallen Goku, trying to crush the life out of him with his massive foot. It was a desperate struggle, with Goku straining every muscle to push back while Piccolo applied more pressure. Finally, Goku managed to upend the demon and throw him off once more. Infuriated, Piccolo surged with even more energy, growing even larger to a point that left Goku and his companions staring in disbelief. Goku didn't hesitate. He launched himself high into the air with a quick Kamehameha blast that took him straight into the giant's open mouth. Inside the demon's body, Goku fought relentlessly until he located exactly what he was searching for. A few moments later, Goku burst out at Piccolo, triumphantly clutching the glass bottle that held the trapped Lord Kami. Goku tossed the bottle to Tien and told him to open it immediately, allowing Lord Kami to finally emerge and regain his freedom. This drove Piccolo into a blind rage, causing him to shrink back to his normal size. He charged at Goku, and the two warriors moved so fast they seemed to vanish, reappearing high in the clouds as they continued their brutal aerial duel. The two exchanged a flurry of heavy blows, and Piccolo eventually managed to knock Goku toward the ground. In an ingenious move, Goku fired a Kamehameha from his feet, using the propulsion to rocket himself back up into the sky. Master Roshi was absolutely stunned watching this, amazed that Goku had invented such a creative and difficult way to utilize his energy while in midair. Goku flew back in and landed a solid hit, but as Piccolo fell, he fired a desperate beam that grazed Goku. Once they were back on the arena floor, Piccolo moved in for a final lethal strike, but Kami suddenly intervened and blocked the attack to save Goku. Goku, however, was not pleased. He stood up and asked the Guardian why he had stepped in, explaining that he wanted to win the tournament through his own merit. Goku insisted that he needed to win this fight on his own to truly earn the championship title. Kami was baffled that Goku was still worried about tournament rules after everything they had endured. Goku then turned to Piccolo and told him to redo the exact attack that Lord Kami had intercepted, wanting to make sure the duel remained fair and square. Piccolo obliged and struck him with the same force, and when Goku stood up, he declared that they were now even. Kami watched from the side, thinking to himself that Goku's power had reached incredible levels, possibly even surpassing his own. Meanwhile, Piccolo wasn't done yet. He began gathering energy for a sophisticated new technique, launching a high-powered homing beam at his rival. Goku spent several moments frantically dodging the energy beam, but Piccolo laughed, telling him there was no escape because the attack was designed to track him until it hit. Thinking quickly, Goku sprinted directly toward Piccolo with the beam hot on his heels. At the very last second, Goku leaped away, causing the homing blast to slam directly into Piccolo himself, resulting in a massive explosion. The blast was colossal, and when the smoke cleared, Goku saw that Piccolo's arm was mangled beyond use. He told the demon that he wouldn't be able to continue with such a handicap. But Piccolo had a gruesome trick up his sleeve. He ripped off his own injured arm and instantly grew a healthy new one. He then glared at Goku and promised to use his final trump card to end him. Piccolo began to concentrate an immense, terrifying amount of energy for his ultimate attack. Sensing the coming catastrophe, Goku screamed at his friends to flee for their lives immediately. Acting fast, Tien used his techniques to dig a deep shelter in the earth, and he and the others scrambled inside to hide from the devastating shockwave that was about to be unleashed. Goku remained in the center of the ring, bracing himself as he knew he had to absorb the brunt of the attack to protect everything else. Piccolo unleashed his most powerful blast, which was so catastrophically strong that it leveled every building and mountain in sight. The resulting explosion was beyond anything they had ever seen, effectively wiping the entire island clean and turning it into a barren wasteland. After the dust settled, the once lush island was nothing more than a desert. Krillin cautiously climbed out of the hole and was absolutely shocked by the destruction, but his heart filled with joy when he saw Goku still standing, relatively unharmed. Piccolo, on the other hand, was staring in pure disbelief, unable to fathom how anyone could have survived the full force of his world-ending technique. Goku declared that it was finally his turn to go on the offensive. He charged at Piccolo with incredible speed, delivering a series of bone-shattering strikes. He then launched himself high into the air and fired a point-blank Kamehameha that blasted Piccolo deep into the ground, creating a massive crater. Goku then waved to the announcer, telling him it was time to start the count. The announcer and Goku's friends were ecstatic, convinced that the victory was in their hands as they began counting down. However, in a sudden desperate move, Piccolo bolted upright and fired an energy beam that pierced straight through Goku's chest. The blow was devastating, and Goku collapsed to the ground as his friends watched in horror, desperate to help him. When the others tried to rush to Goku's aid, Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy to drive them back, warning them to stay away. He then began ruthlessly beating the fallen Goku, gloating that the battle was finally over. But even while bleeding and broken, Goku managed to look up and tell the demon that he wasn't finished yet, pulling himself up for one last stand. The two engaged in a final brutal exchange, but Piccolo was focused on finishing it, specifically striking the wound in Goku's chest to drain his remaining strength. He then took to the sky and came down with a crushing blow that broke Goku's legs. To ensure he couldn't fight back, Piccolo fired a beam that incapacitated his arms, mockingly telling him that he was now completely immobile. Piccolo began preparing his final killing blow while Chi-Chi, watching from the sidelines, broke down in tears and begged for someone to do something. Seeing no other option to save the world, Kami turned to Tien and pleaded with him to kill him immediately, reminding him that if he died, Piccolo would be wiped from existence as well. Tien was about to follow through with the grim task, but Goku shouted from the ground for them to stop, insisting that he would handle it and win the fight on his own terms. Piccolo didn't wait and unleashed a massive final assault. The shockwave from his attack was so intense that Goku's friends were literally blown backward by the sheer pressure of the energy. Piccolo stood amidst the dust, laughing and declaring that Goku was surely dead and he was now the victor. He turned a menacing gaze toward Goku's friends, telling them they were next. But suddenly, Krillin's eyes widened as he saw Goku descending from the sky. He had used his flight technique at the very last second to escape the brunt of the explosion. With the last of his energy, Goku rocketed toward the unsuspecting Piccolo and delivered a powerful headbutt that sent the demon flying clear out of the ring boundaries. Piccolo hit the ground and lost consciousness instantly. Goku also collapsed from exhaustion, but managed to tell the announcer that he had knocked him out, demanding he be declared the winner. The announcer finally declared Goku the champion, and his friends were overjoyed by the narrow victory. Yet Jirobe suddenly appeared, having been hiding underground during the entire battle, and handed Goku a Senzu Bean. After eating it, Goku's wounds healed instantly and his strength returned. He took to the air, celebrating his win at the tournament, but his attention was caught by Kami. As Goku celebrated his hard-earned victory, he noticed Lord Kami was preparing to finish off the unconscious Piccolo. He flew down immediately to stop him, reminding the Guardian that if Piccolo died, Kami would also perish, and the DragonBallZ, along with the Eternal Dragon, would disappear forever since Kami was their creator. Kami felt disheartened, saying he was no longer of any use to anyone, but Master Roshi stepped forward and disagreed. He explained that the creation of the DragonBallZ was an incredible gift because they were the reason everyone had come together, trained, and become strong enough to protect the world in the first place. After a bit of reflection, Kami was convinced to spare Piccolo's life, and even used his magic to restore Goku's tattered clothing to perfect condition. Chi-Chi rushed over and threw her arms around Goku in a tight embrace. But then, Goku did something that shocked everyone. He took another Senzu Bean from Yajirobe and handed it to the defeated Piccolo. The entire group was stunned by this act of kindness. Goku explained to a reviving Piccolo that he wanted him to stay alive because he was the only rival left in the world who could push him to reach new levels of power. Piccolo stood up, fully healed, and warned Goku that he would one day return to kill him and rule the world before flying away. After Piccolo departed, Kami turned to Goku and made him an extraordinary offer. He wanted him to take over his role and become the next guardian of the Earth. He acknowledged that Goku's strength was now legendary, possibly even exceeding his own. However, Goku wasn't interested in a life of godhood and wanted something much more grounded. Goku politely declined the offer, explaining that he just wanted to live a normal, peaceful life. He said his goodbyes to his friends and flew off on the flying Nimbus with Chi-Chi. They arrived at the Ox King's castle, where Chi-Chi's father greeted them with a massive feast and plenty of food to celebrate their return. The Ox King was incredibly excited and showed them a stunning wedding dress he had prepared for Chi-Chi to wear. But, as they were finalizing the wedding plans, a violent earthquake suddenly rocked the entire castle, and mysterious, uncontrollable fires began to erupt from the floor, spreading rapidly through every single room. Everyone fled the burning castle in a panic, except for the Ox King, who got trapped inside while trying to save Chi-Chi's wedding dress. Outside, Goku desperately tried to extinguish the flames of the Kamehameha, but the fire wouldn't go out. The Ox King yelled to him from a window, explaining that these were magical flames that couldn't be stopped by normal means. He told Goku that the only thing in existence capable of putting out this fire was the legendary Basho fan and urged him to find it quickly. Goku listened and immediately took Chi-Chi to visit Fortuneteller Baba, hoping her crystal ball could help them pinpoint the location of the mythical artifact so they could save her father. Bob appeared into her crystal ball and informed them that the Basho fan was located far to the east in a place shaped like an octagon. Goku and Chi-Chi set off at once, and upon arriving in the east, they encountered two shapeshifters who looked remarkably like Oolong. They asked them for directions to find the fan's hiding place. The two informed them that the fan was being kept in a valley tucked away behind the mountains. Goku went ahead to search the valley alone until he found an octagonal structure filled with water. After draining the pool, he didn't find the fan itself, but he did discover detailed instructions on how to craft a new one carved in the stone wall. Hoping for some expert help, they flew to Master Roshi's island, but his sea turtle told them that the old master hadn't returned yet from the tournament at Papaya Island. Despite Roshi's absence, the turtle offered to help them by searching through the master's vast collection of ancient books and guides for any useful information. The turtle found a specific book and explained that a Basho fan could only be made using the feathers of a legendary firebird. He told them that this rare bird lived inside a volcanic mountain nearby. Goku and Chi-Chi immediately set off for the volcano, determined to find the bird and get the materials they needed. They ventured deep into the heart of the volcano, trekking through the heat, until they discovered a large, mysterious egg. The scientists working there told them that the firebird hadn't been seen in 3 years, and that this egg was the last thing it left behind before vanishing. He had been studying it to see if it would ever hatch. While they were talking with the scientist, Emperor Pilaf and his lackeys, Mai and Shu, suddenly burst in, intending to steal the rare egg to sell it. However, the moment they saw Goku, they were paralyzed with fear. Chi-Chi gave them a quick thrashing, and Goku smashed their escape vehicle, leaving the trio terrified and desperate to flee. After the villains scrambled away, the volcanic activity intensified, and the legendary Firebird finally reappeared for the first time in years. The scientist was in total shock as the bird helped its chick hatch from the egg. The Firebird then gathered its young one and flew out of the volcano before anyone could react or get any feathers. The group followed the bird outside, and when they explained they needed feathers for the Basho fan, the scientist told them that making a fan from feathers was just an old myth. He informed them that the actual legendary fan was rumored to be located at the top of a distant ice mountain, so they decided to head there next. Goku and Chi-Chi thanked the scientist and headed toward the ice mountain, unaware that Pilaf and his crew were eavesdropping and following them. The villains planned to steal the fan for themselves. Eventually, Goku and Chi-Chi reached the frozen slopes, and were invited into a cozy cabin by a kind old woman who lived on the mountain. The old woman told them that while the special snow at the mountain's peak could extinguish any fire, there was a legend that a massive blizzard would strike if any woman stepped onto the summit. Because of this, Goku decided to make the climb alone, telling Chi-Chi to stay warm and safe inside the cabin with the grandmother. While Chi-Chi helped the grandmother clean the house, Goku hiked up the mountain. He eventually ran into Pilaf and his gang, who were struggling against the freezing winds. The legendary blizzard had already started because Mai was with them, making the ascent nearly impossible for the bumbling trio. But Goku pushed forward regardless. Goku easily bypassed Pilaf's group and managed to gather a large ball of the mystical snow from the peak. However, the snow turned out to be incredibly fragile. By the time he made his way back down to the cabin, the snow had completely melted in his hands, leaving him with no way to put out the fire. Back at the cabin, Chi-Chi was busy cleaning when a persistent bee started bothering her. She grabbed an old soot-covered shovel to swat at it, but the resulting gust of wind was so powerful it knocked everything over. They quickly realized that this dirty old tool was actually the legendary Basho fan that had been hidden in plain sight. Pilaf and his gang suddenly ambushed them and managed to snatch the fan away, but Shu used it incorrectly and accidentally created a massive gale that blew Pilaf and Mei miles away into the distance. Goku stepped in and easily reclaimed the artifact from the confused Shu before the trio could cause any more trouble. The old woman explained that she had found the fan years ago in an octagonal beehive and had simply been using it as a household tool, not realizing its true magical nature. Before Goku and Chi-Chi left, she gave them a jar of special honey from that same beehive as a parting gift to take on their journey. They rushed back to the Ox King's castle and tried to use the Basho fan, but to their dismay, the fire remained completely unaffected. Fortuneteller Baba appeared and told them that the fan alone wouldn't work because the fire was leaking from a mystical stove at Mount Gojo that needed to be shut off manually. Baba warned them that Mount Gojo was filled with dangerous monsters, but they had no choice. Goku and Chi-Chi arrived at the mountain's massive gate, which Goku managed to heave open. Inside, they found a treacherous path filled with stone spikes that required precise jumps to cross without getting seriously injured. A group of guards suddenly appeared and attacked, but Goku easily dispatched them with a Kamehameha wave. A giant rock monster then rose up, but Goku used the Basho fan to blow it into pieces. He soon realized that the monsters were actually clever illusions meant to guard the mountain from intruders and kept moving forward. They finally reached the heart of the mountain and were stunned to find Goku's late grandfather Gohan waiting there. He explained that he had been summoned from the afterlife to help the stove's guardian, a woman named Anin. Goku was happy to see him and quickly explained the emergency to Anin, asking her to help. Anin explained that she couldn't just turn the stove off because its vapors balanced the world's energy. Without it, catastrophic storms would destroy the planet. However, she noted that the fire at the castle was caused by a puncture in the stove. She mentioned that the only thing that could seal it was the special honey from an octagonal hive. Goku realized they already had the honey. Anin told him he would have to use the Basho fan to push back the flames and descend to the very bottom of the mystical stove to apply the honey to the leak. It was a dangerous mission, but Goku didn't hesitate for a second to save his father-in-law. Goku dived into the stove, using the fan to part the roaring fire as he descended. He found the puncture at the base and sealed it perfectly with the honey. He then used his power pole to launch himself back out of the pit just in time. Instantly, the magical fires at the Ox King's castle were extinguished, and the danger passed. After a tearful and heartfelt goodbye to Grandpa Gohan and a thank you to Anin, Goku and Chi-Chi returned to the now-safe castle. The very next day, they finally held their beautiful wedding ceremony with all their friends in attendance. This joyful event marked the final chapter of the first legendary season of the Dragon Ball saga. The original 1986 production of this iconic series remains a masterpiece in the world of animation. This conclusion of the first season sets the stage for even more incredible adventures to come. The legacy of Goku's growth from a young boy into a world-renowned champion is a journey that has inspired millions. It's truly amazing to see how far these characters have come from their very first meeting until their wedding day. If you'd like to stay in touch with us, we've gone ahead and created a brand new page for our community on Facebook. You'll be able to find the direct link for that page listed right down in the video description area. Make sure to give it a follow if you want to be the first to know about every new update and announcement regarding the channel. It's been a pleasure sharing this story with all of you.